Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. Welcome back. It's day 2 now of our Age of Mythology tournament called Wrath of the Gods, a $15,000 event. It's so sick. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to do this with the boys. The boys being Boyd, Iodesla, Iron Maiden, and the gang over at Wolf Studios. It's been fantastic so far. So let's have one more great day today. I just forgot to retweet that we're going live. Hold up. I've posted it on the MetaPlace one, but what about my own? Let me do that as well real quick. Just a quick one. Go to the MetaPlace thing. Press the button. Okay. Now that's done. And I can show you where we are at in terms of the bracket. Should be this one. That's right. So we've got the round 4 coming up, which is our quarterfinals. I'll zoom in a little bit here. Boyd will be covering Recon versus Matrius here. And then we'll link up actually. So yeah, Recon versus Matrius should be a really sick match. Highly recommend. We're going to cover AC the Great versus Redo here. And then link up with Boyd for match 55, the top semifinals. In the bottom side of the bracket, we've got Grass and Groom versus Kavo, covered by Iodesla. And then Rappo versus Ulysses, covered by Iron Maiden. So, you know, you choose whatever you want. Watch all of them at the same time, ideally. And then these guys will link up in the semifinals. Then there will be a bronze match to do also, followed up by the finals itself. So lots of big series, all best of 5s today. Hope you guys are as excited as I am. And furthermore, you can already sign up to the next event, Wrath of the Gods Qualifier number 2, over at the MetaPlace website. Simply click on the homepage up here. You will see it immediately. There are already a ton of signups. It's going to be the same kind of event like this first one, but we still have space. So right now, what is this? 51 signups? Yeah, I think we can go higher than that, right? You guys can help out. I'm sure you've got this covered. Now let's see what AC Great versus Redo. Hopefully they will have started their drafting process, but it doesn't look like it just yet. We'll get there. We'll get there soon, TM. But I do see people slowly coming in. Good to see you all. And we're going to be in a call later with Boyd, as I was saying. So full collab mode. We'll even merge our chats. We're going to do this Twitch stream together thing. Should be sick. Soon TM is your favorite trademark, Jasir. Thank you, Jasir. Good to see you, by the way. Who do you guys think will win this? Do you want to do a Twitch bet? I think we don't have enough people just yet for this. We're going to get to it, though. I think we're going to get to it. The viewers are trickling in. So far, you guys aren't missing much yet, but this is going to be an absolute sick series. And, you know, it is big. Like, right now, we're talking about just the $1,000 in this one qualifier, right? But ultimately, we're going to get to the $12,000 main event. So, that's going to be a pretty big one. And hopefully, we'll get the big boys signed up next time as well, like Magic and Demista, as well as perhaps... I'm not holding out hopes, but maybe Vortex. It would be great to see him as well. Plenty of big guns left, however. We've got Recon, Grass, Rappo, Tunison, Chemo, Ulysses, Matrius, FM, Soup. That's just off the top of my head. Looking at the list, there's even more to mention, like Shelty and Joe, El Matador, who did really great in the first events in particular. Still don't have any information from the players. Hopefully they are gonna start their drafting process in time. I'm just double checking that I've told everyone everything. But I think I did. I think everything is in place, guys, for today. This should be sick. All right, we've got the first map draft coming up between Redo and AC. So let me bring that up. I think it's easiest if I just show you guys directly. That's worked very well for me yesterday. I'm going to do it today also. Now, I do have the whole layout thing that I'm going to be managing in the background as well. We've got a ban from Redo on Midgard, and AC is banning Kurlagar. Then Redo picked... Sorry, AC picked Marsh first, and then Redo picked Mount Olympus. Very interesting to see. But I guess you have to pick something. You got an Elysium pick and a Land Unknown pick from AC and Redo respectively. AC picks Giza. Then that leaves Redo with one last pick, and the remaining map will be the first. And remember, this is a best of 5 here. That leaves us with Ghost Lake. Oh, Midgard is banned. Ghost Lake is going to be the first map. Blue Lagoon belongs to Redo. Let's do this. Yeah, Ghost Lake is going to be pretty fun. Now that this is done, the guys are going to be looking at the God draft following this. And hopefully today the music volume will be better. Yesterday some of you guys complained, which was fair enough. Here go the gods. Both are already here. We're gonna get their bans. Four ban from Redo, interesting. Can't say I associate 4 with AC. Did I stream without audio? No, the music was too loud. Just here, you know me too well. We've got Freyr banned from AC. Redo is picking Odin, which takes away Odin from AC. That's a big advantage, actually. Because AC does love a little bit of Odin. This still gets Ra and Loki, so you can't complain. Isis is a pretty big pick also. Let's start setting this up on my end, by the way. So for AC... Oh, I think I'm gonna swap their sides in this. Okay. Odin, Ra, not necessarily in this order. They can pick whatever they want. There's a separate per map god pick thing. You can call it a draft if you like. Okay, well, that's Hades and Set. This is typically what we have been seeing, though. Poseidon as well. A lot of the god picks are much the same, but a lot of them do get featured. I don't expect to see something like Oranos as much, but it has happened, and this is now the complete set. Kronos and Zeus. Okay, that should complete my interface. And now we're gonna get there. Now we're gonna get their god pick. Oh my god, I have to do so much clicking for this interface. You guys have no idea. I think somebody needs to do this in the background going forward, because this is too hard. But we're learning. It's a process. Okay, let's find out what I've done. Wait, no, not yet, not yet. I need their god picker. That's right. Redo has his pick, and AC is now working on it. Okay, Poseidon versus Ra. I've already had that selected from some other series. So we're just gonna get it again. Alright, let's reveal it. Wait, that's the wrong interface. What is going on? No, it's actually correct. What I need to do is move the camera. Excuse me for messing that up. I just need to put me here. That should be good. And the right window is the chat. Why is there a random Freyr down there? I did this, didn't I? I did this. Alright, first map gonna be Ghost Lake as discussed. And we're gonna have Poseidon versus Ra on it. So let's get into the game and see what the guys are doing within. There's no Marsh confirmed for game 2 just yet. That's coming later as well. So excuse me with trying to set everything up. That's a lot of buttons to press for sure. But I am looking forward to this series for sure. Why is it still showing Freyr? I've got another Freyr? I had 2 Freyrs. Somebody send help. Next time we will figure this out even better. But hey, we do have the interface. It's something. We have the technology. I'm happy enough with that fact. And now a bunch of you have trickled in, especially for my YouTube stream, it seems. And my Twitch. Thank you. Refresh the whole thing a couple of times. Oh god, you're right. Hold up a second. Drafting is okay. It's these things I need to refresh. I need to move the chat even. Thank you, Rush, for the advice. That's great advice, in fact. Move bigger. I should have done this before, but there was too much to do. Okay. Now everything looks in order. We've got the bands as well, but where do those come from? I didn't set those. Urosh, I don't yet have the controller for this, I think. And please DM me with the correct controller link. Maybe I need to just refresh. No. Yeah, please send me the controller because I don't have the control for the bands. It's just automatic. So yeah, AC is going to be the one with Ra. Shift F5, okay. It's a hard refresh. Nope. Nope, I'm afraid I don't have it. I do not have it. First one is the ban. Oh god, okay. Then I have to move everything down by 1. Okay. Thank you for the help. Yeah, this is too hard to do by myself. Isis, Loki, Odin, Ra, and what was the bans again? They banned Torrent Freyr. Behold, the accurate ban data. Or is it? Wait, why didn't Freyr go through? There's a Freyr ban that's supposed to be there. No? send the Freyr through. Okay, we have a problem, Urash. The ban on the right side for Freyr doesn't show. Even though I set it. We tried. Okay, gamers, I'm gonna try to get into the game now, but there's a Freyr ban, something to keep in mind. We are learning how to, this is proprietary tech from Wolf Studios, so we are learning how to use it. We are fixing issues. How many Freyrs do you need to fix my problem? Well, how many Freyrs does it take to change a light bulb? That's the real question. Find me, Ghost Lake. AC has sent a link. And I can't join the game because that's not for spectators when they link it. So I'm sure it will show up at some point. Keen redo. Let's see if I can find him like that. Nope. Always a challenge to find the players in the lobbies, I have to say. I've got him. This is gonna be great. We have got a spectator delay in effect, so the guys who are paying attention to the rules, they do have to have a little bit of that. And meanwhile, Recon vs matches should be starting as well, as they're setting up their God Picker right now. So that will be coming up. Oh, by the way, I wanted to give a shout out for Scatty Boy, who subscribed via the MetaPlace website for 14 months now. Thank you so much. Huge appreciation there. By the way, that's the only kind of notifications we'll be playing today. And it's all for the MetaPlace channel. So people, if you're watching on my personal one, then that stuff doesn't show up. But it's all good. And then after this series, we'll be combining the chats between my personal channel, MetaPlace, and Boyd's. So we'll all be in one place. But I think it's time to send you guys over to Ghost Lake and behold this map. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wrath of the Gods event here in Age of Mythology Retold. This is for $15,000 total. This is the first qualifier now, and we are in a quarterfinals match. And in the blue color, we have got AC playing as Ra. In the red, this is Redo playing as Poseidon, and I think I've got their nameplate swapped, so I'm gonna have to find the hotkey again to swap the player sides. Can anybody remind me what that is? I'm not sure. But once the chat tells me, I will do it. But guys, this is an event in collaboration with Microsoft itself. World's Edge, that is the studio that oversees the Age of Empires franchise, have contributed $12,000 to this whole event. And then Boyton, myself, and Iron Maiden have done the rest. Yodesla is helping us cast, and Wolf Studios is helping us with all these beautiful production assets, such as the map intros that you've been seeing throughout the event. So catch the streams on all our live stream pages and the videos on all our YouTubes. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. AC, being Ra here, will be able to, of course, empower this one monument, which will then empower essentially everything, freeing up the priest to scout, which is very important to do on Ghost Lake, because that's where all the goats are, or were. Looks like they have mostly been gathered. Redo has 10 of them, and AC has just 4? What? No way. Wait, he just found 2 more. Okay, that's good, that's good. Not too bad at all. So yeah, in Retold, one thing that has changed is that the obelisks are now viable to make for Ra, giving him quite a bit more scouting. Because there's no use in empowering with the priest and sending out the pharaoh. No, you just make the monument, empower with the pharaoh, and that way you will get priest level empowerment on everything. So no point in leaving the priest home at that point. The priest can go and be a regular scout. We've got also a good amount of relics as usual. In Retold, there's now 4 relics per map, rather than the 2 of old. Harmonious Necklace is one of them, for extra gold gather rates, and we've got the Blanket of Empress Zoe, which will be giving a little bit of crush vulnerability reduction to buildings. Then we've got the Armor of Achilles for better infantry hack armor, as well as the Fetters of Fenrir, increasing villager attacks. Very nice. So what's Ra gonna do, really is the big question. When you go this hard on gold, it basically indicates that you're interested in a second town center. That is where that will be deposited later down the line. And essentially you've got a Ptah advance. You'll be making several gadgets throughout the classical age, supposedly. Not necessarily the case, but supposedly. And you'll have Shifting Sands available for aggressive plays. Rido, however, already reached the classical age, and he's coming across with the Centaur as well as the Hero to harass the Goldmine a little bit. He will get some shots in, I'm sure. But yeah, Poseidon also very much interested in a little bit of boomy gameplay, getting some extra town centers. Probably not going up to 3 town centers, because Ra is going to be rather scary with that Vajet-based army and the barracks units. Even this priest is actually getting quite a few shots in on the Centaur. However, the Vajet gets picked off by Theseus very early on, so that's some nice play right there. And the priest itself is not safe. Can Redo get the garrison here? Ooh, that's gonna be close, but I think... Oh, the healing coming in from the other one. That's good. It's not enough, however. The garrison never has happened. And now the second priest is getting threatened as well. Atalanta not minding the dive, and the pumpkins are also gonna get harassed. But I think that's gonna be it for now. Redo should probably back off and play for 2TC. But I think he might be more interested in further harassment. Like, he's got the stable up. We'll see what he actually ends up deciding. We've got Shadoof coming in already. That's interesting, because berry picking, or in this case pumpkin picking, as we now have this holidays event, is actually pretty good for Ra. It's one of the recent patches added the bonus to Ra, where this is gathered at the same rate as Hunt. So you could go for berries before chickens. That's now a defined order. Wow, I should have muted that, sorry. A second stable from Redo, right up here. I was wondering if that villager was lost earlier, but clearly not. He wants to deny the second town center, he wants to pump his units out, and he himself has the resources to make something happen. Okay, and because nobody in chat told me about what the hotkey is for swapping sides, I actually have no clue myself, so I will just change the names and hope for the best there. Wait, is it Control T? No, that's find the temple. Shift T. Alt T? Alt T! Something with T. I knew that. So now the nameplates are correct up there. I think their colors are wrong. I'm sorry. The cavalry is going after the spears. Not the best kind of matchup for them. But hey, they got to push away the villagers. That's good. And further to that, we've got now the farm transition, which is... Okay, I don't agree with it. I don't like it, actually. I think you should be gathering all your natural resources first. You can definitely spend some resources on your army. You don't have to deposit your gold into farms early on in Retold anymore because of the chickens, because of the herdables, because of the berry bushes. They last you a long, long time. So Shadoof can wait, and instead the Shadoof can be a second Vajet. So that's a little bit of a thing for AC to optimize in the future. Hopefully he watches this. We've got leather frame shield coming in as well. That will give some extra pierce armor to the spearman, which is good against the centaur. But right now there's no archers. Meanwhile, Redo has of course gone for the second town center. And, you know, rain has also changed, by the way. So it's now only impacting your own farming, not your opponents. So that's a huge upgrade for Ra. And it heavily rewards using several rains throughout the game. And also is another reason that you don't necessarily have to rush your rain. Because before, you'd be a little bit concerned that the other guy is also going to get the helpful impact of the rain, right? Well, no longer is that the case, so you can just delay it yourself. There's no need to rush that god power anymore. All right. I really like how Redo's walling in this area. Of course, the spearmen would be very easily breaking through. That's not an issue whatsoever. But it gets a little bit of control done off the map, so if it's not done in time, that could be a problem. However, this is a 2 gold mine main base. That's very good for Egyptian players. Redo is setting up for the heroic age, but AC will be a little bit faster, which is to no one's surprise, you know, because Redo did go for a second town center. That is expensive stuff. It does mean that your villagers are not gathering, but rather building. You do pay the price for that with a little bit of delayed age ups, as well as smaller armies potentially. The cavalry is getting their butts kicked a little bit by the spearmen. It's time to add a little bit of Toxotes to this mix. But I think Redo, going for the heroic age now through Aphrodite, is a little bit more interested in the military academy, which is actually a good answer to this. So one thing you can do is just pump out a bunch of Hippospis, and then you still have your cavalry to do heavy damage to villagers and whatever you end up chasing. This DC is totally unreachable right now for AC. It's just not realistic, but the other one is right there. He's taking it. And then there's a gold mine, which he of course knows about. There's a safe gold mine here. You could just go for this. So slap down your Migdol and go for the gold. Meanwhile, the villagers will be gathering back home. They're all empowered still. This monument is beautifully covering everything, so good base layout. Skin of the Rhino is coming in to help the villagers a little bit, getting more armored. And we've got the Citadel, which now produces villagers even faster. So you'll notice, I think this doesn't actually list this tooltip, the training time, but the villagers do have a 15-second training time. Normally from the Citadel, it's 12, because it's 25% faster to produce everything there. Still special. Oh my god. Okay. AC actually deciding to go forward with this Migdol stronghold. He will probably be needing a bunch of camels as well as chariots in the mix. Seeing as he's going to be dealing with Hippospist, that is, I think, the right way to go about this. You need the Hippeos dispatched with, so the camels are doing exactly that. Good villager kill before this wall comes up, so Redo will be in a little bit of a pickle, but then he still got this one. And the Hippospist plus the Lion should have no problems catching the Spearmen if they just stand still for a moment. Alright, we've got a breakthrough. And the Prodromos are also joining the fight. Now that's a terrible tool to fight against Spearmen. So AC is actually having a great time there, I have to say. Guys chilling on the other side of the map. They need to be here. Ridu can protect his gold mine if all his army is around. He doesn't need to worry so much about that relic. Or the gold mine there, for that matter. Blanket of Empress Zoe would help against the Scarab, to be fair. But I don't expect a whole lot of Scarabs in this matchup. The Greek heroes are just very competent. Oh! Oh! Actually catching the Scarab. Turning it into a pig with Curse. Now that's a resource-based distribution, so if you catch the Myth unit, you are not going to catch the army, because it already uses up the majority of the available resources, right? He's actually empowering the Obelisk, giving him crazy line of sight there. And actually sticking around here is paying off for Ridu. He's got a stun, and he's got the guys in the corner. The Hippospist will be doing massive damage. But this is the actual fight that matters. There's 2 Migdol strongholds here. Very difficult to take those down. You're gonna need your own fortress with Petrobolos out. But protecting those with this kind of army is gonna be super easy actually. So no problem with that. And you know, despite the Citadel, despite AC catching up with the second town center himself, Ridu still has 5 extra villagers for a little longer. If he's catching the grabbing this third town center as well, he can maintain his advantage and get ahead of it. But once again, it's expensive. He's gonna get a slower mythic age than what we're gonna see from AC. Osiris is coming in, and let me tell you, the Son of Osiris is very difficult to take on with counter units. The counter units annihilate this, yeah, but then you've got Son of Osiris, who you wouldn't be doing much damage to. And he gets to annihilate pretty much everything. Further Hippospists are getting added. And we're also looking at heavy camel riders coming out. The economic upgrades have been pretty equal between the 2 players as well. There is shaft mine for both. We've got hand axe for both. Plow for Ridu. That should turn into irrigation as soon as possible, because he's running out of animals to hunt or herdables to gather from. The third Migdol. Now that's a good location for an earthquake potentially, but I do think he would go after the Citadel. A Citadel recast will be 100 favor. That's very expensive for sure. Still might be worth it though. Especially if you can get a second one. It's plus 10 pop. So if you can max out with 3 Citadels, that is actually a devastatingly huge army. Yeah, don't fight that without the Son of Osiris. It's just a few moments away. Wait it out. That's the best thing you can do. There's a whole lot of army units to be made as well. Desert Wind is going to be researched. It's very expensive, guys. It's 30 favor. So that favor blob is now gone. Would love to see further monuments, but AC finally has his Son of Osiris. This is going to be scary to engage, and Ridu wants no part in it. Making a bunch of walls, having a bunch of extra fortresses will be rather helpful here. Just to have some extra firepower, but this is a very peaceful game. Once again, barely any engagements for 15 minutes. The guys just build up and then have this one big clash. This has been a theme of the Wrath of the Gods tournament. Let's see if it sticks. Getting the big battle cry from the army, and the Son of Osiris has got really good positioning here. There's nothing that can really reach him, and look, he's already annihilated 4 cavalry units without any Egyptian deaths thus far. The chariots are also getting to work. They are heavy chariots now. Earthquake is going to be available in a moment as Mythic Age finishes up for Ridu. But with no units left over, as I was saying, the Son of Osiris annihilates the counter units. There's no question about that, right? You're gonna want your 4 heroes out in this scenario because they're pretty tanky themselves, especially Polyphemus can be an absolute Giga Chad like that. The 3 big door strongholds are going to be the Earthquake's targets rather than the Citadel, and definitely 2 of them should be going down, right? I think this one, okay, survives at 500. This did almost no damage. 500 resources maybe. AC can very easily rebuild the houses that were lost. They are free, so they don't count as resource damage to me. Peltas are getting added. I like that a lot, but I'm pretty sure they're basic Peltas right now. Oh, medium, okay, that's not bad. Armory upgrades are in for the copper line, but seems to me that AC is ahead on that. He also has the copper line plus bronze armor. The town center is getting eradicated by this army. It's just camels, man, but it's enough to destroy it. It does, however, spawn all these militia to help defend, and we've got a really beautiful wraparound from Redo. The heroes are out, as I suggested earlier, and we've got a huge stun on this army. I think everything of AC's might die, but he has shifting sense. Oh my god, the Son of Osiris is stuck! What happened? Oh no! He really needed to save that, but it's gonna go down. Redo might actually have a hold here, ladies and gentlemen, but for now, the camels and chariots are still proving to be rather valuable. What happened with that Son of Osiris? I'm so sad. Meanwhile, the town center has been taken, in fact, and the wall has broken, and we've got the second citadel as predicted for the higher population cap. If AC is able to somehow max out, I don't see how a Poseidon player can possibly stop that. The Ra army is going to be super high quality, of course. Especially if further monuments get added and we start seeing mummies and whatnot. The trade could be started up soon enough as well, but right now, the truth is that AC kind of can't afford it. He needs to max out on the villagers, he needs to have a few more farms and use a few more rains, but he's evacuated this area for some reason. We'll see why in a bit. I think he's just massing gold mines. Excuse me, I'm having a coughing fit in the background. The army has been once again cleaned up by Redo, so he's not in too bad of a position. He's got heavy infantry, so his heavy hoplites added in will be the things to take care of the camels as well as any melee siege weapons. I really like the addition of the Helipolis, which will tank a lot of the chariot fire if the chariots aren't perfectly microed. However, the catapult is easily able to take this thing down. Look at it, 200 crush damage, of which 100 will actually go through. So 6 catapult shots absolutely do defeat a Helipolis. So you get out like 3 catapults and you can 2-shot the Helipolis. That's, I think, a really nice little rhythm to have. Would highly recommend to try. That said, catapults and Helipolis are both super expensive, so... these players might be more interested in just making human units for now. Till they're a little closer to maxed. Yeah, the catapult is working on the wall. It's taking it down pretty quickly too. Heavy infantry, by the way, does affect the militia. I kind of wish it showed that they're medium heavy champion militia. That would be nice. Because you can never tell. That's a lot of Peltas, guys. I don't know about that. That's too many Peltas, in my opinion. If AC just adds in more camels and maybe even an elephant or two and starts working on their upgrades. I mean, Ra does impact elephants as well with the main bonuses. So that is something to consider. Catapult going a little bit too forward, and the militia will be picking that one off. Ouchies. Pretty good micro on the Peltas, however. Love the shift click there. Need more hoplites up front, though. Because the Peltas by themselves, well, sure they can deal with 4 or 5 camos, but it would be so much better if there's hoplites also. We've got a little bit of a fortress push. Redo would be wanting a little bit of siege here, but he's spamming so many units right now. I'm not sure he can easily afford that. No trade as of yet for a Greek player, by the way, so the gold mine locations are critical to control. And we've got a huge mass of camos with Desert Wind, by the way, coming up on this location. I'm not sure it's going to be very easy for Redo to hold, but all these hoplites are absolute Giga Chads, and they're helping so much. AC will have to back off, and once again loses his catapult, I think, to the fire of the Petrobolos, by the way. Siege against siege is really practical. Fortress is slowly being tickled, but I'm afraid that the fortress is actually shooting at the villagers, right? It requires some targeting. For some reason, it seems to prefer shooting the other fortress. Now it's shooting the units. Okay, I think that's being microed. Meanwhile, the army, however, has been reduced a little bit for Redo. He's struggling to keep popped at 150 population versus 174, 5. You kind of need a much bigger pump, and, you know, sticking back here under the town center and tower fire or fortress fire, you would get a lot of opportunities to do that, to just build up your army. Finally, Helipolis pops out. That should take care of this Migdol stronghold. And we've also got a bunch of units making it through here, ticking off the villagers, but the main push is looking rather good for AC. Just needs to not put the chariots in targeting range for the Peltas, because they'll melt away. Even the hoplites are holding strong. They do some bonus damage against chariots also. But it looks like the camos are just too high in number, and should be able to take care of this now. I would just love to see some elephants here. I think it would be such a good addition to what we're already seeing. And the 2 catapults might be the key to taking down the town center. I think it's gonna happen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure Redo has anything left in the tank. He's got a little bit of resources, but not enough to remax, and the 200 population mark has been breached. Meanwhile, by AC, the push is looking devastatingly strong. 3 catapults, no engineers even yet, so these can get even stronger as we move forward. And sure, the militia will provide a little bit of opportunity to push back, but is that enough? The mercenaries are out, as, you know, AC has been pumping the caravans. This is a quite respectable caravan route. I think they've been upgraded for speed. Ditto. Coinage is in fact, 57 gold per trip. Yeah, it's consistent between all of them. Sometimes there's a little bit of variance, but yeah, 57 is decent. You would want to empower it, ideally, at least for the priest. You certainly have the population space, right? So getting 15% extra from the trade, I think, is highly valuable. It should be done. Catapult's job should be to target down the Helipolis. Hopefully we'll see that. I was propping it up earlier. It's for a reason, guys. Actually, the catapults are taking a lot of crush damage as well. Their crush armor isn't as high as it used to be in the original game. These Helipolis can clean them all up if the catapults aren't reacting. Once again, giving Redo an opportunity to come back, and the fortress stays alive too. Helipolis are such a good addition here. But they'll be bullied a little bit by the siege tower, who has somewhat more crush armor. Still would be taking a lot itself, but it's been just upgraded with engineers, so even more firepower is coming in. Paul is getting bonked hard by this thing. Migdol Stronghold is still alive somehow at 60 health. How did this happen? Time to repair. I like that Stonewall has come in. I like that Redo is now trying to make Chimera. I do wish it had happened a bit earlier, but he just didn't have the resources. I think now, however, he has somehow, some way stabilized. And ladies and gentlemen, this is his moment. He's starting his trade. It's decent. Needs more, but it's decent. New Kingdom is getting researched. One of those super important techs for any Ra player. because having a second pharaoh means that you can empower a second group of buildings using the monument, of course. So we should be seeing that shortly. That's a lot of minions getting spawned as the mummy has cursed a ton of units, adding some further help to this force. The Chimera by itself, not enough to push back the tide. The heroes aren't even all out for redo, so actually difficult to deal with the minions because of that. These are regular Chimeras, by the way, not tyrants just yet. We might get around to that, but let's see. Flames of Typhon is researching right now, but there is finally a priest getting added, and that takes care of the Chimera. Fortified Town Center for redo is in. Are we gonna see a third citadel, however, for AC? I think the potential is there. The camos are now going after the villagers over there, and the chariot is even helping, so they'll all be falling while the fortress is destroyed by the siege tower. I'm not sure this is quite enough to destroy the town center by itself because of the militia, but we shall see. The catapult is safe for now. And while Redo is trying to fight this back really hard, his resource spending and gathering just isn't quite right. He has too much favor. He doesn't have the Chimera. The production is falling behind, and here comes AC punishing him with the now better catapults. Extra 50 crush damage, by the way. Nothing to scoff at. Just needs a front line to deal with this infantry. That's the only thing that's missing. And that could be mercenaries, once you empower the trade in particular. Like, you could just put a monument here, and the pharaoh could do that. Although, he is already empowering the wood. He's empowering the buildings for production speed. This Migdal is in fact impacted. So that's not too bad, but empowering the trade, always, always, always do it, guys. Always. Finally, an elephant. I like it. It's the elephant in the room. Question in the chat: Is this the original Army Corps? No, 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 no. This is just somebody called AC. Automatic climate control system. The Turkish player, not the Canadian one. I'm actually not sure what it stands for. He might be an Army Corps fan. Destroying the siege towers, sorry, the buildings with siege towers is gonna be a rough one with all these militia continually spawning. They can't really get the job done. So you need something that can tank the infantry, and you need something to deal with the peltast. And I think the slow push with the Migdal strongholds is pretty much the way to go. Adding a bunch of spearmen, not the worst idea either. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of the towers, but I mean, they'll do something, just not very much. Overall, the fortresses are a better bang for buck, because they have 3 projectiles versus 2, and a higher attack to begin with, and they can produce stuff. So towers you would make last. Ideally, max out your fortresses first. Oh god! Oh god, things are about to get a whole lot worse. 2 catapults are now bullying this, and yeah, Redo does decide that he cannot hold any longer, as he would have been losing 2 town centers at the same time, which is not acceptable against someone that's boosted up by citadels. So the total population has just been ahead for AC for the longest time. Redo, not quite efficient enough with his resource use, certainly not enough gold. You just need such a large trade in retold, and I think people are still getting used to that. So seeing like the double and triple production of caravans from AC, I think was great. That's exactly what you need to do. He himself missed the empowerment, so this probably could have gone a little faster given the situation, but I mean, 428 to 371 kills tells the story, and he didn't really need more than that. Off we go to game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Off we go. Yo, now let's see what the next map is gonna be. We already have a god pick coming right up. And Redo has picked, AC has picked as well. It's gonna be an Isis versus Hades coming up. And the map, I don't know yet. It'd be great if the guys announced in the chat. But we shall see. Hope you guys are having a good time, by the way. If you are enjoying the content, make sure to hit the follow button, as there will be so much more of this. We're basically going all the way every weekend, every day until Christmas. Am I still in DOD? No, I'm in Deathmatch Takeover now. I also play Standard these days, not just Deathmatch. I'm at the moment somewhere in the 1500s, working my way up to the 1600 mark. Would be great if I had a little more time, because right now I'm committing all my free time to this. this tournament, so hope you guys like it. I'll see if I can squeeze in some weekday streams, however, in the evenings. See what we can do there. Setting up the Isis versus Hades. Welcome to Skyzo. Good to see you. I'm still not seeing the lobby, so I can't tell you guys what the map is, which is not great. It's gonna be Blue Lagoon. That would mean that this is where we're at. Oh man, what's happening with that panel? Let's refresh this thing. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. We're gonna go in to Blue Lagoon for the Isis versus Hades between Redo and AC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blue Lagoon. This is going to be our game 2. And in the blue color, spawning as Hades, this is AC. In the red, we've got Redo on the other side of the map, playing as Isis. Let's get it on. I think I have to switch the sides once again. That should do it. Sorry with the colors being off. I'll just have to leave it at that. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Isis versus Hades, especially on a map like this. It's relatively defensive, but it's also quite open. Like, you know, compared to some maps, you still have the cliffs and the ponds to help you with the walling situation, which is good for the defending Hades, who is going to be interested in walling off the short parts of the map. And then ideally having a second town center to have enough economy to fight off the ISIS Heroic Age push, which is consisting of an Ancestors and Eclipse combination, as well as tons of chariots, maybe siege towers, and maybe a little bit of camos or spearmen. We shall see what it's exactly gonna be. It's already pre-queuing his Vaults of Erebus, AC is, and if he leaves 2 villagers on Temple, that will be a lot of favor coming in to be able to afford this. So yeah, you spend quite a lot of your time here getting that instead of mining gold. And long term it will pay off. So if you've got a god like Isis who will be looking to attack you in the heroic age, then yeah, you've got enough time to do this. And also at the very beginning, we've seen these giraffes getting pushed in by the scout, forcing these animals to go under the town center, which makes the villagers able to gather from them without a granary. So nice savings there. We have lore at home. Egypt, on the other hand, I mean, could technically do this, right? And reduce the walking distances, but you already have a free granary, so it's not that much of a loss, and the pharaoh will be empowering anyway. So bet you just go out with the priest, plant them some obelisks, make sure that you've got vision of everything and everyone. Find those hidden gold mines in the corner like this that you might not find otherwise. I think that's valuable stuff for sure. It's a very equal TC layout, by the way. The settlements are in a really nice location. Not too aggressive. You can still steal a town center easily enough from the other guy. And we've got also a good amount of relics here for total. Trojan Gate Hinge will increase wall hit points a little bit. Just 120 health, so it's not that much to consider. We've got Raya's Crown as well, which will reduce town center cost, and that's a really good one to pick up if you're the Hades, because you're going to be wanting to push for the late game. Canopic Jar of Imseti will be for infantry train time reductions, and we've also got the Tusk of the Ironborn for cavalry health. Now that's very good for Egypt as well as Greece here. Both are going to make a lot of cavalry, and for that one, I mean, the Migdol units benefit quite a lot, right? So your heroic age pushes are going to be a lot better if you do have that. As for gods, we've got Athena and we've got Bast. Now, Athena has become a lot better in Retold than it has ever been in the original game because, well, the Minotaurs are kind of better, but also at the same time, you can use Restoration during god powers like Eclipse. So, Ancestors Eclipse is defendable more so than before because of that. Villagers are moving out to do a little bit more hunting, so that could be a potential target for the Greek heroes, who are actually, only Ajax has been made so far, and I'm not sure where he is. He's picking up the relic for the town center costs, so that's great, and actually, AC is being rather brave going for the forward TC grab, especially against a player like Redo, who will likely be aggressive in some form, and he will see this coming also, as these two obelisks are totally revealing this area, and I don't think there's enough time for the Minotaur to get this one as well. So yeah, right under Redu's nose, he will just plant this town center, get it up. No doubt he will get it up, right? That's fine. But holding against the heroic age pressure, I just don't see that. The priest is getting bullied by the Minotaur, you know, with the hero support, especially this would be hard. Oh, the Sphinx can go in though, while the AC is too greedy. He's doing everything at once. You can't be doing that. The villagers will be dying here, at least a bunch of them. The Sphinx is using the special attack now and free at the same time. And because Achilles wasn't made, I think he's gonna shut this down super hard, and Redo might just run away with this game one immediately if he kills sufficient villagers. This is absolutely sickening amounts of damage. Restoration is being used, and Ajax is slowly waddling back. Well, it's not enough. 40 seconds are left of Eclipse, and these Sphinxes are faster than the heroes. They're doing damage to the TC itself too, so it will be easier to later take it down. The Spearman needs to target villagers. There's more than one now. A really good choice by Redo to send out the Sphinxes and to get a second Sphinx in the first place. Oh my god, is he going to be able to kill the villagers in time or what? It's going to complete at 1 second left. 2 villagers, and of course the Zom will be shooing Redo away, but what a great cost that has been for AC at 15 villagers versus 23. Now with all the kills having come in, Redo also has the opportunity to get hierarchical swings, upgrading them one layer further. Whoo! Guys, you have to guard your villagers with both heroes if you're gonna do this. It's not safe to go out there alone and unarmed. You're gonna get shanked. That's exactly what we've seen. Rough stuff, buddy. Rough stuff. The Canopy Jar from Steady is something that could be easily picked up here by AC. He should do it. Later on, you are interested in infantry anyhow, so highly recommend. I'm not sure you've seen that one yet, but soon you gotta think about walling. And the problem is when you're down 10 villagers, your economy is kind of in the toilet, and you can't afford the walls. You could afford the walls, technically. He's shifted over to some other stuff. Armory and market are coming in, both. You know, for now, these spearman raids aren't going to do anything. The sentinels are just Giga Chads, and they'll be holding the location, but I'm worried about the economy. Especially when it's combined with something like prosperity, which is going to propel the income of our Egyptian player significantly. There's currently a 20 population difference, and Nephthys is getting researched. I don't think an Ancestors Eclipse will be happening anytime soon, because that costs 90 favor. You would at least, at minimum, need a third monument. That's probably not going to happen. It's just going to be a naked Ancestors, but Restoration also was used, so, you know, it's a good trade. It is a good trade. It's time for the chickens. And you know, AC is doing an admirable job of focusing so much on the food, while the gold income is getting handled actually by Walls of Erebus, the upgrade from earlier. But can you actually get to 800 food in time? Because to beat Ancestors, you're gonna need your 3 heroes. All 3 of them, I mean. And towers had to be upgraded as well, and they're cheaper and retold, but they're also kind of worse. And they have a high chance of missing. Both Sphinxes get away, it looks like. Oh wait, don't send them back to the hero. Jeez. Okay, finally Achilles is out. He should be able to run one of them down. They are faster, so you have to, like, intercept nicely. And that just kind of means you have to get ahead of the curve. Our double archery range is being put down, so he's gonna fight this head on. We've got Migdor Stronghold coming down as well for Redo. He could even build a town center here at the same time. As the gold villagers have finished working, they need to get to the next gold mine here. But there's nothing stopping Redo from also getting a town center. He has enough gold. Trouble is that AC is caught up in the villager department, so what do? I think it should be aggression instead. Right? While it's possible, just get your camels going, get your siege works going, get your siege towers out. Maybe stop the spearmen for now. Wonder if this is going to be Tuxodes or Peltasts. If it's Tuxodes, I think that's going to do a little bit better here. Just because there's all the infantry, there's camels who, you know, they will resist Peltasts the same, but Tuxodes have higher base attacks. And you get ballistics for free anyway with Hades, so you might as well make use of that. Got the Nemean Lion also, which will further help against the melee units in particular. Of course, we've got the Curse Cast catching these units early on, so 4 pigs converted from the camels. That's pretty expensive stuff. And I really like this building blocking that we are seeing from AC. It won't be super easy to break through, but they should be attacking the weak building anyway. It was enough, however. Oh! I love the sound he makes. Ooh. Hey! What are you doing here, Nemean Lion? That's the wrong place to be. Oh no. Farm transition has to start soon. Wait a second. AC is looking for a mythic transition. Oh boy, that's crazy. And getting the berries out here or the pumpkins, that's nuts. Ancestors is gonna be used on the fortress builders. I think he will be able to deny this. Oh my god, the lost ships getting added in as well. Oh no, 18 seconds left on this fortress. Cancel it before you lose the entire value of the thing. Oh no. AC. He barely got a refund. Oh my god. And now he's having to slap it down over there. Once again, completely unprotected. No units are around. And the Sphinxes are getting on top of the villagers. Only a 10 villager difference. But the camels are now on top also. And the villagers are getting cut down left and right. This is devastating. Why did he have to put it in such an obvious location? Why were there no more hoplites around? This is very, very risky to go for a mythic age so soon. And Redo is punishing it so freaking hard right now. The villager count is once again equal, but this time around Redo has a second town center himself. So he can do this all day. In fact, he's gotten ahead in villagers. Oh my goodness. He's killed so many already. The sentinels are gonna get the business as well, as the siege towers are showing them who's boss. And sure, maybe you're not gonna destroy the fortress very easily. But Mythic Age has been more or less delayed for now. AC could queue it up technically. He just needs a little bit more gold. And we should be seeing it. Oh, he's spending his resources, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure he's going Mythic anymore. But he's kind of doing no spending and a little spending, but it's too much spending to go Mythic. Either way, ISIS does have protective monuments, so you can't easily earthquake a base like this, especially if the monument gets empowered. I would love to see the 4th monument here. For Redo, by the way, that would be very, very nice, for sure. Yeah, the firepower of the buildings is going to push this away for now. We also got Chiron out, so that's going to help a lot against Sphinxes and Scorpion Men, if there's any more. But I think Redo is just very happy with the damage he's done and the buildings he's gotten up in the background. Meanwhile, every resource has been spent for AC. If he's only done this earlier, it would actually have paid off. But like this, I'm not so confident about it. The priest could heal up all this stuff over time. So I think it's not in Redo's interest right now to fight. Especially with that nearly dead siege tower. Yeah, just add in the X-Men. Build a bigger army, get some chariots out. Maybe go Mythic for the Son of Osiris. That would be a really good place for sure. It would be the meta place. Get it? Ho, 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 ho. Alright, Sphinx now going after the villagers. Once again, a really good job by Redo. He's up 50 population right now. And getting behind this. Upgrades like Sacred Cats for even faster food gathering. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fantastic. Doesn't have much food sources left, by the way. Like, there's this hunting group and then this rhino. But after that, it's time for farming. I think the 3rd TC would be in order as well for Redo. Maybe an extra priest of 5 wouldn't hurt. The heavy hoplites now trying to get an attack down here, but they're going to end up getting hit by the Sphinxes. And finally, we've got the Axemen in front as well to help absorb the hoplites a little bit and do some damage back to them. But they're pretty low in number and very low in health, so the hoplite's fighting back right now. He's actually pretty solid. Having to rely a lot on the Migdal Stronghold fire right now. And maybe AC has found a crack in Redo's armor right now. What he's doing seems to be pretty decent. You can't be serious, he's turning this game around. And now I'm sure that we're gonna see the Osiris or Tot click up. Yeah, it's gonna be Tot for Redo. Now that's gonna destroy an entire base, and potentially a ton of villagers are gonna be killed as well. And then he just gets Valley of the Kings and prints out elephants like there's no tomorrow. In addition to chariots and axemen. So that should be rather strong. And as the hoplites have been killed finally, AC no longer has this super powerful army to rely on. Has to rebuild them once again off of the very little resources he has. It's really not that much. I really like to see Redo gathering so much wood, because he's gonna need it for chariot spam. And one more thing he needs is the third TC. Both players do need that, quite urgently so. Back to peaceful coexistence. But at some point that's going to turn around. Some point being when Tot hits. We've got irrigation coming in. Quarry as well. Heavy axemen. Now, you know, I like the units coming out of AC. That would have been great earlier as well. For the previous fight, a bunch of Hippospis to deal with the axemen would have been great. But I think it might be a little too late now for that. Especially once the elephants start coming out. Only one Migdal Stronghold still though for Redo. Oh, look at that. We've got several lions getting made. That's nice. AC does happen to have a bit of gold. How much longer this gold mine and that gold mine? Okay, that's gonna last a long amount of time. And there's this. Okay, Meteor should be ready to go momentarily. And it is going to be used on the town center, blasting right into the villagers and the wood line. I'm sure the town center should fall here. Just one more meteor is needed for that. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's not going to go down. That's crazy. Barely any villagers have died. I will actually say that if somehow AC can turtle a little longer, he will be able to hold on. Thanks to Hades' late game, but you know, the Isis one with Tot is not a slouch either. Artemis is gonna be queued up after the next villager. And we're gonna have several phoenixes. As long as there's heroes around, they're not gonna be an issue whatsoever. But repairing this town center is imperative. And how is there no hero coming out right now? That's a very big problem for sure. As both the fortress and the TC just require a sneeze to go down. Oh wait, the scores are on the wrong side? Oh guys, I'm so sorry. Okay, I think we just have to swap the players around and roll with that. My goodness, I'm sorry. Redo on the right, swap them around here. Yeah, now everything should be correct. I hope. The town center is now under attack. Not sure how long the villagers can make it, guys. The Phoenix is right on top, but it's attacking the hero for whatever reason, not the villagers. There is a Phoenix egg, but it wasn't in time at all, and Redo is going to be taking that game right now. Yeah, the initial losses of those villagers were just a little bit too much, and you know, AC certainly tried to come back there and made a good effort of it, but when you are getting outgathered in terms of resources by several thousand, it will show up on the map, and in terms of the unit kills as well. But if that hadn't been the case, if he just protects those villagers early on and has restoration around and the two heroes, you don't need to be that greedy with that town center grab. You can make that hero first. Achilles, that is. And Rita just really nicely identified what's going on and punished it. That was great. Okay, I've got the updated system now from Wolf Studios to be able to swap the players around. So next game, everything should be in the correct spot. Yeah, Keen Redo is on 1 point. That's right. So 1 point, not 2-0, 1-1. And this is where we are at with the draft. So Blue Lagoon just completed, giving the win to Redo. Boom. This is where we're at right now. Yep, there it is. This is now accurate. Apolitos, Yodesla should not be asking me, but rather he should be asking in the Wolf Studios chat. So Urosh can join him and help him out there. And now we're waiting for information from the players to get the next setup going. I think they're already picking a god and potentially are also playing already. So let me just see what the gods are going to be and then find out the map. Okay, next one's going to be an Odin versus Loki, with AC being the Loki. Let me see if I can find the lobby. Not quite. Not quite. Very difficult to find the lobbies, I think. And there's so many of them that show up, even when you just restrict to 2 players. Well, that's a good thing, there's a lot of players. But what I greatly wish for is that the filters worked better. Either way, I found it. And I'm not gonna know the map until we start. Is that how it's gonna be? Okay, 1 second. recheck this. Elysium is gonna be next. Okay, there we go. Now we have all the information for the next set as well. Could they send the lobby link to MetaPlay's Discord? They do, but it doesn't work for spectators to join through, unfortunately. I'd love to join through that, but I can't. But I found the lobby. And I'm waiting now for the spectator delay to go through. Now, Odin versus Loki should be pretty interesting and action-packed. We've discussed this a lot yesterday. Odin raids, Loki builds up and hopes to get overwhelming advantage in a single fight. And then get the power spikes from the spawns and whatnot. And I think it's time for you guys to go to Elysium. Here's the map intro. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We have got in the blue color AC playing as Loki, and on the other side as the red Odin, this is a redo. Now, I think we have a problem where you might get confused by the orientation of the map, so let me swap them around and also swap my score around, and then everything will align with their in-map positions. So that should be helpful for everyone trying to follow this. All right, here's the flip. Everything good? Maybe not. No, I need to flip again. Hold up, the players were incorrectly labeled there. Maybe like this, I don't know. Yes, the colors are wrong, but I don't care. I don't care. Everyone's on the matching side now. Okay, so Odin versus Loki. This is all about raiding for the Odin, getting the pickoffs against Loki, preventing the Loki from hunting, and keeping them home on the slower food sources like berries and herdables. Whereas for Loki, your mission is to just build up your large force of Herseer and raiding a little bit with that, backing them up with a little bit of your regular army and generating a ton of favor. You can generate a ton of favor by killing animals, especially on a map like Elysium, which is full of deer. It's very easy to do, it's very quick, and you get a good little favor reward for that. And then you basically will be hoping to get your myth unit spawns, the automatic ones, from Loki in the middle of fights, big fights, and you can snowball that as you get more and more myth units. So that is the Loki game plan. For Odin, however, it's all about you know, making sure that the other guy just doesn't have enough economy and that you're winning some of the earlier fights so that the snowball never happens. If you get both of you get to the heroic age at a good reasonable time, then flaming weapons is cancelled out by frost. So that is another objective for Odin to achieve. And considering that Odin does have great hunt, and that means that you get more easily accessible huntables, as well as a faster gather rate from the Odin bonus. That's very nice for your economy overall. But Loki, being the guy that makes Herseer, will be having some excess gold. And that just makes you make more dwarves. Right? Because food is so expensive when it comes to hers here. They cost 80 food and only 40 gold. So all that discrepancy you just pump into dwarf economy. And with that, you can do a very sudden age jump at a later point in time because you're not spending food on villagers. It's great for the heroic age and to prevent Frost from bullying your flaming weapons, really. Alright, we've got Freya, of course, as the redo classical age pick, and Forseti for AC, so nothing surprising here. That's always how it goes. As for relics, we got the Bridle of Pegasus getting picked up already. Spy getting used on the Berserk, so that will be providing some line of sight. We've got the Anvil of Hephaestus for cheaper armory. Text 50% reduction. It's huge, actually. Text of Inhotep for another build time reduction. That will be very nice for Loki, who already has some. So six stacking that would add up to a lot. Thundercloud Shawl for Hero Pierce, for Hero and Human Pierce armor. Doesn't play that much of a role in the Norse Mirror matchup, unless you're looking to defend against Godi or against like Building Fire. It's not a huge factor, especially because you don't get guard towers. The hill forts aren't shooting that hard, so prioritize your melee armor for sure. Doesn't mean you shouldn't pick up the relic though. It's a good idea. Pegasus is doing a lot of work, and they'll be able to keep tabs on especially gold miners, especially in the classical age, whereas in heroic the Godi can push them away, yes, but you know, in classical there's really not much you can do about the Pegasus. There's throwing axemen. It's like killing someone with a spoon. Takes some time. There's a whole movie about this. Right, the raiding cavalry are not moving out just yet by themselves. It's going to be a group attack. And potentially this is to just cut off the food sources early on. The Raven is, well, we have Pegasus at home for Odin, right? That's the idea, at least. And of course, the Valkyrie can find this very easily. Shoo away the villagers a little bit. Maybe bait this army into the forest and use a forest fire there. That would be actually pretty good. It's the right time now, so I'd love to see it. Oh, it's too early. The Healing Spring is gonna mostly counter it anyway. Wait. He's pushing the villagers in. Oh my god! Oh my god, this is the best forest fire I've seen in a million years. And he can get the rest. Holy shit! All those villagers are gonna go down, aren't they? That forest fire was amazing. But this never happens. What did AC do? Oh no. Really just needs to run from this. It's fine. You've done your damage, my man. You can run. You don't need to be here. That was great. Oh my god. Wow. I have no idea what just happened with those villagers. They donated their lives. Reedy's gonna be happy with this. Getting some throwing axe and pickoffs as further rewards, and I think the troll is gonna go down, guys. This is sick. Holy moly. Can AC even hold on in this direct fight? I think not, maybe. Alright, I guess he's doing okay. But the Valkyrie survives. Fighting heroes, which is... she's just a Giga Trixie. That's a fact. Throwing Axum versus Throwing Axum will be victorious. Well, that's a quick one. Redo just closes out the game by winning the next fight as well. Should have just hugged that Healing Spring and hoped for the best, because Forest Fire was not going to reach the Healing Spring. And meanwhile, with the healing, I think the units would have won the fight. So AC just hugely misplaying this and resulting in an 8 kill differential. It's too much, especially with being 4 villagers down and not having Hunt income as a Loki is not acceptable. On to the next one. Is it Army Corps or AC the Great? It is AC the Great. And the next match is going to be Kronos versus Set situation. So that's coming right up, guys. Give me a moment. I'm setting it up. See if I can find the lobby to know what the map is. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait this out until it appears. It probably already started, so... Oh, there it is, there it is. It's gonna be Marsh, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the map. That's gonna be game 4 already. Very nice. This is the drafting process thus far. Might be a 5th map if AC wins this one. It's already on. Let's try to get in there. Gonna be 1 minute 50 seconds for the delay. Guys, I'm gonna super quickly have a bathroom break in the meantime. I've been needing it for a while, so I'll be stepping away for 1 moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Marsh. This is gonna be our game number 4 in the series between AC and Redo. In the blue color, playing a Set. That is AC. And on the other side, playing as Kronos, we've got the red Redo. Red O. Should be an interesting matchup. Deconstruct shouldn't be too threatening in the early game, but, you know, when it comes to the heroic age and holding it that long, you can get rid of the first Migdal Stronghold, which is a very big play in a moment where ideally a Set player would secure some map control. But we've got some very safe gold mines here, right in front of a town center, very vulnerable as well. And of course, let's not forget about the converting some boars is going to be a very potent play. You can now shut down oracles that are all around the map. So that oracle will have to skedaddle, and I think Redo knows it. The boar will, however, see it, but it's not quite in range to aggro. Oh, that is unfortunate, because if you can shut down the oracle favor income with this, that is a huge play. Even the monkey over here can get a little bit of damage done. The oracles themselves can't really fight back. Did Redo just stop gathering resources? Oh my god. Already a 3-minute advance. There we go. Oh my god, this is gonna put on some heavy pressure on our set player. And if the advance isn't 4 minutes here for AC, then he's gonna be in a world of hurt. Already made a monument early on. You do need that, so that should provide an extra budget or something like that. We've got the tempo time shift. Oh, this, man, Set's job in this matchup is to shut down the oracles with boars or force the early conversion. This is exactly what I'm talking about, because right now the favor that's produced by this oracle is extremely low, which will further reduce the potential ability to make Prometheans. And this one as well. So actually AC is finally doing it. This third one, however, got away somehow, some way, and is generating a large amount of favor here. Also, the other one making its way home, of course, has been rather potent. Valor will fully heal the Oracle and turn it into a hero, so it's now safe against the animals. And we'll be able to pick up some relics, such as a Chariot of Cybele, which... Why are you going home, sir? Oh, the temple is being shifted back. Okay, this was only just to spawn the Prometheans right on top of the enemy base, but the Pharaoh will be dealing some significant damage to this anyhow. So, you know, it's not much of a muchness to talk about. We've got the deconstruct on the temple, but as soon as the temple is rebuilt, the animals as well as the Mythian Vadget will be popping out, because that is no longer a thing. It's just held in treasury in the meantime. In the original game, you would lose access to the Mythian if you didn't remake the temple in time, though. But in Retold, anytime you make it, it's fine. You don't have to have it ready for the advance. That also applies to the dock. So when you're like a Mythic Age on a map like this, and you've never made a dock before, well, you're gonna get both your Heroic Age and Mythic Age water Myth unit. So that is something to really keep in mind, guys, when you're fighting for late game map control. Alright, well, as I said, everybody's here. The whole zoo. And the continues. Where's the priest? Oh, here. More boars. Villagers don't need to get out there and concern themselves with this. I'm not really sure, guys, that Redo has gotten enough out of this. Sure, he's time shifting the manors now in order to help himself build a settlement a little bit faster. But unfortunately, the villagers are idle, so he needs to retest those as soon as possible. The Chariot of Cybele has been picked up. That's giving him the Golden Lions, which will help against the boar onslaught. And also, this is a really good board to actually get a kill on with the villagers, so I would highly recommend it. Then you can gather the food from it. Again, a Retold special. In the old game, if you kill them, they would just be disappearing, but in Retold, if those set animals die in your base, you're gonna be able to eat them. It's great. Alright, a lot of villagers are being turned into heroes, which is making me think that Redo is interested in getting the Theft of Fire tech, which will increase their gather rates and build speeds by 20%. What a good technology it is. And there it is. Coming in. 20 favor, it's a high cost, you know, which is why you use Valor on the villagers rather than manually converting them. That would be breaking the bank for sure. But right now the problem is that there's no resources here for Redo whatsoever. And he's got, sorry, no resources? No units for resource... What? No resources for units. Yes, finally it came out. Where's the army? There's no army. Prometheans are doing their absolute best. Bless them. They were free. And the lions are back. Okay, that's super helpful right now. The oracles are getting beaten up a little bit. That's the favor generation of our Kronos player. But the towers have been researched and will be shooing away this group, leaving some animals for Redo to hunt as we previously discussed. The priest should be able to heal up the army, however, so this isn't really too bad in any way. And guys, I think I've got my scores flipped the wrong way around once again. Please tell me if I mess up. This is too easy to mess up. Right, I think that should be good now. Finally, the stars align. Town center grab up front for AC. Set player securing in the middle of the map is nothing too unusual, especially after such an early game. And catching up with the second town center of our Atlantean player is also pretty important. Right now, for the moment, Set is ahead in pop, but a lot of this is animals, including converted ones. Did I check the other relics? I think not, right? We got the Osterberg wagon that's giving caravans a little bit of a cost reduction as well as extra speed. Very valuable relic for the late game, but definitely not coming into play for a long time here. Tusk of the Iron Boar for cavalry hit points is both players would appreciate that, I'm sure. And then we've got the Arrows of the Alpha for some building damage. Is that it? I think it is. Yeah, the Chariot of Cybele was picked up. Oh, there's more. Grugnir Odin Spear, which was gonna make Spearman better. More damage. Give Fire of Apollo for villager movement speed. Able to escape some certain raiding units, more or less. Certainly the relic coming in clutch here for the Spearman. Might be able to get a villager pick off if they're really good about the positioning. I think they might be, but doesn't want to sacrifice the unit. And of course Valor was available to save the villager if things are gonna get hairy. I'm pretty sure the animals or the priest says mama when it's done, right? That's what it says. Sounds like mama to me. Let's listen in. Sekhmet's coming in the background, by the way. Ah, I was talking over it, sorry. That should happen soon. Anytime now. Anytime now. Come on. It says mama, for sure. Alright, we've established this. Hand axe and copper weapons are also some cheap, easy techs to grab. Hyperion is coming in for our Kronos. Which will give access to Chaos, of course. So any Slinger-based armies better watch out because they'll be killing themselves off. As the Godpire is forcing them to fight each other. Dealing massive bonus damage to each other as their counter units. Now, many counter barracks have been made already, but it's the military barracks you're really gonna need for the heroic age. And under this many manors, they're gonna get built super fast as well. So really could wait until the last possible moment. And once he is in the next stage, he can just get the cavalry upgrades and just pump out the Contarius, and potentially a few Arcus actually wouldn't hurt. It would help against all these animals to pick them off. And I'm not sure whether the right move for AC is to eat these animals or whether to use them in combat. I would lean towards using them in combat right this moment, but the longer the game goes on, the less value you get from that, especially from giraffes who are very low HP and still provide a good amount of food. You don't want to donate that because you basically reduce the amount of need for farming. Redo currently is certainly having to consider farming, but if you take these set animals to him, he gets huntables in his base. You probably don't want that. So I would actually lean now towards AC keeping them for himself and eating them under the town center like he's done with the giraffes. The Citadel up front. Also a pretty good choice. Will be difficult to take that thing down. And it will make the villagers faster. Very helpful. We also got the Monument to Priests, which is gonna work on these barracks as well as the Migdol Stronghold to make the units within cheaper. And as predicted, we are gonna have a ton of Contarius and a bunch of Arcus. I would like to see a little more Arcus for now. But you know, with all these animals around, the Contarius will be bonking them pretty hard and they'll disappear. Heavy archers are coming in, and we've got a bunch of Arcus hero conversions, and further Arcus are getting made as well. More Contarius. The pump is real and serious. We've got a 4th Satyr already, and they are upgraded with Gemino, which is giving him some extra damage on those spear throws. It's not my favorite use of Chaos, but I mean, the animals did kill each other off. The heroes were gonna do it anyhow, however, and that's a really good use actually of deconstruction. Getting rid of the Migdol, I've spoken about this earlier. A new one needs to be now made. The villagers are not getting resources, units are not being made, and Redo is getting quite a bit of work done in the meantime. So this is pretty sick as far as the push is going. I'm definitely giving the advantage to Redo, considering that there's just no units out for AC, but fighting under the Citadel and the Migdol Stronghold is still a little bit asking for too much at this point. The DPS from the Migdol Stronghold is 52.8. You don't want to sit under that. Almost nothing does as much DPS. So when you empower with the Pharaoh, the attack speed basically gets increased. So the rate of fire gets reduced. A lower rate of fire means that you do more shots per second, however. So for defensive purposes, empowering Migdol Stronghold for a Pharaoh is a really good idea. It's even better if you're Ra and you can just do the monument empowering. And then multiple buildings get impacted by that. Like 2 strongholds, the Citadel Center. It's a really powerful little tool. Now you can even put a lighthouse at the edge of the range and see the observable universe. It's a lot of chariots for someone that's fighting against Contarius. I don't like it. These villagers are gonna get caught as well. Redo's doing a really good job of this. And yeah, the villagers are in for a rough one with this. Ay, ay, ay. I think all of them might go down, depending on how well Redo micros this. He's splitting off some Contarius to chase, but these guys are slippery. They're getting away. Not too bad though anyway. In terms of civilian population, he is now ahead, but he's going up against someone that's reaching Mythic through Horus. So Redo himself would need to soon start saving up. And, you know, actually get to Mythic through Atlas, supposedly. That means Implode will be his god power. A lot more food gathering will be required. There's all the boars and buffaloes. You don't need that much wood at this point in time. But hey, looks like finally AC has built an army that can take this on. With the multiple Migdols, with the additional spearmen getting added in, this is actually looking pretty good, I will say. I like AC's chances, ladies and gentlemen. I think he might be able to push this away, and especially with the Mythic Age transition happening at the same time, I really like his chances, because Tornado will be able to destroy this entire army and the TC at the same time. That's exactly how he's going to cast it. Redo is not looking, he's not splitting away, but he gets lucky. The Tornado ends up targeting the town center, and I'm pretty sure it could take it down as well. It's looking like a really wet tornado right now. Slicing up the villagers. Also, the TC will be surviving at 100 health. Click it. Click it, sneeze at it, it will go down in a moment. That's it. And now AC has the opportunity to just pull some villagers forward and grab the town center for himself, getting to a ridiculous population level and building a death ball army that can't be taken on very easily anymore. And you know, when an army gets death bally and much larger than your opponents, you're gonna get an exponential advantage. As you remove DPS from the enemy army, your enormous army will just continue doing the work and receive very little damage, thus no deaths. Thus, you are stockpiling your resources, which you can then spend on upgrades, further snowballing the game forward. So that is what I would like to see now from AC. He's got a huge population lead as is. And if he builds the remaining monuments, he can also get a second and third citadel as the game progresses. Sorry, he already did the second one. A third one is what I was trying to say. Are these not fortified citadels? Hold up. I think not. Four town centers. We're starting to get to the point where AC is rich enough in terms of the economy to just absorb and implode, really? I think that could happen, but you know, one problem with being full population is that you're not making villagers at a time. So what you see a lot of top players do is actually they cut military on purpose and stop making more when they're near full pop to make sure that those last few villagers can come out. Like you can still make 20 villagers for AC and then caravans after that. So you know, allowing for that is actually a very important little skill in macro management. Something we don't talk about enough as casters. And Redo certainly has done that. He left himself some population space to max out in army. But now, can he deal with the death ball? Is what he has on the field enough? Is his production going to be enough? We're about to find out. Atlas is coming in. Just a few seconds out. He's finishing up bronze shields. Ditto. Now, those elephants are at the gate. Can he actually hold on? A lot of the units are idle. But he is printing out the catapulties, which will be a great tool to use against this. I think the Contarius need to get on top of the chariots rather than trying to fight the elephants, where they do no bonus damage. You are basically getting rid of 50% bonus damage. That's a large nerf to Contarius. This is not their role, and you can see the man struggle. But I think Implode is going to be cast right on top of these chariots and priests. All of them will get sucked in and die. And then we'll really see who's boss between these two. As the army was dying, however, you can notice that some villagers were made. Either way, there is the Implode, and you cannot escape the event horizon, as it turns out. It's going boom. Almost everything has perished, ladies and gentlemen. Just a handful of chariots made it out, and the Argus are making sure to pick them off. We also got the double Argus coming out, which will be doing a little bit of an acid splash here and there. The Contarians are looking for some further information, see if there's a trade route, see if there's anything that could be harassed. The market isn't in the corner, which is triggering my inner OCD. And at the moment, only 39 gold per trip is certainly not great. You should improve that by making a market up here and trading to down here. That would be ideal. It's also very vulnerable looking to me. But now, the question is, does AC have enough resources to replenish the army and hold this tide back? We'll see. Oh, we've got the dock. I was talking about this at the beginning of the match. And this is actually something that's quite important to get those myth units out, but there's nothing for them to attack. So, because they're melee, that's pretty unfortunate. Whereas for the Atlanteans, if you make your own, which Redo is now doing, you're gonna get your jellyfish. And you know, big stupid jellyfish is OP, so highly recommend that. The blobheads are gonna not do anything because AC resigns. He can't hold back the tide. He was on 4 town centers, but he resigned anyway. I don't understand. What? Wait, why didn't you just make units into the buildings? You don't have to garrison them out. You can hide them in the buildings. The chariots can go into the Migdol stronghold, and then you can just make further units into directly the buildings. Redo is full pop. You can more or less catch up here. Oh no. Why? Why is he resigned? I don't understand. There's even a pharaoh to deal with the Argus. It's too early. No. No, this game could have continued, AC. Oh, this is inexperience, I think, with that situation. Sure, Redo had an overwhelming army, but this was manageable. He's up 4 towns. He can lose a town center and it's fine. I think the score must have misled him. Oh, wow. Redo, however, does go to the semifinals. He certainly deserves it. He's done an amazing job throughout this entire series, but I do think we deserved a game 5. That's really my point. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a closer game than it looked, certainly. I do think so. Am I sure he resigned? Yes, because he's not complaining anywhere. I'm looking at the Discord and there's nothing said or anything like that. Redo posted the results. And that's that. Guys, I think we have somebody. I think we have a person. This is gonna be great. Let me meet the man. I'm gonna meet. Hello there. We've got a Boyd. It's crazy. We've got a Boyd.
Do we have a Boyd? Do we have a Nakamura? Is it working?
Is it working?
Hello there.
Yes.
I mean, we're moving.
We're moving in together. What?
I don't even know what's happening.
We're doing it. We're moving in together. It's confirmed. Wait. Can I turn on that shared chat thing? I think I can.
We got a little bit. Oh, exciting. Okay, let's.
It's enabled.
Okay. Oh my god.
We're all together
I
now.
don't even know what that means, but it's a thing. That's what it is.
We've moved in together.
Well, let's talk about it, Nakamura. We've just seen 2 insanely close games. I watched Recon versus Matrius. You watched AC versus Redo. What did you see? What was happening? What are we going to be looking forward to?
Oh wow. The AC versus Redo was actually surprisingly close, man. Like they were beating each other up there, and I do think we actually deserved a game 5 out of that. That was so close to the very, very end, but I think AC got a little flustered towards the end there. There was a huge army advantage for Redo. However, AC still had like 4 TCs. So I think there was an opportunity there to hide your units in the buildings, max out, and strike back. Redo wasn't completely victorious, but there we go. We do have ourselves a semi-finalist in Redo. What happened on your side, Boyd?
Well, what happened on my side was I had my microphone muted when I was asking that question of yours. So I mean, gladly you sorted it really nicely, so it's all good. But in the actual game, it was unsurprisingly a dominating start for Recon. He's got the experience up the wazoo. He's got all of that stuff going. That's just insanely. You know, he's always going to perform really well in these sorts of situations. On the other side, Matrius, when he got going, it was looking great for him. He has in the third game, he picked Set, and he got recently we've been seeing a pretty disgusting Chronos Rush kind of emerge where you go through Lido. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I think I'm having a lot of lag on my I don't know what's happening for you guys.
Lag on your camera?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm starting to see it a little bit. The chat said they were getting blinded, so.
That's right. There's just so much boldness here.
Right.
It looks fine in this window, but for some reason, something weird.
I'll join in like 20 years. That's the plan. As he's just looking at the family history, I have to, so.
Yeah. You might have to go into a different way to do this. Oh, no, it's coming and going. I don't understand. It's fine. We'll just deal with it. So, Yeah, we saw a completely sort of off meta type of game 3 where Matrius went Anubis and and Recon went through Leto. So it
Wow,
was a little bit off meta at the start,
Leto.
and it actually looks so strong.
I've seen some Leto yesterday, so I think there might be a thing here where you really just, Atlanteans, you get a lot of favor at the beginning because you already start with the oracles. If you do a good job of protecting them, you're talking about this all the time, but that's a lot of favor, man. Like, they're almost Greek villagers, and to spend that on Spiderinos and getting some unit kills as you draw the enemy into your spider layers, I think that is something that has high potential.
Yeah, the spider layers are always a insanely strong thing if you can get the value out. Like, I mean, if you compare them to, say, Curse, which might kill, I don't know, like 5-6 units.
Yeah.
And you kill, on the other side, Spider Lair, that can kill like up to 15 units if you can set it up correctly.
Yes, and over time for the same favor cost. I mean, what does it cost to recast a curse? Actually, isn't it like 125 favor?
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Yeah, but compared to that, you got Spider Layer for like peanuts, and yeah, it's a good investment to actually do that over and over. The first cast of curse is really good though.
Yeah. All right, I'm trying to fix up some volumes here and all the good stuff. It's all good. Okay, so moving to the next game, we're gonna have, well, Recon now. Both these players off the back of a 3-1 victory in the first round. Recon,
yes, sir,
will be playing against Redo, and I mean, talking about the history of these two players, there's nothing between them. They haven't. I don't think they've met in a tournament before. I don't believe they have, and
don't think so.
I mean, Redo, in terms of his actual like tournament success, in Legacy he came second, I believe, in the first Champions League tournament. I don't know if he participated in many after that, but he's a insanely strong player. As we're going to be getting into a draft Rooney here very, very shortly with the maps coming in. But yeah, Recon on the other hand, not much. I mean, he had some success in Legacy, but he really didn't play a whole lot after like a certain period. It was kind of in the like archaic age, so to speak, the dark ages of Age of Mythology, where there wasn't a whole lot of, there was stuff going on, don't get me wrong, but there wasn't a whole lot of events being thrown. So he comes in and he's been having all this experience in Age 4, just building up all of that level.
Yes.
And obviously he's been able to transition back into Mythology very, very easily.
Well, he already took his fundamentals to something like Age of Empires Online. So that's where he really grew as a player, playing with several very high-level guys, including the Mista, by the way, who also, they've been together forever since then, really. And also,
couple.
Yeah. I mean, we've moved in, so it's nothing compared to that. But we've got the situation of Recon after that, once Age of Empires Online died down a bit, moving on to StarCraft 2, and then back to Age of Empires 4, as you're saying. He was already a really strong StarCraft player, but not esportsy. He was just playing for his own satisfaction, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that's what RTS is about, right? Like, this game is just a really fun game. It's just, and all of the Age of Empires games, they've just got that, they've got that thing that it doesn't seem like other RTS games can get down. Not to talk down to any of those, but you got the macro side, you've got the economy, you've got the military side, you've got the strategic side, you've got the building side, all of this like base building elements that are just so important, and so they build this thing up in such, without the pun there, but in such a fun way. And you can see this even up until the very most competitive games.
Yes, AOM is actually the greatest mush of all the things done in RTSs.
Sure.
You just got a little bit of everything in here, except I want to say hero RPG management. You don't have that, but you have everything else.
True. Well, Naka, we are going to be getting into the map draft right now. The players have already started to ban. We've seen.
As far as picks go, well, we're gonna start on Giza. They went through this really quickly. I guess Midgard is just something that people don't like because of the fish being a little bit orangey. They don't want to get map screwed, essentially. Mount Olympus is something that people don't know that well, but the other maps were featured in the other tournaments, except for Land Unknown, of course. That is a little bit of a wild card. We might get to see it in the series. It's a best of 5, so there's a chance. There's no guarantees. That's right. Well, the hero pick, the god pick has started. Meanwhile, we've got a 4 and a Gaia band, both very meta gods. So absolutely to nobody's surprise here, we are getting those. Ra and Isis and Set have all been picked, so Egypt is check. We're seeing a lot of that. Are you seeing a lot of that? Really? Huh. Oh, that's a Matthew special though, right? I mean, he's always been the Greek boy. I mean, he's Italian himself, but hey, they're close enough. That's right. And guys, as you can see, pretty much everything gets some amount of attention in this format. So that's why we did go for this one. It basically makes it so that the players have to essentially be able to play every god in the game. Except the one you choose to ban. What was the initial map again? Giza. That would mean that I will have the first god matchup, for the first map matchup ready to go. So much clicking involved on our back end. Urosh is offering to update the god screen. I've already done a lot of it. So if we swap over, this is where I am so far. So I've got all the gods featured. I know Giza, but the players are still picking their initial gods. So that should be coming up in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, well, if we talk about it while we wait for them to get that, the things up. So we got Giza as the first map. This one does have some nice 2 town center potential. It's also got some aggressive gameplay available with sort of gods kind of all over, or gold mines kind of all over the place. But I mean, what would you expect to pick here? What would you go for in your own personal preference?
Okay, I'm not gonna look at it just yet. But if I'm Recon on Giza, I think I would hope that it's open. And because it's not a huge map, I would like something like ISIS, because that should lead to a very powerful heroic push. And you'd be able to handle something like Ra quite well with your Ancestors Eclipse. If you're Redo, I think it's gonna have to be potentially set, because you can sort of match that aggression with the slinger plays, with the cheap units, with your Vegets. I think that should work out. So an Isis versus set is what I'd expect, but I wouldn't be surprised by an Odin either.
Yeah, I always look at this and go, okay, so what does my opponent have? Can I pick a god that gets in and has no real weakness, so to speak?
Do you think that's one of those?
Looking at this draft going, you might be right. Isis doesn't seem like she's got any problems versus any of the gods that Redo has.
Well, we're about to find out as they're
got,
doing.
Kronos versus Ra. There you go.
We've got Kronos versus Ra indeed. That's right. And that should mean that the guys are probably hosting up. Which means that we'll find a lobby in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got myself a code here. Let me just pop that in for you. It's not starting just yet though. So, what do we have? Did this work? Update. So, Kronos versus Ra. I mean, I've already seen Recon going for this already. So he's actually pretty competent in the early game rush with that Kronos. Like fast advance, soup style fast advance. And he likes to go bleater, right? So he likes to do that. You can catch a player being very, very greedy, going for a much later advance time.
Sorry, with which god?
Kronos.
Oh.
So if you go Kronos, you go for fast advance, you can get you can catch your opponent very much out of position.
Yeah, you just time shift forward, right? And you get your initial Prometheans on their villagers, and you follow up with putting your temple back where it belongs, and then potentially getting a town center behind that, empowered by your manors. I think that's a pretty high potential play, and Redo actually has done exactly this in the last game against AC, so he's clearly practiced it. He should be able to pull it off here as well.
Apparently there's some sort of robot Boit here thing going on, so I'm going to leave and then come back.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to leave and come back. How's that?
Hopefully it's good. Both our volumes do appear to be low for whatever reason. Like on your side it's me, on my side it's you. So I just increased you to like 180%.
Yeah, I'll just put you up to 100%. Or
yep.
Or 300, whatever it is, the max. See how that goes. Better. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're trying, guys, but the technology is not there yet.
All right, so they've actually kicked the game off, so we can actually start getting through. All right. So we got about 1 minute and 50 seconds before we're in. Fantastic.
Yep, it's shown up for me as well. This is nice with the spectator delay. I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, you get to jump in, and we should be basically both in at the same time, is my guess.
Yeah. So like at 20 seconds, we can start the map intro, I think, and then we'll be all synced up, hopefully at the start. This is our first time doing it together, guys, so we're figuring it out as we go.
That's right. But I mean, Cronus versus Ra. If we can finally get a little bit more analysis before we jump in. The one thing to be worried about as the Kronos player is just how to deal with that Son of Osiris kind of death ball if it ends up coming through. So he's got to be thinking, I mean, do you try and get an implode in prep if things go badly and you don't get that early win, or what? So it's really going to be up to Recon to make something happen here, wouldn't you say?
Agree for sure. Like if Ra does get there, and especially if there's been multiple citadels for that maximum population army, it's just terrifying and it snowballs so hard. It's exponentially harder to beat a larger army, as you guys all have figured out many times yourselves, probably.
Yeah. Anyways, I reckon we're going to be looking to kick this game off, Naka. Let's do a quick 3, 2, 1 and change. Welcome back. I'm joined here with Nakamura RTS, spawning in the right side of the map in the blue color, playing as Kronos. His name is Recon.
Spam this raccoon to help Recon. I want to see it in the chat. On the other side, this is Keen Red O. No, he's red, but he's called Redo. That's right. Playing as Ra.
Yes, we're currently now sitting in the semi-finals of the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1. You win this one, you go on to the finals. You lose this one, you go into the third, fourth place match. While we're kicking this one off, Nakamura, why don't you just let us know a little bit about how important it is in terms of your ability or chances to get into that main event? If you win this game, lose this game, what does that mean?
Sure. Well, you'll need to win the entire series to make a difference, so it doesn't matter whether it's 3-2 or 3-0 or whatever. But basically, every time you win a series, you gain points for that. The further you go in the tournament, the more points you have, and all 3 qualifiers will contribute to your final result. You just literally add them up. Then we take essentially a leaderboard of that, and the top 16 get invited to the main event. There are 3 qualifiers, so plenty of opportunities for everyone. And the winner of each qualifier will be taking home like $500, so that's a pretty good start in itself, but will not be able to play the other qualifiers, so everybody gets a little bit of rewards with this. I think that this is probably one of the more interesting formats we've done in terms of spreading out the prize pool to the highly talented players. Everybody gets their dues.
Yes, indeed. Well, Nakamura, we're seeing it. We've already seen it come through once today on my end, but we're seeing it again, and it's going to be a very fast advance and a very aggressive Recon, but this time he's going through Prometheus.
Yes, I mean, it's karma. Redo has done this to AC. Now he's gonna suffer. It is definitely something that you can hold easily enough, right? Like you're supposed to be familiar with what's going on here if you're Redo.
Yeah, if you've done it right, that means you know how to beat it. Or it could be the case that it's just always going to be guaranteed damage, and then that just causes like an equality at the end of the day.
Or maybe Redo has never lost to it, so or lost with it, which means he would not know how to beat it.
could be the case. Could be the case.
It's probably not the case.
He's already got the houses coming up. He's going through Bast. This will be a dead house, so the Prometheans are going to get some immediate value cooking up here already, as the villagers will have to start departing from this gold mine.
And this is damage. Nothing's dying, but villagers not gathering is damage, is something we always like to point out as casters. Guys, losing all these houses is also time that the villagers spent building them. And by the way, the unfinished buildings do take a significant amount of extra damage, so very easy to punch through those. These Prometheans are going to work.
Yeah, and funnily enough, right now, we're seeing Recon say, all right, that's enough damage. I'll see you later. I'm going back home. He's got himself a house already set up over on the top town center here. So he wants to go for a far second town center, which basically will just give Redo any sort of opportunity he wants to do whatever he wants now. He's taking a little bit of damage, like we said, a little bit of idle villager time. No villagers killed. A couple of priests were forced out. A couple of houses taken down, but he's going to be completely fine moving forward. But it's going to matter very quickly as to what his next decision is going to be. And it looks like it's going to be a barracks. And can he stop the town center going up or not is the big question.
Oh, just a single barracks. Nearly threw down the second one. And will we see the third one? Because that's about what you can support while still growing in the resource bank department. But Recon on the other side, you know what's better than one manor? It's two manors.
True.
They stack.
I've seen this town center. I've seen this town center get built so insanely fast. But this game here, Recon, he has taken a while to get that town center up.
Yes.
It's not very. It's still got a little bit to wait here, and the Sphinx numbers are going to grow. We see even some Mamillo coming through as well as a bit of a defensive resource here. He's got that Valor in the bag, so he's going to take a bit of damage first and then Valor afterwards. I like that little play from
Smart
from Recon there, but Rita going to smartly say, all right, I see what's happening here. Let me just pop. I'll just pop back, no worries.
And by the way, if he wants to use the upgrades like the alluvial clay, for example, for Prometheans, there's Gambitine Odin's Wand here for a 25% discount, so it's right there.
Yeah, these relics are all actually kind of insanely good. You got the Girdle of Apollo to ranged hit points plus 10%. You've got, as you said, Gambitine Odin's Wand, so good. Fetters of Fenrir might not seem like the best relic, but when you're playing Ra, get that Skin of the Rhino, and it does have some synergy there. And we are now seeing this also Pygmalion statue. So you got both of the villager relics to boost those already boosted redo Ra villagers. As we see Valor coming down, Sphinx has to bail.
Redo is doing a really good job of making use of the new Ra bonus, by the way. He's already eaten all the pumpkins. So, I don't know if you have pumpkins enabled, Boyd, but I do.
I like the pumpkins.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Holiday season, festive season. I don't have pumpkins for Christmas very often, but, you know, I get that this is more about Thanksgiving than anything else. I can accept that.
Yeah, so Ra these days does give you some extra gather rate for that. It's as good as hunting. Which basically means that, yes, you should be getting that. It's a secure food source anyway most of the time. Not much more around the map, so eating the one in the main base is a necessity. You can delay your farming transition, which, you know, has been always a staple of old Ra. Now, kind of doesn't have to be. You can make it quite late, and then your rain no longer affects your opponent. It doesn't help them as well. So your delayed rain is totally fine to use. It doesn't matter when your opponent makes their farms.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, we're also seeing something kind of interesting here from Rita. This is something I've been seeing a lot of people talking about in different Age of Mythology sort of spaces. It's the power of the Ra one town center gameplay. Apparently, you just get so much economy because you've got, like you said, those boosted berries. You've also got a whole bunch of goats you can go onto. Then you can go for the farms and rain, and it just kind of stacks on top of each other into a really, really big timing. Recon at this moment here, I mean, he's had a little bit of pressure from these Sphinx popping around onto the map, but he's more than easily defending most of it. Not really taking a huge amount of damage. He's on 2 town centers. His economy will start to get pretty out of control pretty quickly here. And even with that boost of economy, it's not going to matter that much. The question is going to be, can Redo get something done with a big Eclipse push or not? Now, I have this sneaking suspicion we might be seeing Redo going for a fairly old school strategy of a 1 town center fast mythic here, potentially even through Horus, but he could go through Osiris as well, and then using that Eclipse in combination with either Avengers or Mummies
That's
to get
great.
some huge value. But who
Yeah.
knows? He might just stay in the heroic age and do something else.
Well, for now, we've got Sekhmet, which will provide him with some extra villagers. So you're talking about how good one-base play is. Well, if you cast the Citadel immediately here, you will get more villagers out of that. And there's plenty of villagers left to be made. Especially against a 2-town center economy, you're going to want to catch up there, either by killing enemies, enemy villagers, or getting more of your own. And if you're on 1 TC, then you have this significant pressure on you to perform those villager kills actually, but by getting a Citadel, that evens itself out quite a bit. We've also got the Migdal coming up, but no units out of it just yet. Okay, camels. Okay, camels.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing some camel riders, but we're also going to be seeing Recon going through Hyperion. So
Yes, that can
there's already
certainly keep
heroic
it at
age
bay.
in for Recon. He's got 2 town centers. He's got units out. I think he's in a good spot, but I also think I'm scared of an Eclipse push right now if I am Recon. So maybe thinking about abandoning ship is going to be the play and just saying, all right, have the town center. I'm going to leave. It's going to be fine. I'll keep my villages alive, keep that advantage alive, rebuild an army, and then push back out after it's all said and done. But he's now spotting what's coming for him, Naka, as the Eclipse is going to be coming down. And that Scarab is going to take that town center down very, very fast. And Recon, he simply just says, bye-bye. I don't need this position. It's all good. You take it.
Yeah.
I don't care about the Eclipse. He can actually also click Chaos here if he wants.
That would get the Sphinxes to hurt each other quite a bit and might even get the Scarab killed. If he's lucky. However, Recon already got a lot out of this. I would like to see him saving his manners ideally, but bad manners, he says.
Beggars can't be choosers. He gets out with the citizens, and that's a win for him, in my opinion.
Sure, he keeps all that eco.
By
It's great.
24 pop. 24 pop Naka.
It's fantastic. And back home, he's got the double Satyr, because that's what Kronos does. He does get the double free Myth units, and that will help him hold quite a lot here. And he still has Chaos available as well. And is making heavy Contarius into heroes, which will help to catch any Sphinxes trying to find some damage. One goes down to the TC already. From here on out, Recon is able to make some really high quality units. Oh, the deconstruct on the Migdal was pretty good.
Yeah, deconstruction onto the Migdal. All the units of Rita sort of had to get brought back home. And this is giving Recon a huge amount of time now to actually spend the resources. He's getting himself a whole bunch of upgrades for his Contarius. Heavy Contarius in Hero Contarius coming through to try and deal with those Sphinx. The Miller are going to be coming in as well, I'm sure, to help out. But maybe he doesn't need to, because this army that Ridu's got is Chariot Archer, Axeman, and a couple of Camel Riders. So mass Contarius here makes a huge amount of sense. Recon trying to hide his army a little bit, using that Valor to help out as well. Still lots of resources in the back. I want to see those get spent.
Here
before
comes
he starts
Boyd.
to engage, but he's going for it.
Oh.
Chaos is in, and this army is going to go down incredibly fast here, Nakamura. The Sphinx doesn't get the heroes onto them, unfortunately, or just a couple of them onto them, but the Sphinx are going to go down incredibly fast as well. And the army of Ridu basically just gets obliterated as he's got his tail between his legs, retreating out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you cast Chaos on counter units. Those Axemen shredded each other for Recon not to even have to worry about it. And then you add in Recon's actual damage from his own army. It will get the work done in these situations for sure. Now, Ridu's aspirations for the Mythic Age are probably completely thwarted by this. He has to rebuild the army to just survive, really. And Recon, meanwhile, is stockpiling. Look at that amount of gold gatherers. 13 Atlantean citizens on gold? Are you kidding me? That's a lot.
Yeah, there's several options to go for now for Recon. He's got the military edge, so he can go for a whole bunch of armory upgrades and just continue to push with this military. He could go for another town center here. He could put a palace down and go Mythic Age. I don't really mind any choice at this moment. He can do literally anything. He can even just spam more. He's at full population, so you can't spam more units. That's the only bad choice, is queuing up units into buildings and not being able to get anything out of it.
Like with those catapulties. But that's okay. Some of the oracles are getting turned into heroes. Sorry, the tech already is done to do that. So every oracle coming out now will be a hero. Every oracle on the map is a hero now. Even more favor for Recon. 6 of them out at the moment.
It's just such a huge boost to your favor income. It's so nice. But right now, Redo, he is making a really, really good army composition to kind of deal with these Contarius. But Recon, he's an intelligent player. He knows that, okay, what's the counter here? And you could go into Mamillos, or you can make these Catapulties, which are so much better. And he's got a whole bunch queued up, but only the one counter barracks for the time being. So he's going to have to get a couple more of those out to kind of deal with that a little bit quicker. But more importantly, Redo's plan here, it's simple. He wants Osiris, get Osiris, get Son of Osiris, get Osiris mummies out, and potentially also get the Desert Winds tech. The question is, does he have the time to do this? Remember, 10 favor for a deconstruction. There's only a Migdol really defending this gold mine. Redo can literally go over and kill him at any point. He's getting a second town center yet again on the forward position there. But at the moment, Recon, I don't want to put the pedal down. I don't want to put the attack in just yet. I think if he goes for it, it's going to be a very tough time for Redo.
Yeah, it's a really good point you're making about the Catapulties. They technically can deal with anything that comes out of the Migdol if there's not too many chariots. Or if the micro isn't quite on point. Very potent units for sure. But yeah, we're getting several palaces from Recon himself. He's got the gold that he would need to advance to the next age. But not the food right this moment because he's queuing a lot of Catapulties. So cancelling those might actually get him very close to Mythic Age himself. Get an implode going. Get rid of the gold miners and whatever army protects them. Son of Osiris would still stick around naturally. He does survive that, but that's what you have all these Contarius for, I think.
Yeah, and that was, I don't know if you noticed that, but Redo just barely missed the town center going up. Now it's up for Recon. He's also got that Atlas queued up. Doesn't quite have the food just yet. Going to be able to snipe those camel riders running around all over onto the map. But with Redo getting Osiris, he basically has to put pressure on immediately. Otherwise, he's going to meet the fate of what we've already seen a couple of times, which is Implode just erasing an entire army.
Yeah, it's been a big theme in this tournament. We have a lot of Kronos and Gaia players in general that rely on that quite heavily. And I don't think we've seen the last of it. There's plenty of tournament to go.
It's a strong god power, it gets strong value, and why would you not want to use it is the question. However, Osiris is equally strong. Son of Osiris is equally strong. We've seen this being really, really potent. If you can get out 3, 4 mummies and you get out a whole bunch of chariot archers or camel riders or just in general, just units to tank, to allow those mummies to get the value, life can get really, really hard really, really quickly. But I mean, Recon's advantage is just staggering at the moment. He's in front by 10,000 score.
That's nasty. Atlas is coming in. He will wait this out. There's no reason for him to attack right now into the Son of Osiris. That would be probably a big mistake. As is, the camels, I'm not sure there's enough of them to actually beat the Contarius and the Catapulties, but Recon would suffer great losses as well. So just wait it out. Hit back harder in 1 minute's time. There's no reason to rush this right now. Oh, he's also up a town center, so that counts.
He's up 2. He's almost up 2 town centers. He's got, this map was always a bit odd. I find you always kind of go all onto one side. As your 2 town centers are the ones kind of on the right and the left of you. But for some reason, I always end up rotating this map a little bit, like 90 degrees, and I'm on the completely on the like east side of the map. My opponent's completely on the west side of the map. It gets a little bit odd, but you know, it's a lot of fun.
All right, 5 minutes piece is almost over.
Well, we had a treaty. We have an 18-minute, 30-second treaty in this game that started 3 minutes ago.
Hey, Boyd, have you ever seen games with multiple Son of Osiris?
I have.
Good.
Are we gonna see that in this one?
Maybe. If there's a wonder, it's actually dirt cheap. So I've had one of those where I got myself 8 Son of Osiris.
I played a free-for-all against John Arbiter where he managed to get 10, 12.
My
I don't know how many.
God.
He got way too many Son of Osiris. And this was there was a little, I don't know if it was a bug or if it was intentional, but it got changed recently where the Titan could animation cancel. So I was able to
Oh, wow.
animation cancel my Wonder Age Titan to take out the Son of Osiris.
Okay, that's hilarious. And you know, John Arbiter does pretty well in those free-for-alls. You people gotta gang up on him a little.
Nonetheless, the Mythic Age is now in for Recon. He's given a lot of time over to Redo, but while giving him this, he's been teching up, he's been getting everything. A fully upgraded Mythic Age army is still going to be better than a sort of half-baked Egyptian Mythic army. This army still needs to catch up on tech. Armory upgrades here don't really exist. He's got copper mail. He's starting to get some more upgrades in now, but Recon, on the other hand, he's nearly full bronze. I'm sure he's going to be going into iron as well, as he's now starting to get some more Hero Contarius out. But you also have to remember that, I mean, Recon is going to see these Camel Riders, and he can just click the Implode right on top of him, dive in, try and take out that Son of Osiris, and just call it a day.
That's 100% it, Boyd. And you know, these Hero Contarius are actually regenerating now. So even better. Those mummies are about to melt. This is disgusting. Oh my god. Wait, he doesn't fear the Son of Osiris. He's taking this on directly. Oh my god. What army? It's gone.
And this is always going to happen. This is like a Mr.-esque engagement here from Recon. He just waits and then he just says, all right, your army's gone. We'll move on to the next part of this game. Son of Osiris has to pull back into the main base. Can Redo here? Ooh, Son of Osiris is... Ooh, now he goes in. Forgetting to open the door. But basically right now, Redo needs to get back up to a full population army, but there's also going to be deconstructs coming in. There's still an implode to get used at any point here. The army for Recon has got Catapultis. It's got Contarius heroes. The mummies just aren't it for the time being here. And it looks like Recon is just in an absolute dominating position. But while it's going on, Redo's managed to get himself up to 3 town centers. He's got resources in the bank, but just no production.
Champion Archers is in. Just Champion Infantry is needed for Recon at this point. Iron Weapons is actually queued up. I'm afraid Redo just doesn't have what it takes for this right now. The Chariot Archers are still normal level.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to go against Atlantean. You almost have to go into a barracks composition as well. You can't just go all camels. Go all chariots. You can't go camel chariot. Maybe you can go all chariot some of the time if there's no Terma out, but yeah, you have to get a mixed army here because the catapult is just clean everything like you were saying before. Villages all over the place going to get taken down. We do see an attempt at a counter raid from Redo, but he's got a mountain to climb and not very much time to get that done. He's about to run out of the gold on the left side. The gold mine on the south side here is also, I mean, it's been raided off. The rest of the villages going down. Recon, I mean, he's barely even needing to react to this Camel Raider raid. He's got towers up. He's got himself ventilations in as well, so the camels are going to die underneath the town center and palace really, really quickly. And now he's pushing in onto that second town center.
That's right. Recon's raid is just bigger, and he could slap down Implode if he really wanted to win super hard. That would prevent the Son of Osiris from garrisoning. You get a surround on him with Contarius. What are you going to do? It's brutal. He's trying to run once more. Should be able to get away, but all the villagers are paying the price.
Yeah, Son of Osiris manages to get back into that Migdol stronghold to keep getting that damage dump. I mean, sure, the Son of Osiris is dealing a ridiculous amount of divine damage, but end of the day, he's just one unit, and it's not enough to just have that unit out. But Redo, he's not a quitter. He's trying to figure out a way back into this game, but we've already got the markets up in the corner here for Recon. He can also go for that technology we don't see too often, which is temporal, what's it called? Temporal chaos. And he can start time shifting things all over the map and just causing so many problems. He's basically got infinite resources here. And there we go. We see Redo deciding to tap out as Recon moves forward to take that first win.
No big surprise with this one, with how the game has gone. Redo did manage to win one category, which is most relics. Most deaths doesn't count as a win. Uh, in terms of
Yeah, I mean,
the stat breakdown,
the resources, right?
it's absolutely going to be just the resources, yes, because of that second town center. Saving all the villagers as he evacuated was a huge play. And overall, just maintaining that civilian lead for a super long time. Well, forever, actually. He was just forever ahead.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get the next game going on. The players are going to probably be jumping into it really, really quickly. They've been moving quite quickly for me so far. So we'll jump out and see.
We already know that they're going to be going for Ghost Lake, so that's pretty good. Got the information. Information is power.
That's right. Knowledge is power. Okay, so Recon taking game number 1. Oops. But this is Kronos now gone. I definitely think Kronos is one of the kind of stronger gods going forward in Age of Mythology right now. He seems to be incredibly difficult to take out. But did you say the second map is Ghost Lake?
It is Ghost Lake. That's what Redo said.
Wonderful.
But they're doing the ghost the ghost pick? What? I mean the god pick. Words are hard, okay? That's gonna be a Poseidon versus Freyr.
Ooh, spicy. I don't think I've seen this matchup once before.
Same, actually. That's the thing with new gods. Like, for them to go through all the different matchups in this kind of event structure, it's gonna take some time.
Well, I mean, what if we unpack it just a little bit? What are we gonna be thinking about? What we're gonna be seeing? So what does Poseidon like to do? Well, Poseidon is a big fan of early advance, putting pressure on and making all that stuff happen. Recently, we've been seeing Soup really showing how good Freyr is on the ladder. He's been playing a lot of this god, getting ridiculous amounts of advantages, beating a lot of really strong players, and yeah, all the good stuff where that's concerned.
Yes, sir.
But he always advances later, right? So
there is
fast
the
advance
opportunity
versus later advance.
Right. I think Poseidon has the opportunity to do that harassment play you're mentioning, but what if you just grab a town center, because Freyr will be playing more defensive anyhow. But what if you do both? You do a little bit of pressure, just enough to get that Asgardian Bastion cancelled, because you can certainly get on top of that with the early Poseidon advance, and then save up for a town center. That could be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean it is. But let me just go into one other crazy idea. Because I'm all about the crazy ideas, right?
Sure.
Why not? What if, and it's a big what if, but Ares.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
Why Ares, you ask me? Okay. All right, let me explain why Ares. Well, Pestilence, for one, slows down building production. And what is Freyr really slow at? Getting units out, because he needs to invest in all those techs. They take a long time to come through. And
yes, as you go to the classical age, you'll be getting your eco upgrades, and that does suck up some resources for some time. So as Freyr will be making several military production buildings in order to get the Bastion and the town center going in typical games, I think you can punish that, yes.
Okay, and then the next thing is, well, Freyr also really likes to go for longhouse units at the moment. I am seeing some some fair players going for great hauls, but I know that the Soup likes to go for the longhouse units quite a bit. Herdman, Throw an Axeman, Berserks. What beats those? Cyclops and Divine Damage Hoplites. A little bit of a combination 1-2 punch in the army to clean all that up. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but it's definitely an idea. Anyways, thanks for coming with me on that journey of silly strategies. But we're about a minute. I'm a minute 33 away from jumping into this one, Nako.
Same.
Fantastic.
Same. And also I've gotten information from Urosh that he can control the gods up there. So that makes Urosh a god, actually.
Thanks, Urosh. We're getting through it. It's fantastic. Also, a huge shout out to Wolf Studios for all of the sick graphics you're seeing around. This is why this thing looks so awesome. Wasn't for those guys, it would look different. That's for sure.
Yeah, they've developed this whole UI for us to control all these screens, and it's all proprietary stuff. So nobody else has this at the moment. I think EGC TV does have something like this, but yeah, it's right there. It's amazing.
And a final shout out before we jump into this one. I'm sure Yodesla and Iron Maiden are covering the next, the other semi-final. So if you're not watching them go through that one, definitely check it out. The other two players in the semi-finals at the moment, they're both insanely strong. But we're going to be jumping into this game momentarily here, Naka. We got Poseidon, we got Frere, we got Recon, we got Redo.
That's right. See you guys on
plugging
Ghost
my
Lake.
Ghost Lake scene in. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, game number 2, Wrath of the Gods qualifier number 1, semi-finals. Currently 1-0 in this best of 5 series here. I'm joined with Nakamura on the right side of the map. It's Recon and he's playing as Poseidon.
There's also the other guy here in the red color. He's the other guy. Keen Redo, playing as Freyr.
He's indeed the other guy, but here's the thing, Naka. We saw that first game. I know Redo. He is an aggressive player. He actually has, I don't want to expose anyone's Smurfs or not, but, you know, he's got a Smurf on the ladder. I think everyone thinks it's him, called Fast. And why does he call it Fast? Well, he loves to play the gods, which are ridiculously aggressive in a raiding fashion. Freyr might not be an aggressive god, but it's definitely a raid-heavy god. You can make yourself a whole bunch of berserks and go raiding, or you can make raiding cavalry and go raiding. You're playing Norse. In the end of the day, it's Norse. Even if it's a defensive Norse, you can make that happen. But we've got the map Ghost Lake. It's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake as well. So this is going to be nice for Redo.
Yeah, certainly, because you're not
Recon.
super eager to get out there. And why was I talking about that town center stuff before the match? Well, if you go up through Aegir to Heroic, which is what most Freyr players do anyway, you can get yourself this technology, which I'm right now forgetting the name of. It basically makes the town centers and fortresses produce food, 1 per second each. As you go into the late game,
Feast of the Renown.
Feast of the Renown, that's right. So as you go later into the game, you basically can stop gathering food for the most part. With a little bit of support, you'll be able to keep your military production going, and that's just insane to me. It's so powerful. So Freyr late game is something you want to avoid with a passion, even if you're something like Poseidon, who has a really good late game himself.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not just Feast of Renown as well. You've got like some crazy amounts of HP boost on all of your units. I believe you got that Frere's gift technology
Yes, sir.
just available to just from Frere, and then also through Vidar, you got access to another technology which gives you another 10% boost to all your units. So there's yeah, the late game gets really, really, really difficult to deal with now. I haven't seen a whole lot of Poseidon versus Frere at this point. We're seeing Hermes. It's a fast advance time from Recon, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He's going for it.
The
We haven't
one,
seen any sort of advance coming through from Redo just yet.
the
But how much damage you actually have to get done to be able to get through all of the defensive tools that Frere's got? That's the big question.
Well, early on, you certainly have the possibilities, especially with such a good advance time, Boyd. Atalanta and Centaur, and potentially Theseus as well, if he's around for it, could be putting on a lot of pressure by themselves, and we'll just see whether Recon does anything else. But right now, he's not placing any military buildings down, which indicates a town center going forward.
Yeah, no military buildings, so no early Hippias. Is looking like, what are you really looking to do here? The building placement here for Rito is decent, but the Centaur can get damage done over the little gap here with that special ability, and he's not going to get any kills, but he will be able to delay on that gold mine as the Hersa can jump through the tower and get onto the Centaur.
There's a gap
in that position.
That's
there
cheating.
as well. But that is cheese. He's able to get it out, no problems.
Yeah. Actually, hiding in the tower is pretty high IQ place because you can just get on top of that Centaur and surprise it with a quick bonk, garrison back in, keep microing that. It's sick. So I think we might see that in a moment. Maybe. I'm hopeful.
There's also the other thing here of Rita going and grabbing super early watchtowers. Now, you are Frere. It's not that expensive, only 100 resources, but still resources which Recon is forced out of Rita. You don't really want to have to use to get that one, but at least straight away. But forcing it out is going to be nice for Recon. And after all of this, we do actually see a stable in. Recon wants to put pressure on.
Wow, okay. I mean, I guess he did gather a whole lot of favors, so he will be making several Centaurs here throughout the game. And, you know, even that little bit of damage that you can put on the hearse here is adding up. So that's something to watch out for going forward. There's not much healing available, you see, to Freyr players. They've got the Valkyrie, yes, but then after that you'll need Feast of Renown. Hey, this Valkyrie is getting 2 villager kills. That one is stuck as well, so this is actually pretty sick right now. But Theseus is on the job.
And there's that forest fire as well. Recon here didn't really play around that one. I think a lot of the times you actually see the Poseidon players leaving Atalanta at home to deal with the Valkyrie. But in this position here, he's trying to put pressure on, and he's paid the price for it. A couple of villages down. But what I think the thing that's more interesting is there a decent option to go for here to deal with Mass Centaur, Mass Hippias for Frere? Because that's what Recon's going for. And I'm sure that Redo knows that's what's coming because he can see it. It's right in front of his base. But what do you go for? Do you go for a whole bunch of Hippias and Hersa?
Well, if you do have the Hippias, I think there's a good reason here to pump out the Berserks because, you know, you can get their upgrades as you go. They'll be pretty speedy. Wait, sorry, we're Freya. We have to go raiding Cav. I'm sorry, I got confused. See, all the time, people go Uller. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna be fast.
There's only one god path. There's only one god path with this god. It's all the new gods. Uller, Aegir, Vidar. You can't go the other one. It's not allowed.
So now I have to forget all that because he's gone Freya. Okay. Well, with Freya, you still get your Cav upgrades. Make them fast. The Disablot is coming in right now for the Valkyries to heal faster and also, you know, get a little bit stronger in terms of attacks. Then you're gonna have the I forget the cavalry upgrade name suddenly.
Thundering
Thundering
Hooves is
Hooves.
there as well as
Yes.
Sesrumnir. So you do have all. You're absolutely right. This god has all the answers inside of it. Sesrumnir for heroes, Thundering Hooves for raiding cavalry. Is insanely good compositions going to be coming through. But I'm like, I haven't seen this comp here from Poseidon in quite some time. Just mass Hippias, mass Centaur, and just go. It's so strong, but it's also got the weakness of it in that it's just really slow to build up. And there's so much time available here for Ridu to just sit back and just enjoy. Because he's not taking any villager losses really here. He's got the gold mine on the top side, a little bit exposed, but you know, he's got Gul and Burst here if need be. Obviously, Recon can hit ceasefire as well, but
which basically counters
after all is said and done, I think it's going to be completely fine for Ridu, and Recon has to retreat back here for the time being as Ridu moves out onto secondary food. There is a Pegasus there to spot that. We'll see how long it takes Recon to be able to react.
One thing that Recon only now got was actually the Lord of Horses upgrade, so that will allow his cavalry to regenerate. It's a big play against someone that doesn't have regeneration, especially with no further Valkyries getting made by Ridu, but he is getting Thundering Hooves right now, which will make his cavalry faster and able to properly chase this down because, you know, from Poseidon, Recon does get faster cavalry units just by default. So that extra speed will be super, super helpful there. Hey, the Hersish went away to build a TC though. That's big.
Yeah, and this is going to allow those Centaur to get out all across the map. Walls are up for Recon at the moment. Is Ridu going to try and push forward? Centaur going to come in and get a little bit of damage done onto these units as they have to pull back. But the big thing for Ridu while this is all going on is he's getting that second town center. That second town center potentially controls 3 large gold mines up there.
It's a really good location to control. And hey, he's also got the Charon's Obol relic right there. Ripe for the picking. A little bit of refunds when losing villagers.
Speaking of relics, we didn't actually check these ones out. Recon got basically all of them. He's got himself Shepherd Fingernails, that's extra 0.5 food per second. He's got himself Rhea's Crown, so when he wants to drop Townsend, they're a little bit cheaper and give him a bit of favor, as well as that Adamantine Shingles. Funnily enough, as Poseidon, I actually think that Adamantine Shingles is kind of a bad relic. It's actually a net negative because you actually want your houses to get killed. Because every house that dies, you get access to like 2 militia, which
it's the cheapest militia ever.
More than the house. Yeah, yeah. If you guys are like sick of dying to Meteor, for example, one way to play around that is to just drop 15 granaries around your town center, and then when the Meteor comes in, you just get rewarded with 30 militia, and you can go kill your opponent. There you go. Strategy.
Yeah, and if you spread them out enough, then basically the meteors don't get to hit the important targets as much. So everything will stay good health, and you've got an army.
Nonetheless, we are seeing Recon here kind of forced in a way into a style that I don't see from him all too much. No second town center. He's going to the heroic age, semi-fast heroic through Dionysus here. Bronze is a big god power to make a big push happen. However, Ridu, he can get heroic age very, very shortly, I'm sure, or at least start clicking up through A gear. Tempest is a disengage tool. He's also got that Gul and Burst like we already mentioned, which is going to be another disengage tool, or even a pushing tool as well if it ends up being that way. I'm not sure what Recon's plan is here, but it looks like he's getting himself out some more Hydra to add into this army, and he's looking like he wants a big, fat mid-game bronze push here.
He's going for it. Aegir is coming in, but by the time this finishes, Bronze will have done most of the work. You certainly don't want to fight the Prodromos with medium raiding cav. So yeah, Ridu does the one thing he can do, which is run away. Heavy cavalry is also in, boy. This is brutal.
He's got so much stuff. You can also get Thracian horses in sooner or later as well to make those cavalry just basically never die. And Ridu in full retreat, he's still just waiting. I mean, that's what you want to do here. You really don't want to take a fight as Frere, but this is where Recon gets into his element, where he just waits, bides his time, and finally gets unleashed onto the enemy's economy as he's all over the map here with those hippies cleaning up villages left, right, and center. There's no gold income for the time being now for Recon, as Ridu is still just waiting for that A gear. He can't get it. He can't do anything until he has it. Seems to be the case.
Yeah, the hope for Redo is that he gets such a good Tempest done that the army can't really leave. If he can combine it with some sort of surround, it could be possible. But then again, this army doesn't look big enough to me, Boyd, that he should be easily able to win the fight. I think Recon can just take it. And he's got a really good secondary raid on the Vills, the gold mine. Oh no.
The raids are just not going to stop here at all. One Herman's not going to be enough. You could convert into Berserks here if necessary, which maybe is not a terrible idea. It doesn't have any of the gold there. So we finally see Ghoul and Burst coming down, and Recon immediately retreats back. That's exactly what he wants. Now the army in the center of the map here, this can just be Tempest has to come down, and Recon can just cease fire and run.
Wow, very, very nice. He's about to escape the greatest radius of it. Some of the units are getting slowed down and even frozen, so they'll be taking a heavy beating here. But the rest of them should be able to escape at 1.3 speed on that Typhicon. My god. Just about managed to get out. This is fine. This is great, actually.
Yeah, you get both of the god powers gone. I mean, obviously this is something here that Rito wants max value, but if you have to use it, you have to use it, then it's not a problem to do so. But now the gold mine villages, they're going to be back under raid. Villages under the town center getting hit by these Hippias. Recon, he's not going to be taking the foot off the pedal here. He's still got bronze. This entire position of gold mines is going to be under threat here, and there's no god powers left. And there's also, I mean, there's only 7 Hearser at the moment. They don't have any significant upgrades. He's got to kill off 2 Hydra and 4 Centaurs to make this happen. There's the bronze knacker.
This is brutal. Really does not have the tools to deal with this. Hell, even the Herdmen are just not nearly upgraded enough to fight off the Hippias, which have now more heck armor than them. that's kind of nuts. Okay, just gotta go after the production, the town center, and whatever. But I think Recon's more interested in taking the direct fight.
I just want to point out there's a bronze Pegasus. That looks actually absolutely sick.
Bronze Pegasus? What? I've never seen Pegasus. That. You know, in a team game, you could get bronze Phoenixes. I'm just saying.
True. But yeah, Townsend is down. Villagers on that position also fell. So now Rito's actually behind on villager count, even after having the town center advantage for quite some time. And Recon, he is just looking to move into the main base. He's got a 3-headed Hydra right now. Does he have himself the upgrade for this one? Doesn't look like he does. So no regen for the time being. One Hydra getting caught out will go down underneath the town center, but Recon's not going to care about these defenses for the time being. He is pushing forward. He's saying it's time to say goodnight here to Rito's Freya in this game. Rito's got no gold income. He's got no resources. He's got no military. He's losing villages. He's got no hope. What can he do, Naka?
I think we can find the resign button soon. There we go. Recon just, unfortunately for Redo, he got this stomp done. It was very one-sided, this one. It's okay, though. It is Recon that we're talking about. He is one of the best players on this game currently. And Redo will just have to find some kind of matchup that works in his favor, where he can potentially surprise Recon with some unusual strategies. Because I think trying to take him on directly in a macro game is just not going to work. 69 kills, which is nice, versus 11 in this entire game, Boyd. That's domination. Yeah, we don't have to spread it out any further.
That's ridiculous. That's like... You don't see that at the top level. That's just like there's just like you're sitting there as the Freya player just going, well, I just can't do anything, can I? And I think this was a lot of this was just how well Recon used those Centaur, wouldn't you say?
The Centaur did deliver a lot of value, but so did the cavalry throughout the raids that were going on while he was baiting the main fights. He was baiting both god powers and then bronze on top with a superior army. Nah, that's just too much, man. That's too much.
Yeah, it's too much. Well, that's game number 2 down. 2-0 for Recon. We're going to be moving on to game number 3 very shortly. We'll see what map Redo is going to be picking here going into it, but stick with us and we'll get the next one going for you.
The next map is actually going to be Karlaugar, and we've got the God Picker open. I guess the guys are already hosting their lobby here, Boyd. The picks are Hades and Zeus, so that is also not the easiest thing, but if Redo can get a really solid Lightning Storm done, you can go a long way with that. But Hades is also such a good defensive god with Sentinel, with potential restorations on top of your archers that are always tracking in the heroic age. Zeus has got his work cut out for him there.
Yeah, for sure. We actually saw this matchup, right? We saw Magic playing Mister, I think, in the previous Genesis tournament. And I was talking with Pegasus Rush about it, actually. And it turns out they actually, for whatever reason, stumbled in to this matchup and figured out Hades has just got the advantage here. I don't know what the advantage is, but that's as far as we got in the conversation. Hades has just got the advantage here.
Unless you can make something crazy happen with the Centaurs. But it's also a water map at the same time, so a lot comes down to how that goes on the water. Maybe you'll be getting your Scylla out a little bit easier with Zeus. That can be quite devastating. If you build up a Scylla advantage, actually they do bonus damage against each other. Then the heads start growing. And, that really adds up over time. You cannot... I've seen yesterday Chemo playing one of these games. And his opponent was ahead in Scylla count and Scylla head count. And he just kept making new Scyllas into it. They would evaporate in seconds. It was brutal. So that's one avenue for Zeus.
Totally. But we're going to be jumping into the game. There's no more theory crafting remaining here as the players are getting ready to go. We're going to shoot this scene off. We're going into Carl Alga for game number 3. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the top of the map in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is Recon. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Zeus. His name is Redo. Nakamura is joining me for this fairly dominating series so far. What does Redo need to do right now to figure out a way back into this series?
Kind of will be needing a redo in this one. I think the initial build order is going to be pretty mirrored between these two players, but what could differ is their minor god choices. So an Ares pick from Recon could be something that he attempts doing in the hopes that Cyclops can surprise the early army, and maybe he can Pestilence Rush through the dock immediately. But Redo does have the opportunity to just go up Hermes, which means he has Ceasefire available against that. He has Centaurs available, which would be able to kite any Cyclops. So if Recon gets a little overeager and makes too many Cyclops, I think Centaur can beat that rather well. That's the one thing I could see, considering the level of play difference that we're seeing between these two, that Redo could eke out of in that format. But I'm not sure Recon would be going for something like that. I think he will go quite normal, play Athena, win the water with a restoration in a restoration mirror, and potentially go up Dionysus for a follow-up with bronze.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Where does the real difference end up being in this matchup? Well, it's that Zeus has got access to Dionysus and Zeus has got access to Hera. So those are the big differences between these two gods. Obviously, Recon's got access to Artemis, which is a different kind of beast of a minor god. But what can you get done with that bronze? What can you get done with that lightning storm in an attempt to get some sort of a gold star? Because if you want to play a late game here against Hades, it's just not going to work for you. early game wise, you are onto something in a way with Ares, but the safe pick is most of the time going to be Athena here, just on the fact that if I'm mirroring my opponent, restoration a piece here, I've got the extra range on the Toxotes, you've got the extra HP on the Minotaur. What have you got from the Zeus side of things? So I think, sadly, in my opinion, we're probably not going to see Ares. As much as I love the idea, I think you can make it happen. I think in certain situations, Ares with the divine damage hoplites do actually outclass the Athena hoplites with that Sarissa technology and Athenian shield. But yeah, that restoration is so important for the early stages of the game. We'll see if
Especially
they're
on
going to go
water.
anyway. Especially on water, yeah. We've got Mr. saying nothing's better than the Athenian hoplites, except for the Ares hoplites, which they actually are better than the... I don't want to have a debate with Mr. in the chat. He doesn't even know. He's not even playing. No way.
Oh my god. You know what? One thing that Mr. has a point about there is Zeus hoplites are really fast. So, as Hades and Poseidon players, you always would be crying, I think, about not having that speed. Doesn't mean you shouldn't go for them. In fighting, it's still the same quality unit. Just that speed is so nice to have.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we'll see what's going to happen. Both players are indeed going for Athena. Both players have gotten on both sides of the water here for Kurlalga. We've got roughly 18 fishing ships going to be popping out shortly here for Recon. Redo, on the other hand, he is slightly behind on the fishing ship count. Population differential here is just a little bit different, but a tiny bit faster Athena. So, and maybe faster economic upgrades as well for Redo will mean basically we've got a bit of an equal situation unfolding here. That being said, it does all change if Recon takes no damage and he can get out this Vaults of Erebus technology.
Yes, unlike on some of the land maps where people will get the early favor, over here, the water is just too rewarding to go for this earlier. So this is how Recon will be going after this. After that house building is done, I'm guessing that one villager will just work away on favor for the rest of the duration.
Well, we see Redo immediately dropping the military academy archery range. He's got the Minotaur and Jason immediately moving up onto these fishing ships. This is the easiest resource to be targeting down. It's outside of the base. There's nothing here defending it. He's going to be idling 3 fishing ships, which is kind of like idling a villager and a half to kick the game off. So it's a very, very nice little early game advantage to come for Redo without all too much defensive ability. And now we see some trireme coming out in an attempt to hold here.
They're walking on water. That's certainly mythological.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's just, this is Age of Mythology.
Yeah,
you believe it.
On theme.
This is the proof. This is the proof. You can walk on water.
Try it at home. Yeah, guys, Kurlalga is
coming down onto.
It's just one of these special maps. This one.
Yeah. Obvious bolt coming down onto the Achilles is an expensive unit. The most expensive unit for the early stages of the game. So using it there, always going to be very, very strong. But both players now getting out those ships. And a very interesting decision here from Redo to go in with the Hammer Ship. Hammer Ship not going to be countering those triremes, but it does do very nicely against the land units, just because it deals so much more damage than the trireme actually manages to get done. But in this position, Recon's more than easily defended, and Redo's going to have to retreat back home.
I just hovered over the DPS, Boyd. You know why you are correct. It's about the missing arrows.
That's correct.
So the triremes actually have pretty much the same DPS, but the arrows will sometimes miss, and you can dodge them.
Yeah. I'm not sure how ballistics works with the trireme, but it seems one arrow always hits, depending on how far the unit is. If the trireme's right next to it, it's going to hit all 3 arrows. I'm not sure how ballistics works, but yeah, if the trireme's attacking a pentaconta, all of the arrows hit. If it's attacking a military unit or a villager, from range, it seems only 1 arrow hits. And the other 2 arrows can hit other units as well. So it's not like it's always the case that the pentaconta or the hammer ship is better, but it's an interesting one.
This also can make like the trireme versus trireme fight a little bit less volatile, but you gotta move a little to make the dodges happen.
Yeah, well, I'm already liking what I'm seeing here from Recon. He knows that the lose condition in this matchup is going to be goldmine. And he's already moving out onto the second goldmine. He's already found a slight advantage in the military. We've seen the heroic age coming through for Redo, which will mean an advantage on the water, which is big. As
It's a very big one.
Recon a little bit slower to get to the next stage, but it's all going to come down to how you manage that Skylar on the water. Like, getting, like you say, if you can get a whole bunch of heads out on that one, there's not really a counter to it. So you have to be very, very careful with where you engage and maybe even deleting some ships just to make sure that the enemy Skylar doesn't get heads and you can actually fight back.
Yeah, the ones that are already out on the water, those guys you are not going to be able to garrison anywhere, so deletion would be the only way to deal with it. And, you know, once Scylla has too many heads, the docks are no longer going to be a problem either, so you just eat them up.
And there's a restoration from Redo as he's trying to hold on this water, trying to take out this dock as well. The ship's coming forward for Recon. Recon also going through Aphrodite while this is all going on. But the Archer ball here for Recon is already really, really strong. And he drops the second restoration here as his unit's getting quite low on HP. Didn't really lose all too much. Recon is in his element right now. And it looks like, to me, the Redo, he's got to get out of here. He's got two heads on that Skylar, but there's already heroes over there that can charge in and actually deal with it. Lagoon, one of the very few maps where these heroes can actually fight the Skylar, and there it goes. It's completely taken out, and Redo's got to bail.
I think you got a little ahead of me there, so I fast forwarded like 10, 20 seconds, and hopefully we're synced up. What's your game time now, Boyd?
I am now hitting 10 minutes now.
And a little more. All right, 10:05.
Okay. Well,
should be about
right.
Comes
down. Yeah, Chaos comes down. Redo has to retreat back. Peltaster in now for Redo as well, which is going to be a great counter to those Toxotes. He's got to be super careful with him. He's trying to do some shoot and scoop micro, but he's going to take a lot of damage in that retreat path there as well.
That's right, and Hippospist are faster than them, so eventually they'll catch up and also cause some trouble. It's very important to have more units around and ideally some ships as well. Now, there is more stuff here for Recon. All these hoplites are going to be rather valuable, but you don't want to mess with the Hippospist. Let's be real there. Wait for the Nemean Lion and go from there. Oh wait, it's chomping on ships. Wow. I don't know how that matchup goes.
It's actually kind of wild. I haven't thought about this. In the Greek mirror, you can just, if your opponent isn't going to go in for cavalry, you can just go Hippospist, Peltast.
Yeah.
There's not, that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, this composition loses to mass Hippias or mass cavalry, but that's not in. So it counters everything possible that Redu has teched into at the moment.
Oh,
and maybe now,
Boyd, the Argo
Recon as well has to go in. Oh, yes,
yes.
I saw this. I saw this coming in as well. I think Recon actually values this unit on this map. It's not a meme. It's not a meme unit. It's actually good.
Yes, we were talking about how oppressive the Scylla can be, but if you have a hero ship, you should be okay.
Well, there's the bronze coming in here for Redu. Recon will have to start retreating away once those Peltars start targeting down the Toxotes on the back. The Paspis getting some massive damage in. Hydra, 2 heads going on 3 heads. It's got so much HP still in the bank there at 228. And now Redu, he is on the offensive and Recon has to retreat back. Recon doesn't have that fortress up. He does have a sneaky gold mine elsewhere, but looks like Redu just going to have to turn around and continue taking out this fish instead.
That was a really cool fight. Redu absolutely is back in this game. However, there's still and an Argo chomping on his remaining dock on the far side, so it's pretty important to repopulate the fish.
There is a revenge raid on the right side of the map. All these villages are going to go down as well, which kind of means Recon has to make something happen here. The villager lead going to be heavily in favor of Redo on land after all of this comes through. But you're absolutely right. Fish going to be completely in control for Recon. He's got that heroic age per scene upgrade through, I'm sure. Yes, he does. And he's continually building out fishing ships here. Doesn't have to get a town center at this point. He's going to get more economy going. The army difference here is still odd. I'm still seeing Toxotes Hoplites versus a Paspis Peltast. Can Redo make this army work?
Ooh, I think, Boyd, with that flank of Peltas chipping away at the Toxotes, it's just a little bit too threatening, but the Hydra is down. The Toxotes are absolutely shredding the Hippospist, and now the Hoplites are getting on top of the Peltas. That's exactly where they want to be. As long as, oh my god, the Toxotes are getting wrecked, but it doesn't matter because all the Peltas are getting Hoplited right now.
Yeah, and we were talking about there not being a great counter in what he's teched into, but the numbers just way more in favor of Recon on the land here. Plus those Athenian hoplites coming in with the bonus range and everything, they're able to get onto the Peltas much easier. Redo back into the main base, and he is very much in trouble now. No gold mines getting gathered. Not really much gold in the bank at all, and Recon is really far in front. He can start thinking about town center, mythic age, literally whatever he wants here, he can go for.
I think this is a fortress. Oh no, not fortress. TC. That could have worked too, though. I think he's ahead enough that it doesn't really matter which choice he makes.
Yeah, he's still got Sentinel, so grabbing this town center in the middle secures the gold mine on the left away from Redo, secures him a town center for more villagers and all the other good stuff. Do we see any sort of attempt at a second gold mine? I'm not seeing that in for Redo just yet.
But boy, this is match point. So if Redo can't get anything done right now, that's trouble right there. Because Recon is in a really good economic position, right? Like he's got Zom as well. That's important. Zom is good to hold this location, but he's got all these extra fishing ships, man, with per scene. It's not showing up on the little chart up top, but it's there. It's real. And Recon has 184 population against 119. I don't think he's the kind of guy that would throw away that kind of lead.
No, and Recon just spotted Redo's gold mine expedition. But he's currently getting targeted down by massive Paspist here. He decides to retreat back. The Toxotes coming in.
This is some very brave hoplites.
Great amount of units here, but there's just not enough. The Toxotes are too strong here, and Redo just can't take fights. He needs population. He's behind 50 population in military, 60 population in military, 70 population in military. I can't do math.
Sometimes point, right? A large number of units just is all that you need. But Recon also got the, armory upgrades, so he's able to somewhat withstand this damage. If the heroes get attacked by the Hippospist, they are basically immune as well. Not much damage coming in from that, so the Hoplites are able to do the work, especially with the support of the Toxotes. There's the gold miners, Recon. You don't want to go there? Okay. That's fine.
See it, but he's got an Nemean line coming through, which, I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to sit idly by, but he will spot it, and that's going to be...
Ooh, it's not happening.
Sad villages.
Oh! He was saving it for this.
He's away! I don't think Recon cares. He's going to be going Mythic Age. He's going to be going Artemis. He's going to be getting Earthquake, and this base of Redo that looks also pretty with the snow-frosted buildings is going to be crumbling in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, Recon's going to see what happens to that snow when he sets it all on fire. Does it put it out or not? We'll see. But if there's an earthquake on top, then, well, doesn't matter much. The Hoplites do end up finding the villagers. He didn't forget about what happened to his Nemean lion. It's time for some revenge. And man, will it taste sweet. These Hoplites got nothing in the way of stopping them.
Yeah, they're so strong. Not only, and we see there's the tap out. A dominating performance from Recon Nakamura. He just came into this series and he's just like, all right, I got all the gods I want to play. I'm happy to play them against whatever you pick. and I'm just gonna show you how to do it. And redo, I don't know if you got the short end of the matchup stick, or if maybe it was just not his day for this series here. But man, Recon, that was dominance.
You said it all, Boyd. I'll just add one thing. I didn't see any raccoons in the chat, so this is not even his full power.
Not even
You
his
wait
full
and see.
power, indeed. So this means Recon moves on to the finals. Redo goes on to the third, fourth place match to meet the loser of the bottom semifinal, right?
That's right, sir.
Well, we'll pop out, see how that other game is tracking. Other series in the season.
You should follow that duo, guys. Do it.
Oh.
I've got the screen up right now. 1-0 at the moment in favor of Rappel. Kavo is fighting though. He's fighting. That's right. I'm gonna do the same. I'll put this little shout out thing in the chat for both, and then we'll see you in a bit.
We are back here. We're going to be jumping right into the Rappel versus Kavoth there. It's currently 1-1. Very, very exciting times ahead. The game's going to be starting in no time here. We've got ourselves a bit of a replica of what we just saw with a slightly different tinge to it. We've got Kavoth going with Hades, Uranus with the Rappel on Kalauga. Naka, there's not really much time to sit around and chat. We're going to be jumping into this game right now. Gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, tables and chairs even, welcome. I welcome you to another game here of Age of Mythology. This is the semi-finals of the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1, day 2. I'm joined with Nakamura RTS, and we have a game for you here in the bottom of the map in the blue color playing Uranus' name is the Rappel.
His opponent on the other side of the map, red color, playing as Hades. This is Kavoth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Wrath of the Gods tournament is actually a $15,000 one, which we wouldn't have been able to put on without Microsoft's support. That's certainly a huge amount of money they're helping us out with. 12,000. The rest of it is being done by ourselves as well as Iron Maiden. So we definitely appreciate the opportunity and hope to see many of your signups in the coming events. But yeah, this is a qualifier, 1 out of 3. And then we do the big main event.
Yeah, every single weekend for the next 3 weekends, there's going to be Age of Mythology. And even the final main event, we've got games going all through the week. So make sure you hit that follow button, both on Nakamura's stream over here at my stream, as well as Yo Desla's and AOL Iron Maiden, so you don't miss any of the action. But Nakamura, it's Hades versus Uranus. We just saw Hades absolutely dominate on this map, but it was against Zeus. What does Uranus have going for him that maybe Zeus doesn't have here?
Okay, you got quite a bit. So first off, you can go Oceanus. You immediately get a myth unit in the classical age on the sea. You got a lot of healing potential with the Caladria and the Servant itself. And you can get a little bit of raiding done with Murmillos potentially in the more exposed areas. Now, I'm assuming that our Hades player is gonna Zom. That the Zom has to happen, right? But then, still, that outer woodline looks vulnerable to me. You could get some Murmillo in there, in my opinion. And then, you know, just getting into the heroic age with Freya, and then getting some birds made with some Caladria support. Now that's an Air Force, and you get those you get those birds healed in no time as well with the burst heal ability. I think that's the potent stuff that Uranus can do, and then you get Contarius, of course.
Well, yeah, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. There's always this very large concern here that goes on in the back of pretty much every Atlantean player when playing against Greek. It's try to stop that Greek player getting to Athenian Hoplites and Peltast with roughly heavy upgrades. Now, obviously, if they're at heavy upgrades and you're a champion, you still got the advantage there. But yeah, you have to almost be one step ahead in order to try and find those wins. Now, one thing that we haven't really seen just yet is a Mythic Age god coming through for Atlanteans, which isn't Atlas, isn't named Atlas. There is a different god here for Uranus, which I think does have a lot of oomph, a lot of potential, and that is Hecate, especially when you combine it in with Hyperion, or, as you said before, Freya, getting for those Stymphalian birds. There's a nice technology available at the very end here. I'm not going to be able to see exactly what it is, but it basically increases the speed, gets you mythic regeneration. Really, really nice technology to help you out in that kind of mid to late game while you're trying to get all that damage done. You get that Tartarian gate in. But the gods are coming through. We see Athena, and we do indeed see Oceana. So no Promethean shenanigans.
Yes, so, okay. Hecate could be really interesting here. Now, you can't do a whole lot of stuff with Tartarian Gate anymore compared to the original game, but it's still got some oomph to it. You can certainly get rid of a fortress and then cause a little bit of havoc with your Tartarian spawns helping out as well, and then you can get your regenerating myth units with that technology. And, you know, actually I like the Lampades themselves as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
getting a little bit of raiding done with them once they have their speed upgrade, that's actually not too bad. Going after villagers, turning them into chickens and whatnot.
I do love the chickens. That's always a fun one. But Naka, we're seeing the game starting to develop here already. We've got Empyrean speed coming in nice and early here for the Rapple. He's dropped some military buildings down as well. Military academies, 2 of them, or military barracks, I should say. 2 of them coming down, as 3 of them coming down, excuse me. All he wants is Mermillo. That's it.
Nice. They should make a Christmas song about this. So he could get the serrated swords upgrade as well. That will get them to cause a little bit of bleeding damage to whatever they touch. And it's not the easiest thing as Hades to get access to healing. So most of that would be permanent damage. We also got the Carnivora plus Servant combination on the sea. But the Carnivora was very defensively placed by Rapple, so it probably won't be playing much of a role going forward.
I like the Carnivora placement because it. I like it because it prevents the units from getting through here. He has to like take so much damage from the Carnivora to come and harass onto the back side, and the fishing ships can just pop in and out, so it's all good. But yeah, maybe a little bit more aggressively placed could have been fine as well. But I think the more interesting thing here is Rapple. He's gone frontline heroics. He's going for that serrated blades, bite of the shark technology here as well, and he's going to be making a lot of Hero Mamillo moving forward here.
Yes, but unfortunately for him, the Caladria is dead. Ajax sniped her. That should not be happening, considering that she's so much faster than Ajax. But another interesting thing that's happening is that Rapple uses Sky Passage to get up here to that outer gold mine. It's immediately found by Kavo, and he's bullying it with hoplites right now. If the Sky Passage goes down before the villager escapes, well, then the villager's dead, so maybe a good idea to actually hit that, but he's not looking at it either way. Okay, saves the villager at the end there. Minotaur has been taken down as well, and Ajax gets chased. Wait, that's a lot of heroes. Whoa.
Yeah, but they're really cheap. Right now, they're only sitting at, well, I mean, I say they're really cheap. 85 food, 49 gold is still kind of expensive, but that's the total price, isn't it?
I think that might be total.
30 plus, I can't do the math. It's pretty cheap once you get that frontline heroics tech in. And these things pack a punch. They absolutely trade perfectly fine against hoplites, Toxotes, pretty much everything that the Hades play can build in the classical age.
Yeah, trading against hoplites is a last hit difference, so it doesn't really matter. And the heroes are just better than hoplites, so there's that. Obviously, you're going up against Restoration, and, you know, Sarissa kind of gets you to a point where you're equally good as this serrated swords thing. More or less. Great takedown on the dock, though.
The other thing is, though, if you go Hyperion, and you already have all these heroes out, we saw this with B, kind of innovated a while back. Going for, like, mass heroes and then getting frontline heroics. You get, like, a gigantic amount of regen onto all of your heroes. And obviously it's expensive to get them out, but it's like that classic death ball comp that, you know, if you're just going to play a defensive game and you let the Uranus player sort that out, then they get a death ball, and then you're like, hang on, Uranus isn't meant to have a death ball, that's cheating. No, they do. They have a death ball, and it's just mass hero army with frontline heroics. What are you going to do about it?
Hippa's pissed. That's going to be the answer, but can we get there? Looks like yes. Kavo is already going up heroic. As long as he doesn't lose too much of his existing stuff, it should be fine. I mean, he himself destroyed the dock and now is bullying this fishing ship group. But hey, here come the Murmillo, and they're gonna show the hoplites who's boss. They outnumber them significantly. And I don't think this is where you want to use real restoration. Wait, the hoplites are actually doing okay.
Did you just, I mean, he's not going to sack it. There's the restoration. He's going to take it. And now the Murmillo, I mean, he kind of has to just, well, he doesn't have to run, but he kind of has to run. Shockwave coming through there. Going to snipe out the Ajax as the village is going to get up another dock to get those fishing ships back to work. Restoration down here, Naka. I think this is good for Rappel.
It is. It is. Like, sure, you lost a bunch of fishing ships. Sure, a bunch of Murmillo died, but most of them are still here. Hey, where's Galadria? Is she gone? No, she's with the other group.
Well, I mean, now we've got a problem for Rappel starting to be concocted here. And that's that, sure, you killed off all those hoplites, but now Kavoth, he's in the heroic age. And the heroic age means Hypaspists. And Murmillos, they don't cut it against those Hypaspists. In fact, they just get cut.
No. And this is where either Arcus or Contarius come in. But guess what? This is a really good way to deal with the Scylla, having all these heroes that, unfortunately for them, they're pretty low on health. So the Scylla could actually get some kills herself, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. There's too many.
Well, I mean, looks like the next movement here, it makes a lot of sense. If you're going to force your opponent into going for like mass Hypaspis to deal with your mass Murmillo heroes, the next move here is, well, what beats those Hypaspists? Why not just go into Contarius here? And you can go mass Murmillo, mass Contarius, and all of a sudden that Peltast Hoplite or Toxotic Hypaspist or just infantry archer army stops making a huge amount of sense here. I mean, I don't know if this is what he's going to go for. Rappel might go for a whole bunch of Arcus here instead, which is another answer to take out those Hypaspis as well. But getting that Thea, getting those Thea upgrades with Poseidon's Secret, Lance of Stone, it's a great way to think about moving forward. And he's getting even more Murmillo heroes.
Whoa. What's the deal here? I don't understand. They're gonna be a little better, but
all the way.
I get it, they're cheap, but why? Hypaspists are gonna shred them.
Wait, do they though? That's the question. Maybe this is part of the idea. Maybe they don't shred them. Maybe because they've got so much more HP and they've got so much more damage and they've got that bonus damage. We'll have to wait and see. There's still a very large population advantage. She's also playing around Curse here. Curse doesn't work on these units. And the army of Kavoth just gets obliterated here, it seems.
Oh my god, it's an anti-curse play. You're right. That's actually a million IQ. I didn't even think about that for a second. Wow. Very, very nicely done. Although he's not going to have heroic renewal here with Thea, he's safe against curse. And that produces value over time. And the bleeding damage, it by the way stacks against all the targets. Yeah. So if you outnumber the Hypaspist, you should be moderately okay. He's significantly outnumbering them.
That's absolutely true. But here's the thing. Kavoth has his fortress up now on the gold. So he's got, I would say, a little bit of time here to hold, but he needs to get units out. Right now, he's only making Hypaspis. He's got to be somewhat concerned about a transition away from mass heroes or away from mass Murmillos. But at this point, it's just looks like Rappel's just going to heal his units back up with the Caladria. He's going to get himself out a whole bunch of Dryads. And then all of a sudden, those Murmillo have got a bit of a meat shield to fight against those heavy Hypaspis. And I mean, Rappel looks at that army going, should I fight it? I think I can win, but I don't know. Maybe he does know. There's just so many Hypaspis now. The numbers are pretty close, but who wins?
This is looking really good to me, boy. You have to constantly retarget those Hypaspis so that they do anything, and meanwhile the Dryads just shredding them. I think these Murmillo are more than happy to take the trade. The pigs transformed are actually the Dryads, and the handful of normal Murmillos that were still around Rappo is winning this fight still quite decisively.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Naka, but the start of that fight there from Rappel, he pulls the Murmillo back, and Kavoth's attack move sends all the Hypaspis to target down Dryads instead of those Murmillo heroes. That was an 1,000,000 IQ micro trick there. Gonna have to steal that one for games moving forward.
That was really, really nice. And you know, with the bird supporting as well now, what are you gonna do? Hypaspis can shoot up. The Fortress can, the Chiron can, sure. That's gonna hurt these birds a lot. But meanwhile, the Murmillos have killed everything. Now the Shades, guess what kills Shades? That's right, heroes. They're Mythunets now as well. In the old game, they weren't tagged with anything, but now they are Mythunets, so off they go. And off Kavo goes.
Rappel, he's out. That was that was just like somewhat strategic genius. Would you go as far as to say that? Like, there was almost nothing that Kavoth wasn't like be played poorly here. He just didn't follow the plan or didn't follow the strategy of Rappel and figure out the counter fast enough. Sure, he's made a whole bunch of Hypaspis here, but too little, too late.
I agree, like, if maybe he doesn't trickle the fights, you know, build up one death ball and try to fight the Murmillo death ball directly, then I think Kavoth would have had a better chance with all the hoplites alive, with all the Hypaspists getting added in, and 3 heroes all at the same time. I think that would have been the way to go, but taking the several smaller fights just didn't work out whatsoever. That wasn't the way to go here.
Yeah, I wonder what, I mean, maybe going in with more like a Toxotes sort of thing, getting a front line of Hypaspis hoplites. Maybe that would have been a way to go, but you've always got to be worried about those 10 Dryads coming at you. They're just tanks. You need to get your own heroes out as well. And I guess in that situation, Kavoth just couldn't get it done. And that's 2-1 now for Rappel. We'll move into game number 4 fairly shortly. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's see if we can find the game.
We already know it's Blue Lagoon. The gods are coming in momentarily, guys. We're just waiting for the information.
We're doing 3rd place before finals, right?
Yes. Yes, give the finalists a moment to breathe. Then they play better. We've got the god matchup.
Well,
It's gonna be Odin versus Set.
Alright.
Rappel being the Odin.
Oh, Rappel, he's on his main.
Mm-hmm.
No one's really got mains anymore in these sort of tournaments, but you know, you go back onto the you go back into the history, and I mean, Rappel, before he moved to Age of Tides, he was a vanilla player, and on vanilla he did play all the gods. He played every single god. But when he moved over onto the Titans, he went in to become like an Odin one trick for quite some time while he was trying to kind of get used to it and get into the scene. But as the tournament started to push more multi gods into the sort of situation there, he started expanding out into all these different gods, and now it looks like he can just play all 13 of them at a really high level again, and it kind of goes full circle back to where he was at the start.
He diversified himself pretty good there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Took some time to learn everything, but I mean, he picked up some great Greek right after, you know, only Odin wasn't a thing anymore. And, you know, ultimately he also learned Egypt, so here we are. Now he's showing Atlantean. I have not cast Rappel games of him being Atlantean in Titans, but here, it looks like it's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get a choice. Your opponent chooses for you what gods you basically can and can't play. That's how the draft works. It's like you both get what you want, you both don't get what you want, and it's a really nice little handshake behind the back, all the good stuff. But so far, the Rappel and Kavoth here having a bit of the funkiness kicking through. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button there.
You're going into a different game? Let's watch some random
Oh,
900
dear.
elo
All right, I'm gonna
ranked.
hit this button. That's fine. I'm getting support. I'm getting support behind the scenes. It's working. We're getting somewhere. Lol. Oh no, I've lost my link as well. Did I copy it?
Oh.
Actually, I can find it. Oh god.
Yeah, right now I'm just
Lucky
copying
me.
from your last one.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you keep an eye on this game when it starts?
Trying to find the lobby. It's always a process, but we're getting there. Soon TM, guys. Soon TM.
All right. So, what do we got? Okay. Sorry about this. Are we back?
I still don't see the lobby. So you've got time to fix your overlays.
It's fine. It's fine. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so I've got my one back. Now I just have to change this here to something else. Fingers crossed.
Oh, Rapple said he
And
needed a
magically. Oh, we've got it. Perfect. And we're going to be seeing Odin versus Set on Blue. I know you said this already, but I got there in the end. Odin versus Set on Blue Lagoon. Oh, this is a tough matchup. I don't know how much you've seen on this one.
I think it's very difficult for Odin, to be honest, because Set has so many things he can do. So you get out a whole lot of slingers as well as your wedges, and you back that up with a ton of axemen. Now what does Norse do? Well, you'd think maybe raiding cavalry, yes, but then you have your shifting sands to get out of sticky situations. You do add in your own spearmen, and it's just a very, very difficult army to take on because your own throwing axemen get countered by the slingers significantly. And it just seems that Seth has the initiative here.
I completely agree. I think that the challenge here for the Odin player is firstly, trying to take advantage of some early game timings, which I think a lot of Norse players aren't aware exist. Specifically with Odin, it somewhat exists with Loki as well. But what Odin gets is there is a very, very specific timing early on where if the Egyptian player missteps their army, you can take a fight and you can actually win and slow down the Wadget numbers. That's the whole thing. You've got to be taking Wadgets out, making good trades. Even sacking a Hersir or two to take out a Wadget is going to be somewhat important in the keys to success for the Odin. But in general, where the matchup flips in terms of advantage, so to speak, is once the Norse player has got himself set up with like heroic age upgrades, full population army, all of a sudden then, the set starts to fall behind, so to speak. There's another then flip again that happens in the Mythic Age as to whoever gets there first. If the Horus comes in first, then suddenly you got to deal with those Horus spearmen and things like that. But if the Norse gets there first and you get Fimbulwinter and the economy already kind of fragile as Set gets absolutely blown up. So there's a lot of kind of terrifying moments in this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. And, the tornado itself can also just clean up a Norse army, but certainly there's tools available. Once you make it through that dicey classical age, I think Odin can take control. Hell, you could do some very interesting things like a mountain giant attack with, with walking woods. That can be quite potent as well if you hit them at the right time.
Yeah, totally. And the other thing is that makes this even more challenging. There's this quote unquote meta that has developed, right?
Sorry, Void, the game
Egyptians.
sub. You can continue, but
we got to jump in.
There's a game to
join. let's get going. There is this quote unquote meta that's developed, and what have we got? 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And this, the problem with it is that if this meta gets solved on one side, say for the Odin gets fixed and like they can beat this thing, Set's got a billion other strategies that he can go for. Nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into game number 4 very, very shortly here, ladies and gentlemen. Aces the Rapple versus Kavoth here. Odin versus Set on Blue Lagoon. We're going to be jumping into it right now. Hitting that transition. Let's go. Here we are, spawning in the left side of the map, currently 2-1 in this best of 5 semifinals for the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1. He's playing his Odin, his name is the Rapple.
On the other side, his opponent picking the dark side, playing as Set. This is Kavoth. He's gonna need the dark side.
Baby.
He's on match point, man.
Oh, baby. It is match point. You win this game, you go to the finals. You lose this game, you go to the 3rd, 4th place match. Okay, we got some relics on the map here. We got that Fetters of Fenrir down the bottom. A little bit of a boost to villager attack here. If I'm actually playing this as the Odin, I think this relic is actually kind of important because you might be needing to get in that villager fight. Extra 20% might not seem like a lot, but it could be the difference between, you know, winning a fight and losing a fight. There's also Black Lotus here. Get that bonus 10% farms. That one is also really good for the defensive Odin, who's going to probably have to build farms fairly early on after being constricted. Got that Text of Imhotep here with the minus 10% build time. Pretty actually good for the Egyptian player who's got to struggle building buildings for the villagers that build a little bit slower than everyone else. And then finally, Gugnir Odin Spear. Fantastic relic for both players who might want to make those these herdmen from the side of the Rapple to deal with maybe some later camel riders or chariot archers or elephants, or potentially the spearmen for Kavoth.
Yes, sir. So there's plenty of opportunity here, and I just want to add about the Fetters of Fenrir relic. You know, villagers often end up defending against siege weapons. This is huge there.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of bonus damage, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's
not think about it.
It's not 10 anymore. Right. Otherwise, they'll start paying attention.
We have to save. I got to save this strat for the next tournament. Okay.
Hey, we've got the second monument already coming up from Kavoth, so the prophecy is true, and what we described before the game will actually happen. Now, for those of you who are just joining for the game, well, first of all, how dare you? Secondly, yeah, this is all about Vedget spam. And then getting your slingers, electron bullets, getting X-Men added as well. And if it's super necessary, then Shadoof. But we'll probably not get around to that. There's plenty of hunt, and the set has the initiative. Should be out there gathering from the good stuff, the hunt.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Naka. That I'm not sure we're going to see it, but I just want to lay the seed just in case. There is a completely different angle, very similar in terms of myth unit spammage, which is just as, if not more effective against Norse. We just haven't really seen it being used because everyone loves the Wadgets so much. And that's Massanubites. And I already saw it happen once today against Kronos. Recon used them to perfection.
About to find out.
Wait, not Recon. Recon suffered against it against Matrius. Matrius used them to perfection. We're not going to see it in this game, however, but, you know, if you want to see some Anubites, they do exist. And now the Skipan is in, Freya is in, and that Valkyrie is going to be moving across the map. And this is kind of the moment where the first sort of moment where there's a little bit of an advantage. If you can catch that Wadget out, if you can catch a villager out, if you can get that Valkyrie doing something useful here, you can slow down the set player in a big way. But Kavoth here is not wanting to give anything away. Walls are up. Villagers on these berries going to have to get pulled back. There are a little bit of hunt conversions here that he can eat underneath the town center as well. But Kavoth is quickly moving his villagers, making sure he takes no damage. And he's going to be completely fine here.
Yeah, this is absolutely great. So eating the converted animals is just, you know, full-on hunting rate. And the stuff that comes out of the temple, ditto, because these animals don't do a whole lot of damage in combat. They have essentially 0 health. So eating them up is, I think, a very, very valid move. Although you don't want to gather this far away from the town center. Something to watch out for. Vision is going to be used, and we're going to find out where.
He drops the vision down on the main base of Rappel. He just wants to make sure that Rappel isn't getting away with anything. This is fast second town center shenanigans, maybe a fast villager center somewhere on the map. You do see a forest fire coming through. That's the villagers. Are going to have to move up. This has 2 benefits. One, it opens up the base of Kavoth, but I'm not sure exactly what for. But it also makes those villagers need to move onto a different wood line, and that'll slow down the Wadget spammage just ever so slightly.
There'll be 2 longhouses, but there's no second great hall yet. So I'm assuming this is in preparation for the spearmen that are going to be made. Not sure if the Valkyrie has seen that, did she?
I don't think... Well, I don't really know if Rappel has really spotted what Kavoth's going for just yet. Like, he doesn't know there's barracks. He doesn't really know what the army composition is, but the standard response here is I need an answer against Axeman so that my Hearser can get in and kill my opponent. And while the micro is incredibly intricate and arguably much harder for one side over the other, the Axemen are very necessary to allow those Hearser to get through. If you don't have them, it's going to be tough.
So the spearmen are now looking for some raiding targets. Not sure they will be able to find anything. And also the Raven is around, being a budget Pegasus there for raider spotting. And funnily enough, Rappel, for the moment, has control over this map.
Yeah, this is the kind of timings that I'm talking about with this matchup, where you get that tiny little bit of an advantage. And at this stage, you can see the population differential is quite close. So if Kavoth does move out onto the map, and you can see him doing this with the spears, and he loses these, this is absolute nightmare here. Is Kavoth, he's going to get collapsed in onto right now. The raiding cavalry on the other side, they might not want to engage because he might take a bit of damage with it, but yeah, he has pushed those spearmen back, but this isn't a problem for Kavoth. He's waiting for that big population lead, which will be coming in. In fact, is he going for a town center? He's got 12 villages on gold. He might just walk out and grab a second town center here. I haven't seen this as an approach to this matchup very often, but I think that's what he's going for.
I guess this forward town center kind of secures the gold behind it as well as the hunt, so it's not a bad idea. You've got to be really careful to not get mountain gianted. those cav are gonna get sandwiched. Ouch.
Yeah, that's such a great little pick there for Kavoth here. He's playing this opening really, really nicely, but there is somewhat of a weakness to this, and that's Spearman Wadgets. They simply lose to Hearser just flat out. All you got to do is grab Cess Rumnir. I talk about this technology way too much because I just feel like it's the best technology in the game for Norse. But you get Cess Rumnir, and suddenly the Hearser actually not only beat the Spearmen, well, not only obviously they beat the Wadgets, but they also beat the Spearmen. In equal resource cost, equal population cost. It's kind of crazy. Nonetheless, we see the Kavoth army poking forward, seeing these units. He needs Axemen. He absolutely needs them.
Yeah, I'm really surprised there's none. I mean, he's already known about the throwing Axemen as well. He's seen them. So why don't we see Axemen? It's just all Spearmen. The Hearser are getting on top of the Wadgets, and they're not having a very good time with this. Even the Valkyries were helping out a little bit there. But I think the number of Spearmen is high enough to deal with the Hearser themselves. for the most part, and then it's all about targeting down the throwing axeman here.
I mean, this micro here from both players is absolutely superb, but Kavo sees in the end here that there's just too many Herser, and he's just going to have to retreat back. He's now queuing up from his 2 barracks that he's built here. 8 axemen.
Wow.
If you ever queue up 8 axemen into 2 barracks, you know that you need another barracks at the very least. Let's get that production going. Spend them resources.
Yeah, if we're committing to this, then absolutely. It's not like he's saving up for heroic here. This is a pump. So, we talked about this before. It's 3 barracks. That's the target. You might as well make them in the opening after you have the gadget count where you want it.
Yeah, I mean, now we've got a handful of units out for Kavo. It's like we saw this before in the fight before. Those gadget numbers, they got trimmed here. I think he lost maybe 2 or 3, so he could arguably have been on 9 at the moment. And these things, they just pack a punch. They're so disgustingly strong. But now we see the gold mine getting grabbed. Rappel is already out there. In the main base, Rappel's gold is finished. The villagers are going to jump back onto the farms. He's going up through Skadi. The dwarves are going to move forward as well. The walls coming up is absolutely huge. And all of a sudden, Kavoth's angle to get a ridiculous advantage in this game has, in my opinion, evaporated. He's going to push forward, but there's going to be a frost. I mean, I wouldn't even mind going walking woods here. The dwarves are going to move around onto this side as the army comes forward. Rappel does catch that, but there's going to be a long time to break through this wall. And honestly, those dwarves could just move elsewhere.
Hey,
we'll see
your favorite
what he's gonna
upgrade.
find over here.
The Shrumner is
Cute.
scheduled.
Yes.
Yes.
He needs it. But it's also good for Goaty as well, right? That it's just a fantastic upgrade all around.
Get them both. 15% hit points. That's a lot. It's like Olympian parentage, but you have a lot of heroes. So.
Yeah. But I guess the only problem here for the Rappel is he doesn't have flaming weapons, and this is the big thing that normally the Norse players use to win these fights. It's a huge flaming weapons push and then get in there. But at the moment, Great Hall's coming through, and I imagine we're going to see a lot of Goaty getting built at the moment. Frost Giants coming through as well. Seshrum is now coming in. A Great Hall to block up this position as the army is going to look to come and collapse in onto the bottom side. There's a wall down the south side of the map as an evacuation route to some degree here as well. Kavoth, he doesn't want to push in too far because of how fragile those Wadgets are. He doesn't want to get caught out of position. The thing is, with Frost, he's going to be caught out of position no matter what, unless he's got 50 favor to use on a Shifting Sands.
Well, there are the predicted Goaty Void, and we've also got the double Frost Giant, which I really like to beef this army up a little. You do need a little bit of meat shield for your throwing axemen to do the job. And we certainly have that now.
Yeah, and with Nephthys coming through, those Wadgets are about to get a little bit stronger. Every time you advance an age, there's a little bit of a hidden buff behind it, which boosts the damage, the hit points, and everything, kind of similar to how heroes get a boost as you go through the age. They're just getting pushed off of this gold mine as Rappel says, hey, if you don't want to fight me, I am going to come and fight you. Population differential is very, very close here. Rappel needs to spend those resources. He's got a lot of resources in the bank here to spend on Goaty, on throwing axemen and everything else. The Wadgets are now in a good spot to get some spits in, and he might be getting caught out here as Rappel charges forward with those Herser onto this position, but the Axemen are now going to be getting a huge amount of damage. The Frost Giants coming through. Can Rappel win this fight is the big question. He's still holding on to that Frost as now the Heroic Age is in for Kavoth with that Ancestors. You can't click Ancestors on this position. The Throw and Axemen actually absolutely melt everything on the front as the Goaty are now going to be ruining those Wadgets.
Boyd, I loved the positioning on these throwing axemen. They were right around the gold mine, so every melee unit trying to get in contact with them had to path around them, making them go in a single Congo line. That is not how you want to engage ranged units, so Rappel choosing the fight location here was perfect.
Absolutely perfect indeed. The Thrown Axeman going to push forward, trying to get more damage here, but in all honesty, when you win a fight in Age of Mythology, any single time in Age of Mythology you want to fight, get further in front. When you're in front, get further ahead. When you're ahead, get further ahead. From our Lord and Savior, Day 9 from way back in the day. I heard it from him first. It might have been Artosis. I don't know. But what does that mean?
Both.
Get a town center,
Yeah.
and now your economy gets gigantic. You get more population to use, put more military buildings down, and we'll just take it into the next stage of the game here.
100% get a hill fort as well.
Position.
So it's a good idea.
Yep.
And Winter Harvest, of course, one of the best food-related upgrades in the game, affecting farming, hunting, herding, and berry bushes. That's crazy, that technology. It's wow. If only Rappel was making any food units, then it would be great. He's kind of just not doing that.
Yeah, well, we are seeing Kavo making a little bit of a transition here. And this is what I like to call the... If it's the case that as we're seeing the Norse players, Rappel shows how good he's able to deal with those Wadges. If it's the case that the Wadges strategy stops being good, then you suddenly get these Chariot Archers coming through, and they're another issue in of themselves to deal with. Because these things hit like a truck. They space the thrown axeman at 12 range versus 20 range, so you can kill them really easily. If you've got mass throwing axemen out, you're not going to be able to then build out the raiding cavalry fast enough to kind of get that advantage. And we see Kavoth here behind all of this. He's greedying out. Greedying? Is that a word? He's greedying out. He's greeting out a Mythicage here. Thoth is coming through.
Well, that can certainly turn the game around when it comes to fighting at Rappel's base. Hopefully, the meteors would be hitting his army, and then also he gets a town center kill. But if there's enough buildings around, there's a very low chance actually of the meteor getting the important kills like the hill fort, like the town center. So I think Rappel is doing the right thing right now. He's ahead, he knows, he's making more villagers behind this than Kavoth. He's already up by 10. And he's denying this gold mine location. That's great stuff together.
The thing that I'm scared of ever so slightly is just the Chariot Archer ball. When you go through Thoth, you get that Valley of the King's Tech, the Chariot Archers get massed up in a crazy way, and then the Egyptian army suddenly, out of nowhere, just hits full population, and the Norse side gets very, very challenging to deal with it if you're not prepared. Now, I'm sure as soon as Rappel sees Thoth come through, he's just going to go like, all right, it's time to start preparing for mass Migdol units. What is he making? We already see the Chariot Archers. Okay, let's slap down a couple more Great Halls. We'll get ourselves that heavy raiding cavalry, and we'll start making mass raiding cavalry to deal with it. I mean, after all is said and done, he's still holding on to Frost. So there's not really anything that can surprise the Rappel moving forward. But I guess the one thing is that you can actually Shifting Sands away from Frost. So if he misplaces it, you can Shifting Sands away, and you can.
Which is super fun, because in the older game you couldn't do that.
No. Counterplay on counterplay. This is why Shifting Sands is the best god power in this game. You can outplay anything with Shifting Sands.
Well,
anyways, Thoth is now in.
You got a Phoenix.
Kavoth is still one town center. Phoenix is through.
There's plenty of stuff to shoot up, though.
Rappel hasn't placed... Really, he's going for Hill Fort, so he might be like, okay, Huskal. I don't mind Huskal. I think Huskal are a perfectly fine unit. The problem with them is it's really hard to mass out enough for them to be effective. But if you're just building raiding cavalry and Huskal, you get both of those units to kind of mesh together well to try and deal with those Chariot Archers. It's not a terrible idea in the slightest. But the Phoenix here, flying overhead of a bunch of Goaty there, immediately going to target those down as the army of Kavoth starting to get going here.
Rappel will be, however, collapsing on this. He's pulling all the boys and the girls. Getting into the fight here. Meteor is used, but so is Frost. Let's see if the town center can be destroyed. Certainly Rappel's army will be safe from that range. But I think one more hit. Oh my god, the villagers. Yikes. Okay, that was a lot of damage, actually. Kind of helping to equalize the game somewhat. And we do have that chariot ball that you were warning about much earlier. 20 chariots, boys, going up against heavy raiding cavalry with there's no shield upgrade on them yet. You really gotta get that as soon as possible at this point.
Yeah, no shield upgrade just yet, but in terms of buildings here for Rappel, that's what I'm worried about. He's got an insane economy. He's got 4 longhouses. He's got 3 great halls now. He's got 2 hill forts. Ancestors gets dropped down as the frost is going to be finishing up. The Huskars are already on top of those chariot archers for the time being. The Goaty are in to try and snipe down the Scorpion men. But it's looking to me like Kavoth's army is standing incredibly strong through this fight. And now Rappel has to leave here. And he's got 40 villages on wood. He needs farms. You got that tech winter harvest. He's got to get those farms out. He's got to get that transition into those raiding cavalry. It can go south so insanely fast when you're playing against Egyptian.
And you know what, Boyd? He froze the Phoenix egg, so that's back too now. No one was around to kill that. That's tough. Because now you have barely any Goldie left. It's very easy to snipe them with the chariots, but the chariots are busy. They're killing the dwarves, they're killing the gatherers as well as the ox carts. This is gonna hurt if you're Rappel. I think we've got a game 5 maybe.
Get pushed off of all, he's gonna get pushed off of all gold mines here. Rappel, technically speaking, he's still in front on villagers, but when you take into account how much value of the Kings gives, that's basically 1,000 resources a minute. Which means that that's 20 villages, roughly, in terms of gather time difference. Which means if you're idling 20 villages, you're in front by a huge amount right now, even though he's behind 10 villages in terms of actual stuff. Kavoth now gets that next town center. He's going to be pushing forward here. Catapult, going to be able to take some stuff out on the front. But Rappel, he knows the answer. The answer is simple. It's somehow get out full population raiding cavalry here and take a good fight. That's the answer. But can he manage to do that is the big question.
Well, good news, we're gonna have Rhyme coming in. That's right on top of all these priests. I don't think you're gonna want any frost giants. That's too many priests.
Yeah, I don't know about that one just yet. We're seeing Rappel. He's trying to delay. He's got 11 great halls, 3 placed down at the back. He's building them all over the map. He knows just delay, get himself the units out, and then we can go into a little bit of a different sort of game here, because even if he cleans this army up, we're still going here. This game is not going to be over with Kavoth losing a single army at the moment. In the main base, so that town center is going to be going down very, very quickly here to that catapult as the Berserk's trying to repair it back up. Meanwhile, onto the top side of the map here, the raiding cavalry not quite enough to deal with those chariot archers just yet. The Huskar now going to be coming over as well. Rappel is panicking here in a way. He's going to send those Huskar in, but like they die pretty quickly. And with a bit of shoot and scoot micro, you can actually win this fight here if you're Kavoth, if the Huskars aren't microing either. As in the main fight here, the Thrown Axemen, they are getting some good damage done here. The raiding cavalry are getting through.
It does look like Rappel has got this for the moment. He will survive this battle and get quite a bunch of kills out of it. And also the chariots have been cleaned up by the Huskar on the other side. So maybe there's a little bit of hope. But behind this, the big picture is that Kavoth is on 3 town centers. He's pumping his economy out. He's up by 10 villagers. He's trying to get up a Migdor stronghold up front. Maybe that's not going to work, sure. But he can just pull back, let the town center do some work, and get a bigger army together.
I guess the problem here is now for Kavoth. He's got the momentum now, but the unit that he's building, I'm not going to say a unit composition because this is not a unit composition. It is a unit. The unit he is building is called Chariot Archer. He doesn't really have a front line. He doesn't really have an answer against a full population raiding cavalry, Huskar sort of army that Rappel is going to be building here. So Rappel can continue to put the pressure on if he can get there. He can also go up and grab this town center. There's also going to be a power spike with Thimble Winter to come. And, you know, someone had 40 villages on wood once in this game, and it was not Kavoth, but now it is.
That's true. Yeah, guys, don't do this at home.
A balanced economy is balanced life.
We know
Those
what
chariot
Rapple
archers
is
looking for
thinking
another
about
raid.
this, and now Kavo.
Yeah, both players going for each other here, but these chariot archers pushing up onto this raid here, it's always risky business raiding with chariot archers because it might seem like it's great because they're technically cavalry units, right? They've got 5 speed, but as soon as the 6.6 speed raiding cavalry come through, then suddenly it's a very different story.
Hey, boy. I just want to point out that I think that Norse has chariots as well, but I don't think the ox cart counts. So I'm not sure what that was, but the chariots are eating well today. Hey, both players are 200 population plus, so this could be actually a pretty good fight.
Attention here. The raiding cavalry are going to be able to take out a whole bunch of those chariot archers on the back here. And now Gavoth has to retreat away. He's going to take a huge amount of damage. Those raiding cavalry are having a little bit of challenge to get around onto there. We see a shifting sands come through from Gavoth. And he's retreating where? He's retreating up onto this tops position to try and take out those raiding cavalry. And Rapple says, okay, I'm outnumbered here. Let me retreat away. But this means the front base and all the villages are going to be going down.
Now that is painful. Rapple starting to equalize the civilian population. And, you know, as long as he actually just gets to run away from the top chariots, he can come down here, take down the amygdala and the town center, and potentially retake this whole area. And, you know, the addition of the Valkyries. These girls are tanky. I'd even say they're Giga Xerxes. Honestly, the chariots won't be doing too much damage against them. This is a great addition to the army. Wait.
Yeah, and this is one of those advantages of playing as Odin, right? You get that bonus favor income from using Great Hall units, which we honestly haven't been seeing for much of this game. We finally see the Great Hall units coming out in the shape of raiding cavalry, and now we can just spam out myth units to all Billio, and it's fantastic. But the raiding cavalry catapult trying to take down this town center. Rapple does convert some berserks here to get the repairing in as the army comes up, and that's going to be pushing Gavoth back. But the problem here is that Rapple still hasn't got himself up his third town center. He's at 80 villages. He's behind on villager count. Gavoth is making some decent trades here, trying to push back. And Rapple's taking good trades as well, but he's not able to win this fight on the front. He's only got 120 population.
It's a good defense though, and catapult being down is a huge boon. He will be able to repair this town center back up. Gotta build some more ox carts again, because they all died in the earlier fights. But as long as Rapple can keep the pump going and hold these chariots at bay at least somewhat, he might have a chance to get to the mythic age. It's asking for a lot though, with this population discrepancy. The army of Kavo is like double.
Yeah, he's got a huge pop advantage, and that's literally all he's got going for him in terms of this army. As soon as Rapple can just get full pop and take a decent fight, and I just keep on saying a decent fight, taking that decent fight is easier said than done. These units will fall, but Rapple, I mean, he's got a huge amount of great hauls in, but he needs to be pumping those units out, and he's doing a good job of it. He's only got the one hill fort, unfortunately, but every single fight he's taking, it seems like he's only thrown in a handful of population here, so those chariots are just going to be trading incredibly well.
Wow. It's so many of them, boys, and at this point they're very highly upgraded as well. But wow, they have bronze shields. Wait, sorry, I got it wrong. They got champion, but they don't have copper, more than copper upgrades. That's unfortunate. You definitely should get that done if you're Kavo. Maybe he will.
Yeah. And behind all that, we did see Rapple now just going up for his own bronze shield. So his units will be starting to get a little bit more powerful. But yeah, I mean, we keep on saying this. This is just like the problem for Rapple is just income and just getting the resources in to rebuild this army and try and survive. He's doing a great job of it, but this is Kavo in his element. He is moving the map around. He's fighting on different fronts. He's got that killer instinct, so to speak. Raiding cavalry charging through. They're using that forest to absolute perfection. This choke point is beautiful here for Kavo. This Rapple now going to send even more units in onto the other side. He's going to get a bit of a surround through, but can he actually end up finishing up all these units? Wedging, it's 35 chariots on that position.
Wow, there's 2 catapults now as well, boys. They don't yet have engineers, but I mean, they're more than damaging enough to take this TC down. It's gone. And Rappo just doesn't have what it takes to chew through this massive, massive army of chariots, even though they don't have any other backup than the terrain.
Yeah, and now Kavoth is just going to say, that's my town center. I have built nothing but chariot archers for the past 10 to 15 minutes. And now what are you going to do? Villagers are going to go down on this gold mine. Rappel's going to be out of gold. He doesn't have a trade route started. He's got 400 gold in the bank. He's got a decent amount of food and wood in the bank, but I mean, he's got to sell some food. That's potentially a little bit of gold for a bit, but the wood has already been sold for the time being. Raiding cavalry coming back in yet again to try and take out these chariot archers. And at this point now, it is looking like he's going to get a decent amount of damage. It doesn't seem like the entirety of the army is here for Kavoth, but you know, sooner or later, Kavoth has to go, you know what's good against raiding cavalry? A handful of camel riders.
Yeah, really. I mean, if you're set, I suppose you might as well add in some spearmen right now because there's just no throwing axemen on the field. But yeah, sure, camels would do the trick. And he can print them for cheap from the same fortress that he's been empowering this whole time. Although the economy is starting to get to a point where you don't need to worry about that so much. Mercenaries. There you go. Spearmen. We have spearmen.
Why build camel riders when you can just build mercenary? Hey, that's a front line. The raiding cavalry. It seems like this is going to be the last-ditch effort here for Rappel, but the population for Kavoth is still sitting at 260, as Rappel is going to be obviously very, very disappointed in having to tap out in this game. He had a fantastic position concocted from that early game, but the meteor, the transition into chariot archers caught him by surprise. The macro just slipped up for that little bit too long in this game, wouldn't you say, Nako?
Yeah, I mean, he was holding on to dear life here because I think he just wanted to get straight to the next round and not a game 5. So I understand Rappel, but that was a little bit excessive, maybe. No worries. It's a tournament. It's for the moolah. It's for the points. It's very understandable.
I mean, yeah, it's just a tough position to get thrown into. You get hit with a whole bunch of stuff at once, and this is the point at which I think most top players struggle. And I think everyone struggles because there's just so much going on, and everyone knows that this is the thing that everyone struggles with. So that's what they're trying to do. It's like that mid-game kind of throw something on the left side, throw something on the right side, throw something down the middle, and then your entire economy, macro, mechanics, fundamentals just go out the window as you're just trying to scramble to defend everything. And you know, in those moments, it just kind of goes down the hill. But we've got a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we want. If anything, that's what we want. So we're going to be moving into it very, very shortly. Hope you're having a fantastic time with us. And we'll see you in the next game.
So far, we don't have the map information just yet, but I'm sure it's coming. Maybe it's in the Discord. They're talking about this right this second. Obviously, after a 30-minute match, maybe Rappel needs a moment, which is also totally fine.
Yeah, you look at this one, and it's like, I can see watching this from the outside. Well, actually, I can see playing this and getting frustrated because I've been in this situation, so I can see that. 2, I can see watching this from the outside and saying, well, something's incredibly strong in the game, right? The chariots, chariot ball, archer ball, very, very strong. But also, if we're completely honest and analytical about this situation, Rappel was winning fights until he didn't have the population to win the fights. So, in one way, on one hand, sure, chariot archers probably shouldn't be able to beat raiding cavalry that easily. You probably shouldn't be able to go into one unit composition and win that easily. On the other hand, you go, well, it's not that simple.
Certainly not. So here's the thing. If you fight in a situation where you're outnumbered and you do so repeatedly, the resource costs are going to become immense. And the other guy is barely going to take a beating in the economy department. So they can build up Like you've seen at the end there, I don't know if you were looking, but um, like there were so many Migdols scattered across the place.
Yeah.
Our man Kavo was ready for anything. And really, the only thing he didn't do is upgrade the armory upgrades. But I think there's a lot of forgetting of that going on these days.
Yeah, in the heat of the battle, certain things do go out the window. We all know how good the armory upgrades are, but yeah, it was just like you saw the position Rappel was in, and I saw the angle he was taking, and the solution is just make sure the economy is untouchable. You got to get the walls up. You got to wait. What beats range units? Walls beat range units. You can't get raided if the walls are there because the range units can't get through it. So
That's right.
you say all this stuff, and you're like, it's not easy to do. So you've just got to get to that mindset in that game and go like, okay, what? Consistently be asking yourself, how do I lose this game? How do I play around this? And I think Rappel had the time to set walls up and set up against the Chariot Archers. If those raids didn't come through with the Chariot Archers onto the villages, then there's no way that Rappel was going to be falling behind on population so far. He probably would have been fine. But as I said, easier. Like, it's easy for me to say with Omniscience, playing at this level, very, very tough.
Yeah, I guess the one thing we can add is that this wasn't that many chariots in terms of what they cost. It was half.
Half price chariots.
Yeah, that tot upgrade is insanely potent, guys. So that's the one thing that doesn't quite add up when you just physically look at the fight. There was Valley of the Kings in play, so that swings the entire background of this significantly. You don't get that many chariots in a game where you go for, I don't know, Horus, Osiris, whatever. You're not gonna have that many. You can't afford it.
No. Well, nonetheless, we're going to see us moving forward into the next game. And as I'm looking at this draft, can I work out exactly what's coming next for us here? We've got... Is it Zeus for the Rappel? And is it Poseidon for Kavo?
Very nice.
Zeus versus Poseidon.
I'm trying to hunt for the map information at the moment. Let's see if we can get it. Because that adds a lot of important context, of course.
Yeah. I want to go on a quick rant about the Huskars before we continue, because I do see people talking about it. One, just first little point about the Huskars, they did actually win the fight up the top of the map against the Chariot Archers, but maybe they didn't win it as hard as they should have. But there was a lot more Chariot Archers than there were Huskar. Two, the problem with the Huskar, in my opinion, isn't that... There's actually two problems with the Huskar, and actually a problem with the raiding cavalry as well, which I haven't seen top players really kind of microing to play around. So the first problem is, well, this isn't a micro problem, it's more of a production problem, is that Huskar build out of the hill fort. So it's just really tough to get the numbers of them out. The next problem is that when you attack move and chase something, all the units bunch up behind.
Yeah, so they end up in a line. That's rough.
Yeah, they end up in a line and they're not getting any value. So the way to actually chase an army of units is to split the units that are chasing into different groups and run at different angles to get in. And that way you're actually increasing that DPS while you're chasing. Otherwise, your opponent shoots and scoots, they shoot with 30 units and you attack with 5 units.
Yeah, did you guys know that there's...
very, very difficult thing.
There's like a degree of animation cancelling on melee units as well. So if you can run an attack move and run an attack move, just alternating these so that you essentially get a little bit of movement done while the attack is on cooldown, that's how you actually maximize your attacking and also follow up the units as they run away.
Yeah,
that reduces the distance.
So It's tough. I mean, if you want to get good at it, there's MOBAs out there and play 80 carry role, and you'll be doing that for the entirety of the game. Or you could just practice it in Age of Mythology, which is even more effective.
And it's the better thing to do because it's Age of Mythology, and we're here to cover your games. I'm just the best.
Yeah, all right. I am going to have a quick run to get some water while we wait for this game.
Yes.
I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Nakamura. Everyone behave. I'm watching you.
Okay, guys, go crazy. Wreck the place. He's gone. This is how you can start the riot, right? Time for Ragnarok. Very good chat, very good chat. We'll just have to wait out Rappel, but I mean, wait, what were the gods? I haven't actually seen. So the gods are not Odin and Set. They didn't post the draft. What's the deal with that? Hey Boyd, I called for a Ragnarok as you were gone, so chat.
What happened with my Ragnarok?
All the villagers in the chat are turning into heroes.
I would rather turn them into berserks because they only cost 2 pop.
Okay, fair enough. But wait, is population your viewer count, or how does this work? In which case you would want Ragnarok.
No, look, if I turn my villagers into berserks that cost only 2 pop, that means I get to produce the villagers earlier.
Ah.
When the berserks start dying, I get to start producing economy faster. That's why it's better.
I understand.
It's got nothing to do with the stats and how the berserks beat the Ragnarok heroes. Huh? What did anyone say? Did someone say anything?
I have no idea what the gods are, but the production team somehow figured it out. It's Zeus versus Poseidon.
Let's go, production team.
I mean, to be fair, process of elimination, but I'm not that smart, okay? All the other gods are used.
It's all going to be coming in, Naka. We're going to be seeing Poseidon. We're going to be seeing Zeus. We're going to be seeing the Greek god himself. Well, I mean, that's Mr. But the Greek god's protege, the Rappel. The Greek god's Greek protege. I don't know what I'm trying to say. He's going in with the king of the gods. Can the god of the sea dethrone him? That's the big question.
That's what the campaign is about. It didn't work there. What makes you think it will work here?
Well, they had Arcantos, so he was cheating. Arcantos is overpowered. Like I've been what's the word? I'm just forgetting words. Protesting. I've been protesting for Arcantos nerfs as a Poseidon enjoyer for some time now, but the dev team, they just don't hear me.
Speaking of, has anyone made a reverse campaign before? Where you play the baddies?
I don't want to advertise something I haven't actually finished yet, but
that's
on the cards. Also, I do believe that Saw AOM has done that as well. Or at least
I think I've seen his YouTube series. Yes, you're right. You're right. Okay. Maybe I gotta just get from the program and get that playthrough done.
Yeah. We got a minute here, so let me go on a quick rant about a game that I played as a kid that I had so much fun in. It's called Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. It was on PlayStation 2. It was like a Final Fantasy type thing where you have your turn-based kind of attacks and you go and kill your opponents. Effectively, if you beat a level, you would then unlock the evil level where you get to play on the other side. And
Sick.
It's so much fun. I feel like this needs to be in Age of Mythology. Everybody go and ask for it, and we're gonna make it happen.
But I think our time is up to meme with you guys. We are gonna have to go to our last map of this series. It's gonna be Ghost Lake.
And let's get that scene going. Game number 5, semi-finals, Wrath of the Gods. Retold qualifier number 1. You win this game, go on to the finals. You lose this game, you go to the 3rd, 4th place round. Either way, these guys have given us an insanely good series. But let's kick it off right now on the top of the map in the blue color, playing as Zeus. His name is the Rapple.
We've also got another Greek player in here, but he's actually from Pakistan. This is Kavo, playing as Poseidon.
Dun, dun, dun. We have our map. It's Goat's Lake.
Goat's Lake?
Goat's Lake? Goat's Lake, because there's goats in the lake?
Yes, it works. And there's so many of them, and they're all going to Rapple. Wow. Oh my god, and he punishes the scout.
He's out. I can't claim that Goat's Lake, by the way. I've got to give credit where credit's due. Winston Waffles, shout out. You are the GOAT of Goat's Lake.
Nice. Better be here. If he catches it after the fact, that's okay.
We've got to discuss this. Already, we have to. It's just important.
What, the goats?
Rapple just used Bolt on a scout. What does that actually mean? Let me know, Naka, what you think. I got my own ideas, but I don't actually know if I'm right or not.
Okay, there's several advantages and problems. One of the advantages is that when he finds the other 3 goats, he will definitely keep them. And that's all the goats, right? There's no more. Oh, no, there's actually 6 goats to grab. So that's a pretty good little advantage. Sorry, that's 8. I'm just finding them around the map all over the place. It's not just on the ice that they spawn, so you do get to look around. There's 10 goats left on the map, Boyd. Okay, that's a really good price to pay for that amount of stuff. Now, let's add that Kavo has never ended up using his lure so far, which he could definitely do in order to attract some of the goats to his base. But what you actually want to do with your bolt is use it on the 2nd age hero, Atalanta. She costs essentially 270 resources if you account for favor being like 10 regular resources. So that's a huge amount of value, and you actually pay for that, unlike for the myth unit. And then your own 2 heroes will be just bonking the one myth unit that comes out to death. That's the Centaur. See, now you don't have that. And Poseidon is on much more even footing, because with lure, he will still be attracting the animals. He will still spawn some chickens. This is not too bad. I think, Boyd,
yes,
it might be not worth it to bolt the hero, the scout against Poseidon specifically.
I think that there are going to be a lot of early game problems that are going to be coming through here. Our scoreboard needs a little bit of updating. I don't know how to get in there. If we have a shout out to any sort of production team behind the scenes, can we get a flipperoonie and a score update to give Kavo his 2 points? But right now, Kavo, he is literally presenting. He is throwing his relic in the face of Rapple right now. He's like, I got a relic. What are you gonna do about it?
Can't bolt him now. The Titan's treasure, so age ups will be cheaper, including the Titan age. It's pretty good stuff.
Do you think it's ever worth it if you see that relic to try and like alter your build order to get out an early hero so you can get that relic, drop it in, and then you save 40 resources on your own classical age thing? Or is it only ever good to get it for heroic age?
Oh, I'd not bother with that, but when it comes to saving resources with relics and stuff like that, when I see the myth unit costs, when I see the temple upgrade costs or whatever, the fortress stuff, the town center stuff, all of those, I'm getting the relic first. I'm really hungry for relics,
Exactly.
really crazy about them. So even if it makes less sense, I'll get it. But not this
I don't
one.
want to point out anything crazy, but there is a Tusk of the Iron Boar relic on the map. That's kind of important when you're playing against Poseidon to keep that one away from them because they might want to build some Hippias in this game.
Yes. And you know, if you get them as Zeus, you can kind of keep up when it comes to the Poseidon bonuses on cavalry. So every little bit counts when it comes to helping against that.
I want to go off on a tangent here if you'd let me right now.
Sure.
There was a bit of theory crafting I had in the early stages of the game or release of the game about how this matchup would go, in that both players have to go Hermes because the Centaur is so good. And that just ends up eventually going into the favor of the 5.9 speed Centaur.
Yes.
But as it turns out, Minotaur are actually pretty insane themselves, and arguably the Bull Minotaur is a better Centaur Raider than the Centaur. And it just changes the entire dynamic of this matchup, theory crafting wise, and everything. And we're seeing Rappel going to be opening with this. You can go off, you can hit one raid with one Bull Minotaur, you can get a raid off. You can use it in the army as well to chase down the Centaur. It's such a brutal unit to deal with. And I imagine we're just going to see many, many more Minotaurs coming out here for Rappel. In fact, he's got one military academy, one temple, and that's all for the moment.
One quick thought on this. I think the Centaurs can have the upper hand if they're very well microed individually. So if you have like 4 or 5 Centaurs and you drag the one that the Minotaur is trying to chase, you will be able to shoot that thing down. Ideally, you wouldn't be using your AoE ability on the Minotaurs because that's taking a long time to charge up. But if you just use your single target attacks plus your heroes, I think that pays off in the long run.
Yes, indeed. We are still seeing Kavo trying to get in with these raids. The Heracles is here. He's going to get one shot. Doesn't get a second shot. Yes, he does. Does he get a third shot? Yes, he does. Centaur down. Tango down. Onto the top side of the map. The armory gets denied. One Hippias goes down. Hoplite's going to be chasing. Obviously, right now, Rappel wants the heroic age because then you get that boost onto his Minotaur even more in terms of how much stats you get. It's all based on the base stats. So 20% bonus damage and HP. That's much better for the Minotaur than it is for any sort of Centaur shenanigans, but it's still good.
That was pretty expensive for taking down an armory, like losing the Centaur, losing a Hippias. Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, he walked past. Did he walk past the relic, or is my Fog of War messing up? No, he took the good one. Oh god, Atalanta has it. Oh god. I like where Kavo is going with this.
This all of a sudden, why not? All of a sudden, I was going to say, this is all of a sudden, we're just play for Thracian Horses Hippias here. Play for Dionysus. Play for Tyroi with that relic as well, and you just enjoy it. You know, you get it. It's very rare to get that and be playing Poseidon. But alas, we see Aphrodite. Aphrodite is obviously very, very safe. You get that curse, you get that divine blood, and you get the golden apples as well. Divine blood for the boosted economy and building speed. Golden apples for more favor and all the good stuff there, which does kind of equalize. But Rappel at the moment, against mass Hippias, going mass hoplites, that's just good, right?
It is, especially these Athenian ones. That should be very nice. And bronze itself does last longer than ceasefire, so you can't completely cancel it out. I think it's a good idea overall. But Rappel is very much stuck in his main base. Interesting to see both players just stick into the one base setup. Even though there's a gold mine right next to the second TC, but the heroic age gives you a lot of power overall, so all of this is very understandable. It's the Dino that I'm a little worried about.
Yeah, this is kind of a scary moment for both players, in all honesty. Both players are sinking a lot of gold into their military, with the Hippias coming through with a very high cost of 80 gold. And obviously those Minotaurs coming in. Rappel's only built, I think, one of them thus far, but that's 180 gold apiece. They're going to be losing or spending all that gold very quickly, and they're going to have to move out onto a second gold mine. To me, it looks like Rappel's plan here is a big bronze push to get some sort of a gold staff started. The problem is that if he goes for that, then the Hippias are going to also raid Rappel's gold mine while that's all going on. So both players are going to be in a very tough position moving forward in this game.
Kavo keeps looking for the villagers to maybe leave the base, but they're still happily gathering away. There's 700 gold left in the main gold mine. It's going to be a while until they go out, but when they do, man, does Rappel really need to secure that location, because if he can't, that's going to be ugly.
Well, yeah, the villagers are coming out. The Pegasus here for Rappel, will he notice it? He does see the army, he does see the villagers, and the army will be noticing that Pegasus, or does it? You never know. Did Kavo see that Rappel is very well aware of what's moving down onto this bottom side or not? If I'm Kavo right now, I'm thinking, get a fortress up as soon as I possibly can on this spot to help me survive here. It's vitally important.
It's going to be a while until he can afford it. And Rappel is just happily building heavy hoplites. Also got a bunch of peltas, which will be a great addition against all these Toxodis. But what you should worry about right now as Rappel is these free Nemean Lions. If their abilities are manually cycled nicely, they can significantly reduce the active time of the enemy armies. So that's something to definitely consider.
Yeah, especially if you get Roar of Orthus as well, which boosts that area of effect that it does. I think it's not. Basically, you use the abilities manually first for the first 4 uses, so you just time it, and then as soon as that last one gets used, you can toggle it onto automatic. So as soon as it comes off cooldown, they're going to come in perfect timing to hit the next wave as well. So it's yeah, there's some really fun ways to micro it and get a huge amount of advantage. But Pegasus goes down. He's really spotted this gold mine, but at this stage, I guess Rappel's plan is going to be, let's just keep playing. I don't need to go for a crazy all-in. Let me grab my gold mine, sort this out, play a slow game here, get walls up. If Kavo wants to come and fight me, I've got the stronger stationary army. No speed on the army, basically, but he's going to be able to sit in here. There will be a curse to drop down as Rappel's army is patrolling around, spots those Hippias coming in, and he's going to be able to defend himself here.
Yeah, defending is just fine. Like, these Hippias are not that large in number, but actually a little bit of chomping happening here. But certainly not enough to actually catch them. And there's another group of Hippias that are being sent out. Might be able to get into the base, but there is just a little bit too many buildings around. Maybe they could dive the main. I mean, they are Poseidon Hippias here. They don't have the regeneration yet from Lord of the Horses, so that's something to add still. Once it happens, they can definitely dive that main TC, take out a bunch of villagers, get out again. I think that's a good place.
Well, we do see the Hippias still trying to get in, still trying to get raids happening for the time being here. Atalanta coming in to try and cause just a little bit more damage. The villagers are simply going to be having to retreat in. This is the advantage of these Hippias. It's the speed. They can get into the enemy base. They can cause idle time. Kavo here in his own right, he's still got all these units over here defending himself. So it's not like Rappel can send a little raiding party off to the other side of the map and get anything done. There's a lot of units over here. As the Hippias, they will be getting greeted by a lot of hoplites. And now Kavo says, all right, made a bit of a misstep. Let me just get out of there.
Yeah, and you know what? Atalanta dying is actually a good thing. Now we can remake her for full health.
Yeah, but you have to ask the question right now. What army is the army you want? Do you want the army with the mobility, or do you want the army with 3 Hydras, 2 Minotaurs, and a whole bunch of Athenian hoplites?
I'm gonna be picking option 2, Boyd. This is very straightforward here for Rapple to push in. He's done a great job walling back home as well. It's not quite enough, but hey, the Nemean Lions are out of position. They won't be able to defend back home. Is he gonna run back or just push on? He's finding some villagers with a second group.
Yeah, he's getting a nice little raid in. This is something Kavo does so well. Kavo's going to pull back off of the gold mine. This army isn't going to get any value, but what Rapple can do now is he can just go into the main base and kill the town center. If you're not going to defend yourself, the hoplites win that much faster.
23
those Nemean lines, as you say, in the main base of Kavo, of Rapple are very strong.
Oh boy, the villagers, they're in so much trouble.
Run for it. Just take the L's. Run for it.
Oh god.
There's so many hippies here.
There's no way out.
Just run into your base. What are you doing?
Oh, it saved him. The ceasefire. Oh, the counter attack from Rappa is gonna be so brutal. This is not even a base trade. The villagers are happy to stay where they are. And hey, Kavo pulled everyone home. Wow, that repair is fast, but guess who doesn't have resources? It's Kavo.
And guess who doesn't have a ceasefire anymore for a bronze?
Yep.
This is gonna... He can't stay. He can't take the fight. You don't even have to click bronze if he's not going to be here. The town center is going to fall immediately, but this will be militia. Bronze gets dropped down, and those hippies, they basically... There's a curse. The hippies basically have to run here. The hoplites getting pulled over to take the fight. There is going to be 2 towers.
Oh my
Restoration
God.
coming down as well here for the Rapple. He's got all of the power spikes. Both of those Hydra are starting to stack up heads. 3 heads there. Town center goes down, but the militia are now out. Population is still standing strong, however, for Kavo in this fight.
Wait, boy.
Can he take down all of those myth units, though, is the big question. There's no heroes here.
This is insane. There is a Hippolyta still in the middle of all this, and Atalanta is there. Wait, Theseus is here as well. What is going on? I think the man is kind of winning the fight. Not anymore, though. It's the hoplites are starting to get on the archers, and as soon as they're deleted, there's just no hope. Those Hippicons were
now
holding their
over,
own.
but the population is so far in front for Rapple after all is said and done. I was totally wrong on the heroes, but the heroes just weren't attacking those myth units. They were just seemingly staying alive. There's still 2 Minotaur left after all is said and done there.
The villagers are finally getting bullied by the Hippeos, but it's too little, too late. They once again walk through another wall. This is an absolute network that he's got back home. I don't think Rapple is worried about losing 3 villagers at this point. He killed the town center. He's killed the entire army. Those hoplites can do whatever the hell they want.
They absolutely can, but now Rapple has spotted the fortress coming up onto that top position there. Army for Rapple going to be checking around onto the map, trying to find villager kills. Funnily enough, after all of the chaos here, both players are at 45 villagers. These villagers on the in the middle of the map here do get caught out. Kavo's still going for kills as the army of hoplites, they check the gold mine, but they don't see the villagers on the polar bears here as Toxotes and hoplites kind of getting pushed back. How is the trade situation going? Both players seemingly using this market situation to keep them afloat here as the Hippie is going to be charging back into the main base of the Rapple, still trying to find the kills. This game has gotten absolutely messy and out of control here.
That's how we like it, though. Rapple just can't gather gold. Kavo is still pumping. I mean, he's got the villager lead, actually, even though Rapple is still making villagers himself. As long as he can keep that balance going. Oh my god, the villagers get found and surrounded by the Hippeos. Can this man turn it around? I think it might be possible, boy, with that raid happening. Oh my god, he doesn't need a town center. That's for noobs.
Yeah, the Hippiest raids are just absolutely carving through the Rapple's economy here. And Kavo, he's got to be thinking about getting that town center back at this point. The army differential here, population-wise, it's in favor of Kavo as he's managed to find his way. I wouldn't say he's find his way back into this game, but he found an advantage here after everything has kind of calmed down. His town center is going to come back up. He's in front by a handful of villages. Rapple doesn't have a gold mine. Life is difficult here right now. What do you do? lots of villagers on favor here. There's another restoration available for Kavo, for Rappel to move forward. He can also make a whole bunch of myth units here as the Hydra are going to start coming through yet again.
I think
And now the hoplites are choosing to go after the fortress.
This might be too far gone. It's possible, of course, Kavo throws away this army, but I think he's paying really good attention. The raids are on point, Boyd. He's not gonna waste them. The other villager group killed. Oh my god. 29 villagers for Rappel. This is an absolute disaster right now. The Hippeos are diving the main base as we talked about earlier. Now they have the upgrades. They can get this done for the most part. The fortress is helping to defend against the hoplite onslaught. At least somewhat. The repair is pretty strong too. But the rest of the Hippeos will be needed to help here.
Yeah, and while fighting underneath this fortress here, I mean, he's got the restoration, which I'm sure he's going to be using as soon as these Hippias come in. There he goes. Just going to keep his army alive for just a little bit, but does it matter when half of these units are Toxote? He's not really countering anything, and the hoplite numbers are just so low here. Rappel's army is getting removed from this position, and it looks like Kavo is going to be walking away or riding away off the back of these ridiculously powerful Tusk of the Iron Boar boosted Hippias in this game.
And that was without Thracian horses, Boyd. Imagine what that could have done. Oh my god. Wow, that was a fight for sure. Now Rappel isn't allowed to gather gold anymore. And the Cav once again gets split into two groups to try to bully the villagers away from the mine. This is fantastic. Breaking through the wall won't be much of a problem either for Kavo. I think he's got this under control now.
Yeah, the Minotaur does get a little poked down there. Atalanta on the back, you're going to get taken down as well. But more units will just keep piling in for Kavo because he's got an economy. Half of the villagers of Rappel are kind of sitting idle on this gold mine, not able to actually get income in. And even if Kavo can't win this fight here, he's going to kill all the villagers first.
Yeah, he can remake the army after this. That shouldn't be a huge issue with a nearly 2-to-1 villager advantage. It's kind of nasty, to be honest. Plenty of hoplites around this time for the little group, but there's so much more Cav outside of the wall. The villagers are still going down, even though the hoplites are slowly cleaning up. This is so painful, boy.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about this. This is just chaos at its absolute peak. Kavo here is in front by a ridiculous margin. He's picked off tons of villagers, and Rappel watches this going, how the hell did he lose? How did I lose this matchup is what Rappel has to be thinking there. He found himself a crazy advantage, but Kavo goes into his element. He plays from behind so well, gets the raids. Rappel, without the fortress down on that gold mine, without the defensive buildings, without crenellations, without any support at home to defend his villages, he just couldn't get any income. And Naka, we've now got ourselves a final here of Kavo against Recon.
I'm looking forward to that for sure. It's gonna be definitely sick. We also got the bronze match, of course. Yes. Looking forward to that as well.
Oh, what a time to be alive. We can use that one.
Use it all the time if you like.
Well, we're going to pop out, see if we can get the bronze medal match set up and ready to go. Hope you're having a fantastic time hanging out with us. Before we move on, don't forget to check out Yo Dessler, AOL Iron Maiden as well. Nakamura is with me. Don't forget to go and hit them follows. We've got a lot of Age Mythology coming to you over the next 3 weeks. And if you don't want to miss any of the action, it's important to be following along. Anyways, we'll get the next game going as soon as we possibly can. Don't go anywhere, and we'll start very soon.
So one thing to consider is it's getting late for Kavo. I wouldn't be shocked if he asked for an earlier finals, but that's not our supposed schedule, guys. So we'll see what we figure out there.
Yep. Alrighty. So, sure, we're gonna have to have the slightest of breaks before we jump into the next game. Um, Redo lost his set 3-0, I believe. I can't. It feels like a long time ago.
It was a long time ago,
Against
but
Recon, so he's had a
that's
bit
right.
of a break. But yeah, we'll have to get the next one going. Kavoth's just posted. I have to give this one. Kavoth's just posted. Do I have more? Do I have to do more right now? I'm falling asleep. Lol.
Brutal.
Matt, fix your sleep schedule. Oh dear, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, these tournaments do get pretty long, and you know we do have to cover both of the semifinals, and they were, you know, we were technically just waiting for this to finish. Sometimes this happens. Could get a quick nap.
Anyway, we can go finals first or something.
Yeah, I suspected this. I'm fine with it personally. Do you want to make them simultaneous?
We could do them.
And then we can hop into replays. Or do you think the replays would break?
No, let's not. Let's we can do Recon.
Recon Kavo first.
We can do Recon Kavoth first. Okay. We can do the first second now, I think. Okay, we can jump into this brackets thing. Hey, let's go over there and do that.
Oh yes, we've got the bracket thing. That's right. I haven't been using it all day, but there it is. Aha.
Yeah, I think we've actually got the qualifier finals thing here sorted as well.
Wait.
Just make sure I refresh that.
There's a separate one for
Boom.
final.
There is. We've got Recon versus Kavoth in the finals, and the bronze match is Redo versus the Rapple.
I think I don't have that one. Is it this? Nope. I don't have that one yet. No worries. Well, you guys can imagine. Boyd has him. Check on his stream.
We've got something over here. We're waiting on a little bit. I think Recon. I know Recon went to get food, but that was 3 games ago. So he might be around. He might not be. We might have to run in with. Wait, is Redo here? Redo is here. Stream Recon eating food. Let's come back over onto this one.
Hey, if they're gonna take a long time, I'm gonna do my grocery shopping. Just a few clicks anyway, so.
I think we should just keep going and
Shopping online? Of course, Legend. Of course I'm shopping online. Let's get everything delivered home. Easy peasy. Ain't nobody got time to go out all the time. Then I do a top up in the weekend. For that I do go out. I'm not a complete troll cave yet. Troll cave? Cave troll. What? Words.
How many games did they play? They played 2 best of 5s, right?
Yes,
There's 2
yes,
best of 5s
it's
in
all
there,
best
is
of
that
fives
correct?
from here, so. Maybe next time, the round of 8, we can make that best of 3 to make it go faster. And the round 3 as well. I don't know. Then we can just cover more replays in day 1. Where's the HelloFresh plug? Do you guys want me to activate one? I've got a pending sponsorship. We can do it.
No.
Maybe next week.
Oh, all right.
Soup is
Let's
ready
see,
for it.
Soup's ready for it. Soup is the HelloFresh master. And let's see, these guys are going to get the game sorted out pretty quickly here, guys.
Yes, so Redo and Rappel are figuring it out, and if we absolutely must delay Recon versus Kavo, we will find a way. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, though. Well, the good news is that my wife already did the grocery picking, so I'm just looking over it. I'm pretty much happy with everything. This is great. Don't have to do anything.
Totally.
This is what winning looks like. Oh, wait a second. Did we forget the water? I think we did. You're nocturnal?
When did I last go to bed before 4? I mean, I prepared my body for this tournament. That's what I did.
Nice. You're more prepared than the players. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You guys want to see my card? I can't. It shows my detailed address. I can't. Don't trust you guys that much.
Oh, man. That's all right.
Ah, water is in. We're fine. Okay.
I want piano to be played. It's 3 a.m. and I have people sleeping in my house. Piano would be a terrible idea.
You guys want an IRL LAN? We don't have space for that. In fact, I'm about to have a move and we're downgrading the amount of space, so...
Yeah, I'm smaller than... I'm not as tall as Soup. Soup is the giant of the Age Mythology community. He is a proper mountain giant.
Mountain giant.
In all the good ways. Like, he kicks dwarves and things. Anyway, what?
That's how you know he's a real one.
That's right. We're going to be getting these drafts kicking off here very, very shortly, Nakamura. So we're going to be moving through into the next portion of the tournament. Both the players got to ban out their maps and all the other good stuff.
Oh, we apparently do have the bracket view. Or not. That's not the one.
Okay, I'll show it. I'll show it here.
You
It's all
show
good.
it.
We got
You
the
show
bracket
it.
get up again. We're going to be going in with the bronze match here. Redo versus Dangerous. It's dangerous, but we'll see what happens.
I think the God draft is coming up, and maybe they're doing the maps as well. Should be the maps
The maps
first.
is here. We see Mount Olympus Midgard getting banned out.
Seems nobody wants to play it, Boyd. You did? Well, I'm very happy to hear this. Wow. True. Which also means that we're gonna get to our God picks now. I just really hope we get to see Land Unknown. I got to cast a single match of that so far. There's hope, ladies and gentlemen, there's hope. But it's a best of 5, so not necessarily gonna happen there. There's plenty of maps here. As for the picks, we're looking at Isis for Rappel, with Redo getting a double pick after. That's Gaia and 4. So, you know, all the comfortable meta gods are definitely getting put in there. Rappel with the Odin now. You know, that's just very familiar, very home-like. Smells like home. It's a pretty good set, Boyd. What was the first map again? It's Marsh. So this is the kind of place where Rappel is like, okay, I'm gonna click in with Odin, and then he just uses that hunt bonus uh, to boost to infinity. Redo might be picking a good old set there, but you know, you can never rule out good old Poseidon, of course, with the super cavalry, and having that much food just means that you have access to making plenty of Hydra. Then you bronze it all. There's many ways to play this for sure. I'm also thinking about whether we've got the draft screen going. We probably do. Still stealing from Yodesla here. Just need the initial god picks at this point. Players need some information about hosting. It's cross-continental this time, so server location matters like a teeny tiny little bit. But honestly, Boyd and I were playing a bit early on and testing out this stuff. You know, UK versus Australia, pretty long distance stuff. And we would just pick, I don't know, the middle server, India, and we would have a really good time with that. No lag or whatsoever, honestly.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think we can be really grateful for having real servers for once.
Well, I remember having to play on Legacy at 300 ping
Yep.
consistently, and like, it didn't matter who I played against. It was always around 200 to 300 ping. Now I get 100 ping. It's nice. I'm
That's
a big fan.
playable. For sure.
Yeah, that's right. But of course, if one player is at 20 ping and the other player is at 220 ping, then you do have some unfairness there. So it is important to pick those servers that are close enough together.
People in Australia sleep
yeah,
now.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Have you met Boyd? Sleep is for the weak.
Sleeping is for the weak.
Yes.
Sleeping is for the weak.
Now, if we can time that better, Boyd, just say the same thing at the same time, then I think we achieved full sync here. I mean, our chats are already moved in, so what's the next obvious step?
Let's talk about this matchup coming up right now.
What's the matchup?
Redo had some. What is the matchup?
I don't know the gossip.
We're gonna be seeing fairly soon, I think, as the players have got to sort it all out.
We could predict the matchup. I'm gonna go with Odin versus Set.
I am gonna go with Rappel going for the mind game of Redo playing Set, and he's gonna say, okay, I can't pick Odin against Set. So instead of doing that, I'm gonna pick Isis or Uranus. And then Redo's going to go, hey, well, Set's the obvious pick here. So I'm going to play around that by playing Loki. And then we're going to get ourselves a silly matchup that we never see. That's what I want at the very least.
I'm all for the silly matchups. Enough of Odin versus Set. I watched it a lot in the previous tournaments. We already casted one today. Let's do something else. Why is it not starting? The players haven't started, so we don't know. We're waiting.
Well, yeah, the room is getting hosted, but we'll wait for that one to get filled up. I think the players still have to do their god picker, as we got to wait for that one.
They haven't posted it, so I just pinged them to do it. Because that's why Redo isn't joining.
Yeah.
They don't want to reveal what god is selected for them last.
It's time to prostagma. Prostagma.
Volame.
Who's funny? You know you've played this game too long when you know what all of the sayings are.
Yep. We should do a community vote
for draft. What does that mean?
That they get to decide. If the players take too long, the viewers get to decide what they play. It's a new rule for next one. Sounds good.
Well, we're now going to get them getting into this first god picker, and yeah, you're absolutely right. This is actually kind of a tough. This is a tough draft for Rappel, just because it looks like Reader's just got. I look at these gods that Reader's got, and I'm like, Gaia's really good. Thor's really good.
Ooh.
Loki's really good. Set's really good. Zeus is really good.
We've got a
And we
different
see
thing
Hades
though.
versus Thor.
Yes.
And we see Hades versus Thor. Like,
It's
of
a good one.
course. Why not? Why not? And I was thinking, you know, I thought that was the case, that we were going to get some mind games going in, like Ridu not wanting to go in with Set, Rappel not wanting to play Odin into Set, and the mind games are in. I don't know who wins on the end of this. I don't know who wins in the slightest here.
Might just have to come down to the players' mechanical skills because the gods are, well, they're all really good in this roster. So I really just think it comes down to fundamentals.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is that the Thor player, they can open up with that early Dwarven Armory opening,
Yes.
and that'll get them access to what? It'll get them access to a couple of villager leads, but so too can the what am I trying to say? So too can the Hades player open up with Fast Bolts of Erebus, which is effectively a very similar amount of economy early. Now we're going to be getting into this game in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds here. So we got a little bit more time to discuss this. What do you do against an Ares opening here from the Hades player?
It's actually not the easiest thing to deal with. You're gonna need to get Hersier on top of the Cyclops. Otherwise, well, the other option would be to go to the Heroic Age somehow and to wait for a build-up of Goldie. Not the easiest thing to get done, especially because Hades also has the opportunity to jump to Age 3. And then you have Toxotes with Ballistics backing up the Cyclops. Even harder than to deal with the Cyclops themselves. Especially if you make a big blob of them. The Toxotes, that is. So yeah, at that point, Frost is your friend. One of the big things that I don't see anybody do is to try to freeze half an army and then kill the other half. That can go a really long way, I think.
I think I like the thought process, but I think the hard part is just attack move. Because the attack move is going to be hitting, like, if you don't micro it really well and get your units in the right spot and then attack move, and even during the fight as well, they're just going to suddenly start, instead of attacking the unfrozen units, attack the frozen units. So you're absolutely right. That's a great idea, but it's definitely a tough micro thing to get done is my first guess. But I've never tried it either. Now I'm going to have to steal your idea, and suddenly Scotty's back to being S tier.
It's not so much my idea as Yodesla brought it up, and this has been in Halo Wars 2 we have a similar power, right? And that's where Yodesla comes from anyway. It's a stasis, and same principle applies. You just get it on half the army and kill the other half.
Insanity.
Yeah.
Well,
so credit to where it's due.
Yes, indeed. So, Hades, Thor, Marsh, Rappel, Redo, third, fourth place to move in on this one. We're gonna get this game going for you guys. It's gonna be an absolute cracker. Redo having a pretty good tournament thus far. Rappel having an insane tournament. Yeah, getting pretty close to the finals here. Let's get this game on the way. Boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, Nakamura and I are here to present the third and fourth match of the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier. Number 1 in the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is the Rappel.
On the other side, his opponent looking to get that third place today which would be a first time for him. Certainly not for Rapple, though. This is a redo. Playing as 4.
Dun, 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 dun. We're on the map Marsh. And what does that mean, Naka? That means 6 relics.
Oh,
And
do
I
you
love
want to do
looking
them?
at these. It's sometimes, you know, they make a gigantic impact in a game. Blanket of Emperor is so clever. A little bit more defensive ability. You got Tusk of the Iron Boar. That's a gigantic one. We saw how impactful that was in the last game of Rapple versus Kavoth.
Wait, where are you going from? There's so many. I
I'm
haven't
going
even...
from the top left, going right, then going down. Okay.
Okay.
Ankh is the next one. Oh, dearie me, I don't even know. We're just going to get through them all. Favorite trickle rate, plus 0.5. On this next one, we got the Ulla's Bow, plus 1 attack range and line of sight. Well, second last, Chariots of Cybele. This is an insane relic.
Oh, yeah.
Super helpful for the early game, for harassment and all the other good stuff.
And the Lions respawn really fast in Rito, so if they do die, they'll just come back very soon.
Yeah. So, after you see all these relics, what's the most impactful one moving forward in this game?
Definitely the Cav one first, and then that's just something you have to secure because it will last you the whole game, and it's a huge amount. Then probably the Chariot of Cybele second. But if I'm Greek, you know, Rapple is right here. He can just pick up the Chariot of Cybele first and maybe fight for the other one. You know, against 4, it's going to be a later advance because we're making dwarves only. No regular villagers allowed besides that first one. Yeah, that's my picks, boy. The others can wait.
Fantastic.
Do you agree?
Well, I think that for the Norse side, I think the Tusk of the Iron Boar is absolutely paramount. I don't think you're going to use it as the Hades player. Hades doesn't really have any bonus on cavalry. I think the Hades cavalry in general are pretty weak to be used, and it's just better to go in with Hoplites, Peltas, Toxotes, Pacifist, and just stay in that lane most of the time and get myth units to kind of cover your weaknesses. But definitely keeping that one away from the Norse player is going to be huge. And then I'm partial a little bit to the Ankh of Ra, especially as Norse players, because you can get stuck without favor for a little bit in games like this. Ulla's Bow is also another one that I really like. Because sometimes, like Peltas, if you trying to make a whole bunch of throw and axemen, you can even get that one nicely in the early stages of the game as well for Toxotes. It can be really big.
Oh, the Ajax stealing it.
Smartly. Yes, he's got it and he's happy. Look at him. He's looking at how chuffed he is. He's just like, look at this big relic I got.
Well, you know what? Hold up a second. If he's the one making the hero first by far, then he's not stealing it. It was his all along. Right. We've also got him picking up Walls of Erebus, so that's why the praying villagers were happening earlier, and he left himself 2 more favor for the second hero.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing something. I don't know if I'd say it's offbeat, off meta, or whatnot, but Redo at the moment, he's got 8 villagers on gold. He's floating 400 gold. I don't know what his plan is with this.
That is too much. And you know, you can, as you advance to the next age, you can definitely pull off. He's killed a bunch of chickens, by the way, which are turkeys actually right now, but chickens, in order to get the favor for the hammer upgrade. So that would give him 1 more dwarf then, but what to do with all this gold now?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to drop double great halls. He was planning, I guess, on going very heavily into raiding cavalry with that relic there, but it was not sitting there anymore. As the Herso is searching around for relics, he spots that Chariot of Cybele there, but he picks it up and he's going to go back, and the Rabble is saying, come at me.
Hey, he took the Ankh of Ra. That's interesting. Just once again looking for the denial, I think. And then we've got the Uller's Bow.
Is still decent for Greek, right?
Sure. You can delay your praying a little bit. It's a nice kill on the settlement villager. But the Valkyrie does have to leave.
It's going to happen, right? If you don't have a hero over here, the Valkyrie can stay, and trading half HP for a villager, that's something that the Norse players are going to do every single day of the week.
100% agreed. So here's the thing, you just make a second Valkyrie later down the line. Everyone will be healed. Also, we got Zom. It makes a lot of sense here around this particular town center, so there's just too much to wall right now, so relying on the Zomboys is really the way to go. Now let's get that relic.
Going to be luring in these crocodiles as well, right underneath the town center, so completely safe hunt to some degree here, though the crocodile is being a little bit uncooperative.
It's got a mind of its own.
Let me stay near my puddle. I want to be close to my puddle. And Rappel's like, get back over here.
That's pretty far.
Says, don't attack my villager. That's not what he wanted. Unlucky, I guess.
Hey, I like this frontal longhouse on top of the gold mine. It's going to be a little bit harder to get there. You don't have to leave a scout. 4 definitely does struggle with keeping line of sight on everything. So there's no ravens, there's no spy, unlike for the other 2 OG Norse gods. And then Freyr joins the club, I guess.
Well,
hey,
one thing is for certain right now is you're absolutely right. Thor's scouting, not the best. But I'll tell you what is the best here. The Hades player with the gold mine behind his town center and the Thor player not knowing about it.
That's right. And now if we get a full Sim City with a complete wall off preventing the Norse player from getting in there, really might spend like an entire minute or two fantasizing about how the hell this guy is getting so much gold. But maybe not. I think he's looping around there right now. That's gonna be a nice piece of information.
Yeah, he needs to absolutely know that there's a gold mine over. He sees the house, he sees the gold mine, the hoplites are there to defend with the help of the Minotaur and Ajax, but now Redo knows what he's up against. He knows why Rappel is going to town center here. This is generally suicide against Norse. Like, it's so hard to defend that gold mine if it's exposed, but with Rappel having a fantastic gold mine behind it, it's completely perfectly reasonable to go for. You got a sniper villager there, forest fire is in, and he's going to retreat back out, looking for villagers on the front here as well. Reader's raids are never really going to be ending here in this game.
No, having opened up this forest just means that the amount of stuff to wall off is too great to actually try and attempt it. So I don't think that will be happening anytime soon. But hey, Rappel is in a position where he can just go for the heroic age. And as long as he doesn't lose a ton of villagers right now, which looks like that will be 0 losses. And he in fact killed a cavalry for this. That was great. So yeah, he gets away unscathed.
Solid. Super solid raids thus far, but, you know, watchtowers can come through. We've already got Aphrodite coming in here for the Rappel. I mean, in terms of greedy play, this is kind of, I think, the max greed you can possibly go for as Hades. You get 2 town centers, just a handful of hoplites, no watchtowers, getting Sarissa in as well at this stage. Ridu's ready for blood. He sees how few units are in. He knows he's got to get something to happen here.
Just quickly checked, it's all shorties on the other side for the most part, except on wood. Lots of shorties.
Well, now we also see Bragi, and it looks like with Ridu going into this, he's basically opting into a 1 town center all in. Flaming weapons and go, which, to be honest here, with Rappel already on his 2nd gold mine, what he can do after this attack comes is just abandon ship, go into the main base, wait for that flaming weapons to expire, and so long as he doesn't lose any villages to this, losing the town center does not matter. But this is Ridu. He knows this. He's going to be going for villager kills, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to be so important for Rappel to just keep protecting these and, you know, using both of his god powers to hopefully try and counter the flaming weapons that comes out of this. And, you know, having several gold lions would also be very, very nice. Nemean lions. Every little bit counts.
On expedition here. This is a bit of a crazy move with those hoplites in the Minotaur. Nemean lion on the back here as well. Not sure exactly what he's trying to do. He's going to lose all of his units here as the army size for Redo is gigantic. The pigs get thrown down. Nemean Lion turns around to try and get a little bit of distraction action happening so the hoplites can get out of here. But Rappel kind of sees the information that he's after here. Oh, and he just decides to delete the units, denying favor.
Wow, okay. I guess he's thinking that Achilles might be able to escape, but actually he gets surrounded, and that's a kill right there. Now, I don't know what Rappel was thinking there, because right now he isn't going to have Curse to help with flaming weapons when it's in his base. Call of Valhalla is getting researched, which will refund a little bit of favor when Berserks die. So it's definitely worth making a bunch of extra Berserks just so that they can die and you get the favor for it. And they still perform okay in the fight. Whoa, my game is fast forwarding. What is going on?
Yep, I'm going to hit play. I just hit play there. We're at 11 minutes and 55 seconds.
Alright, I'm like 5 seconds ahead of you. I just paused and I should be fine.
That's fine. Alright, all the flaming weapons coming in right now for Redo. He's going to be charging in onto this position. There's the restoration getting dropped down in a desperate attempt to hold on here, but the population for Rappel has plummeted down.
Wow.
As all the units are going to be getting cleaned up here. Chiron going down, and Rappel taps out very, very quickly in this one as Redo's power on this push. Too much for Rappel.
Well, there's really not much to say. Rappel got yeeted and deleted. GG.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing these two town center defensive games as Hades, the solution to everything is you've got to wait. You can see that in the actual resource tab, when that flaming weapons hits, Rappel is just about to overtake. In fact, I think he's just about to overtake on the resource count at the end there. But yeah, you have to somehow delay. And Rappel moving out with his army and losing a significant, not an insignificant amount of units here. He lost like 1,000 resources on that fight. If he goes up to 2,500 resources, 2,000, 3,000 resources, maybe he can hold a little bit easier. I don't know, but solid play from Redo. An easy first win. We'll get into game number 2 very, very shortly. Thanks for sticking with us, and we'll make it happen. Alrighty.
Yes, the map is going to be...
game.
Sorry, go on.
No, you go on. You tell me what the map is. I don't know.
It's Elysium. And the God Draft is also already done. So we've got Rappel going for an ISIS game, and Redo looking to counter with the good old Gaia. Certainly, Gaia's economy is going to allow you to perhaps even do something like playing for a second TC, and then still getting an early enough advance that you can get your Contarius out to deal with whatever ISIS is throwing at you. That's a really potent strategy right now in the current meta. We see a lot of it, but you know, if ISIS plays smart and you get enough camos out, maybe even go for half forward rather than the usual fast heroic ISIS nonsense, and get those camos with Dark Waters and end up with either Osiris or Tot ones where they get super cheap or super strong depending on your pick. I think that can deal with the Contarius.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The strategies... What was it? ISIS versus...
Gaia.
Gaia? Whoa. I honestly think the best strategy here for ISIS is Anubis and Anubites.
Just force those heroes out, right?
I think most Gaia players are very much ready to deal with pre-siege. I think most Gaia players know they have to be prepared for pre-siege, so they go into a fast second town center nice quickly, and then they get the fast heroic in there, and then they get the Contarius out, and then the pre-siege fizzles out.
Yes.
But dealing with Anubites and Spearmen, now the Gaia player has to at least start reacting to that and doing something a little different.
And you can't just spam pure Murmillo there like you could against Greek in the other game where Rappel was playing as Oranos. I just don't think that's as good against Egypt because they just make X-Men. in the classical age already.
Yeah. Well, we've got that game starting up here. It's going to be going in about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So we'll get started pretty shortly here. I must admit, I have seen Redo playing Gaia. He beat me up one game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this feels hopeless. What he did to me was he went automatons.
No. You think he's gonna pull it out here?
I wouldn't be surprised. You do what you practice,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you're practicing automatons, limit testing automatons, it's something on the back of your mind. I'm sure he's practicing it in his custom games, and even if the opponent is expecting it, it's still a really cheap unit, and sure, priests counter it, but priests get taken out very, very simply. It's also a great counter to those Anubites if the Isis player decides to go for Anubis.
Hey, I love to see it. Not gonna lie, that sounds fun. By the way, production team, could we get an update to the score up top, please? It still says 0-0. I think it's I'm using Boyd's link myself, so it should be the same for both of us. I think. Are you using your Teslas?
No, mine's updated.
Okay, that's weird.
Let me just hit refresh.
Oh, I'm using your Tesla. Sorry about that. So your Tesla will need it too.
Onwards and upwards.
I'm using Boyd's now.
Well, I don't know what else to say about this matchup, Naka. We're going to be going in Isis versus Gaia on Elysium. Not round. This is the 3rd and 4th place for the first qualifier here. There is more than just pride on the line moving into this one, but let's get into it right now. See you in there. Game number 2, best of 5, 3rd, 4th place match. Rappel in the left side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Isis. His opponent today as well, in the red color, playing as Gaia. His name is Rido. I'm joined with Naka, and we are on the map Elysium. Give me the lowdown here. What's the map telling you?
It's big. It's got gold mines. So many of them. Which one do you even choose? Well, that's actually a really good thing for Gaia in this matchup, Boyd, because you got a pretty open setup. So raiding is gonna be the name of the game for the most part. And those heroic age Quintarius, oh my god, they have got so much room for play. They're so fast. And the gold mines are really far away from home, so it's not easy to protect them at all for the Isis player. I think this pick could come back to bite Rappel, but if he's got some kind of good timing push, if he's got enough camels and heals them up periodically, he should be more than fine. And in fact, he's going to be the one to chase down oracles and stuff like that, if he can get control of that. But before the game started, you were mentioning Anubis, and yes, that's also a really good way to chase down the oracles.
Yeah, there's lots of pathways here. Now, I've seen Rappel execute the Ancestors Eclipse timing attack. It works pretty decently on this map, like you're saying. Gold mines are very, very exposed here, but even then, the map's so big as well that the Quintarius end up being very, very strong. So I think you have to go for more of a conservative approach. I think you got to go for the Spearman. I think you got to go for the Anubites and play a one talent center game and try and get the enemy guy player like kind of out of book, so to speak. Anubites are really good against Terma, which is generally the weakness of playing a classical fight with spearmen and stuff like that. So you can get a whole bunch of good damage done. We see a temple coming up here for Rappel, and he's got 3 villagers on it, so he wants to get up to that classical edge pretty quickly. Recon, on the other hand, not Recon. Why am I saying Recon? Redo. They both have free in their name. Redo, on the other hand, he's got both of those economic upgrades.
You're just looking forward to the finals. Me too. But this is good too. Yeah, Recon's waiting there. Hopefully he will be there, because we didn't get a response earlier. And Kavo did go to have a nap, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, after all is said and done, Rappel has clicked through Anubis, and we don't see that Leto I was foreshadowing. We've got just a classic Oceanus.
Well, that would have been fun,
How
though.
sad.
Just get all the weird shit. Maybe next time. All the oracles are heading home. We've got a hero picking up the skills of Echidna. Of the regs on the map, there's 3 more to check. This is making myth units cheaper. Then another one standing near the Qualifier of Apollo for faster villager speed. Then down in the bottom, we've got Grugnir, Odin Spear for better spearmen, and Mermillo.
See, I say Grugnir Odin Spear as well, because it's from the Fallout universe. Grugnir, the barbarian. Oh, because that's Grugnak, the barbarian. I don't even know why I say Grugnir.
It's very difficult to say it properly, I think.
Gungnir. I can't read either. It's fine. Well, we see an immediate Anubite coming out for Rappel here.
Yeah, the last one was the Eye of Orny for
his way forward.
Axeman and Chiroballista. Anyways, back to this. Obelisks getting a beating from the Oracle, but the Oracle is way too slow to chase the Anubites, so that's not happening. Priest stole the relic. I like that.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing just a classic fight from both. No, I spoke too soon. One Anubite and a town center here for Rappel. I must say, this sort of a situation is a little bit scary. The villager's over here. He's going to delete that settlement. He's going to drop a barracks or 2 right underneath the nose of the Caladria. And he says, what now? He's completely changing tact.
He's getting Feet of the Jackal as well as Necropolis, so more favor by the Jackals coming right up, boys. And also, this is right under the hunt. So technically shouldn't go for the berries maybe, but go for the hunt. And then the units coming out of the barracks should be able to protect all this. I kind of like it. I like the theory, but will it work in practice?
It's a wild decision from... This is a wild decision from Rappel. He obviously wanted that town center. He's taking the villagers off the gold. He's dropped the barracks. He's got himself both of those upgrades coming through. Plague of Serpent's going to get dropped down onto this position in an effort to try and hold that Kithara of Apollo. Does manage to do so. And I must say, I mean, this Plague of Serpent's gold power, it's situationally good now, but if you don't get good value out of it, it seems to not really matter. So you can kind of just place it on this gold mine as a sort of mid-game-ish, like I can come and grab the gold mine later, and we're just going to secure this position.
That's pretty much what this is, just buying time, right? Allowing these villagers to gather the food, but I still don't understand why it's the berries and not the gazelles. We're not raw here. And it's definitely a small misplay. Meanwhile, the snacks are getting cleaned up, so as predicted, it doesn't do much.
You're going to be healing the units up, so you don't even get the little bits of damage done. The Anubites are searching now, and there are oracles aplenty to pick off. You see oracles up the top, getting sniping down obelisks. There's one in the right corner here. You've got to like scout every nook and cranny. The hard part about it is mostly how do you deal with the Caladria slowing it down and then just getting chased. Now you do have the jump away, so you should be fine.
Well, boys, I would predict that we're going to the heroic age from here. There shouldn't be too much more production for Rapple either, but with Redo already hitting this so much sooner than him, might be a tough hold against all the Contarias that are about to be spawned here momentarily.
Yeah, it's a very, very fast there. And whenever you see a classical fight as Gaia, I mean, basically, it just seems like whenever you see anything coming your way as Gaia, the answer is go Thea. But whenever you see a classical fight, one of the simplest solutions is to get Heroic Age and is to get those premium units, get the Contarius out, get the Arcus out, and get units that can really just clean up this sort of an army here. But while behind this, Rapple is going to be going for Nephthys. He's going to have to come up with an answer to Heavy Cavalry, Poseidon's Secret, Lance of Stone, Contarius very, very shortly.
I like the Spearman upgrade though, Serpent Spear.
And that is
it
kind
helps.
of an answer. 0.75 divine damage over 6 seconds, and it stacks, so it is serious damage. The thing that I'm worried about right now for Rapple is mostly the Dryads. So those Dryad numbers come through. You do need Priest, but he's got them. So he might be completely fine here. More Obelisk's going to come up and slow down Redo's aggressive expansion here.
Terriers are already heavy. Oh my god. So cheap to get that going.
Redo's not building villages.
Wait, what?
Is this just all in? This is just like an all in. I don't know if this is on purpose or not. Sometimes people just forget to re-queue their villages, especially when it's been a while.
Oh man, I think he cancelled it when he went heroic. It was probably...
It could be that, or it could just be this is an all in. Spend every little bit of resource on Contarius and just say go.
To be fair, he is running a very tight ship right now.
Yeah, the resources are low. I mean, kind of. He doesn't have that auto queue to hold his hand on it, but you know, you just gotta. He's just gonna be spamming. And he's still got. He's probably. I wouldn't. He's probably still got the economic advantage at this moment. But
he's using shift, by the way, to buy the units.
Rapple's got himself ancestors, right? Rapple's got ancestors, so he should.
He does.
And he's got a Migdol here. He should be able to hold, all things considered.
Yeah, this is not too bad, really. I'm just missing the camels. Where camel? I have no idea what's going on.
This point here.
It's hard to see.
You see the ancestors coming in here. Naka, as the army for Redo will simply put have to retreat back. Rapple holds, and Redo is going to continue going with this all in.
Yeah, that choke point was certainly not the place to be. And now the minions will be lasting here 35 seconds. Still don't want to fight that. But it's certainly better to fight here than it was to fight there.
A nice little snipe onto the Stymphalian Bird, not quite able to get that as the Contarius is going to be coming back in to get a re-engagement as most of those minions do fall here. And Rapple has to pull all the way back. He's still, I mean, he's still producing the Spearman, but he just doesn't have the numbers. Redo's population is double Rapple's at the moment.
I don't get it. There's not a single camel being made. It's all spearmen and chariots, which could be okay, you know, if these guys hold the ground. The obelisk is kind of messing this up. Almost might want to kill the obelisk to get in.
I mean, it's a nice choke point here for the Rapple. He's got himself a lot of gold in the bank for the moment here. His Pharaoh could join in. The villagers are going to get pulled and jump into that Migdol stronghold, but this is just disgusting. This is just pure Contarius, pure Sen, pure all-in from Redo. And
he's on 22 civilian pop. If he can force the resignation from Rapple, I think Rapple's going to be kicking himself, honestly.
Yeah, but if he doesn't have gold, he doesn't have gold. That's the problem.
That is true.
And I guess at this stage, you can just start producing villages if you Redo.
He found the villager button, yeah. It might have been the all-in then. This is clearly working.
I think those are new bites. I might have missed that. They might have been getting villager kills. I don't know if you caught that or not.
I did not know.
But it looks as if the all-in has been stopped.
Oh my god.
And Redo is on the back foot. I thought it was all over for a second there. And I was just like, no. This strategy is not supposed to work, Naka. You're not supposed to be able to get away without building villages for this long, spamming nothing but Contarius into its hard counter in Spearman and it working. That's not supposed to happen.
Wait. Someone in the chat says that Redo lost 6 villagers? Okay, we missed it. I'm sorry. We'll check the graph at the end.
There's too much chaos going on for us.
Also been here all day,
He's
so
managing to get some villager kills into the main base. The Contaria is checking out onto the left side of the map for other stuff here. I mean, Rappel has got to be looking at the score going, I'm not that far behind here, guys. Like, what? I mean, yeah, you've half killed my amygdala. I lost a lot of villagers, but for some reason, I'm doing really well. So he's got to be thinking, well, I guess Redo did something silly. I don't know. It's hard to be. You got to put yourself into the player's shoes. He doesn't have the information we have. He doesn't know what's happening on that production bar. He doesn't know how many villages his opponent has. He's got to just guess at the moment.
yeah, the best thing you can do is see where the villagers are, but you're never gonna get a full count on them. The only way to do that would be to make lighthouses everywhere.
That's right.
Only Rappel has that power.
The Contara is managing to take out one Pharaoh there, which is a nice kill, but he is losing a lot of Contaris while he's charging around here looking for raids. A great semi-counter to this is the one villager getting sniped and then just going to be leaving is just get up a wall in this base and just commit to spending those resources there. But the Contarius here getting caught up in a big way as most of them are going to be going down. Another raid coming onto the left side. We see a ghost building coming down as well, Naka.
And there's a wall beyond this. Unfortunately, it's not a complete block off, so some Contarius will get to escape, but I think Rappel is gonna be happy with this result. It's a really good one, and he's still ahead by 6 civilian population. It's gonna be important to make sure he has the food to continuously produce villagers, because Redo is catching up slowly but surely.
Yeah, and it means so much being in front in villager count when you're playing against Atlantean. Because, like we've said it before, Atlantean, they train villagers how fast? In like 20-something seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the villagers train every 15 seconds. So, yeah, you just... The Egyptian player is supposed to be behind the Atlantean player. The Norse player is supposed to be behind the Atlantean player. The Greek player is supposed to be behind the Atlantean player. So if the Atlantean plays behind on population for civilian units, then you know that something's gone really, really wrong.
Oh boy, the Anubites.
So much value.
This time we caught it.
I'm telling you, man. These things are insane.
Right, so the idea is not to send 2 like most people do, but make 5. Yes. Watch and learn, everyone. It's gonna be meta. So what's going on for Redo? He's just kind of stuck in his base now. Not sure what he can do really to equalize the situation. Arcus is a good unit, but when you have that many Anubites, I don't know. Still mostly Contarius.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, Rappel's second town center is up. He's going to be pushing forward nicely. Contarius raid's still coming up, but effectively all Rappel needs to do is move up to this top position, continue to set up that obelisk network so he sees exactly what's going on, and he's going to be in a great spot. Does Rappel have himself ballistics? Not just yet. Got to grab that ballistics so that the Contarius, at the very least, don't run through your base for free. The army charges forward. Carnivore gets cast down, but the priest already in to deal with that one in a big way here. Meanwhile, Raid's still also going down here for Redo as well onto Rappel, but Rappel does have a handful of spearmen there to defend.
They'll certainly buy the time, and meanwhile he's getting on top of this base. There's really not much to help hold here. The Stymphalian bird does go down, and the Dryad, as it gets pumped out, will also immediately disappear. Although there is enough just about to hold.
Rappel, he stole the Hesperus tree for a little bit, but no wood in the bank to produce any of those Dryads. Gonna give that one straight back over to Ridu. Ridu holds for the moment. The Contarius in the main base here of Rappel still causing a little bit of problems, but with 2 town centers now, and Ridu still trying to catch up on villages, Rappel can almost just right-click in the enemy base and just call it a day here. But looks like he's opting to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more cautious. And Ridu is going to take this opportunity now to move out. Meanwhile, villagers going into the corner of the map here to grab this gold mine. If Ridu looks at the mini-map, he will be spotting this.
Time for the kitchen knife fight. Give it to me. No, no, don't leave. Fight. Ah, the Contarius are coming. I see. Ah, I'm too greedy. I always want the kitchen knife fight.
No fighting.
Okay.
Behave. But now the Contarius, they need to find something else to do. The villagers have finished up onto this gold mine in the center of the map. And now all of a sudden, the population differential is so big that this isn't really a thing, but all of a sudden, Rappel now needs to find himself in another gold mine.
Wow, that army just clumped up. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know, but
I think that's the formation you need.
Like he can't actually take. He can't take this fight. Half of his units are on this side of the map. We see a cheeky little Migdol stronghold going up onto those units anyways, as the Anubite's going to be jumping in before retreating back out. Rappel does disengage nicely, but now the Contarius is coming over to clean up the Migdol stronghold. Rappel still needs to get that big pack of raiding units back into the main army here to actually engage and take a fight. But I guess the problem for Rappel is he wants to have the units necessary to deal with those Arcus.
Yeah, Boyd, do you think about the Arcus that we've reached critical mass? Because once you have a little bit too many archers, Egypt starts having a little bit of a problem with that. You can't really rely on slingers to do the job because, well, there's so many Dryads up front. You would have to get really close, and the Arcus range is 20, so it's not easy to get in there at all.
Yeah, this is just a classic move here for the Gaia, but once you get in, you close the gap, so to speak. Even spearmen are going to be beating these Arcus, so it's all about positioning, meat shields here. And we're seeing those Anubites going to be closing the gap very, very easily as the citizens are all going to be getting sniped out onto the right side before those spearmen start joining in. There's no priest at the moment to deal with the Dryads, but I don't know if it's going to matter as the Contarius are going to be coming over to join into this fight a little bit too late onto the left side here, as the Arcus are all now starting to fall. But Rappel at this moment decides it's time to pull back ever so slightly.
Oh wow, the Anubites are actually gonna get their asses kicked, Boyd. There's Contarius here now, and they have high base damage. They don't even need to be heroes for this one, and there's still a lot of Arcus surviving. Ridu just equalized the game a little bit, but unfortunately, he lost a little bit too many villagers for this to work out, and Rappel having a second town center might just be able to push through as he rebuilds his army. That was a decent fight from Ridu, but he kind of needed a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, every one of these big fights, which Rappel takes at the moment, and it's been happening for a very long time in this game already, is allowing his economy to push him back much quicker. And it seems like he might be taking a little bit too long to wait to re-engage, because he's probably not 100% sure where he's sitting in this game, but he's doing it right. You take a fight, your economy pushes you forward. You take another fight, your economy rebuilds. It's all good, and you get the army back in, and rinse and repeat until you're in a good spot. Migdol Stronghold going to be coming up onto this position. 3 Contarius charging over here. One technology that would be a godsend here for Rappel is survival equipment in the granary here. It's a technology that I think a lot of people forget about, but it's a big boost to villager survivability against these raids.
Doesn't look like Ridu can do any damage. He's pumping out a lot of extra units. More Arcus, heavy archers is queued up. He's getting a bunch of heroes finally. If these had only been in place earlier, that would have made for a very different kind of game. But falling behind economically in a very real way, Rapple still almost doubling the population of Ridu. It's all a lot to deal with. But I have to say, the army versus army could be okay for Ridu. Just about adding in these buildings and the massive economy behind it, that's the spooky part.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is with that Nebty technology coming in, suddenly those priests start saying goodnight to those dryads incredibly quickly. As now Ridu, he's got to retreat back here. He does not have the army, and this is a 200 pop Egyptian army. Chariot Archer Spearman. This is the composition that I talk about a lot with Egyptian. It's your first main death ball type army. Of course, there's counters to this army, so it's not like a proper death ball, but it's the first main one before you want to start moving into those elephants, which chariot archers are really, really tough to kill. And at this point, the army numbers here for Rapple are just so absurdly gigantic. We even see Thoth coming through to help behind all of this. Dryads getting cleaned up, Contarius getting cleaned up, the Arcus in the back, they're basically gap closed from the start here once those chariot archers start taking the fight. And it looks like Ridu is yet again on the retreat, but it's a 100 population differential right now, Naka.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work, and we've got the fast forward, which I'm trying to stop. I think we know what that means. With Todd coming in as well. Rapple at full population, of course, every little bit of resource he gathers is just gonna go towards the bank. The bank is gonna go towards the next age, of course. Okay, Boyd, I've seen it again. The spearmen clump up when you send them to build an obelisk with the priest. So I think there's a universe where you do this on purpose in the middle of a battle. They all clump up, and their attack move is going to be as good as it gets. This is my contribution for today.
I want to think about your crazy micro tricks. Now Rapple says, well, third town center. We are seeing some raids coming up onto the left side, but already dealt with that with a couple of spearmen. One way to kind of deal with this, if you're like really struggling to keep up with the speed of the Contarius, is on each of these gold mines, you drop like 2 to 4 barracks. And with all your obelisks set up, if you take a look at Rapple's perspective, you see where the Contarius are going, and then you just build the spearmen in anticipation for them going onto one of those areas. And then you don't have to chase them. You're just there on the defensive spot. Obviously, putting up a Migdol is another way to go, and you can just garrison, but you can do both as well. But there's the Thoth, and I'm sure Rapple, he's just going to say, eat a meteor, Ridu, in your face. He's going to run straight in and make that happen. He's also got that Valley of the King's tech pretty cute, wanting to grab that as fast as he possibly can. And there's the meteor coming in. That's the big, fat damage into the main base coming over here. Meanwhile, though, Phoenix is in. Arcus are dying. And Ridu taps out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1. We have ourselves a series here.
Rapple certainly not going to go down without a fight. That was a really, really solid performance overall here on Elysium. Maybe we're going to have 5 games. That means plenty of sleep for Kavo, who's currently waiting for the finals. Well, is he really waiting if he's asleep? I'm not sure that counts.
Well, what I want to talk about before we move into the next game, though, is you see the kill units, the kill death ratio, so to speak, is 197 for Ridu, 166 for the Rapple. So it's favoring the Gaia player here, but the story I wanted to know was exactly what was going on with this economy. And it's absolutely wild to me how close this economy is actually going. Of course, it's the Atlantean economy, but just 0 citizens for how long? I think if Rapple didn't get this crazy big raid where it went from 32 pop all the way down to 20 pop, what's that? Six citizens getting killed off. If that didn't happen, I think Redo is able to continue pushing with those Contaris, and I think Rappel actually might just lose on this position.
I agree because, you know, it also took Rappel down after that. Redo did find some kills, like some 8 villagers. That's not nothing. Maybe even 9 or 10, given that wills get made in the meantime. That must have been a pivotal moment. Too bad we missed it.
Well, it is what it is. We're going to be moving on to game number 3 pretty quickly here, guys. Let's get it going. What are we going to be seeing is the big question.
Recon just had a nap as well. Man's prepared. Good job, Recon.
What we can do is we can start the finals and have these guys finish this simultaneously if this is a problem. What do you think?
If they're napping, it's fine, right? Oh, wait. They want something. I mean, it really depends on whether the replays will break or not.
I think the replays will be fine.
I think so too.
They've been fine on this patch. Okay.
So simultaneous it is?
I think that's the best way to go at this stage.
Okay. I'm telling him.
Okay, you go. All right, we're gonna jump into the finals right now. I think your Tesla might continue along, and then we're gonna jump in and do the replays of the Rappel versus Redo series to finish up. As we've got some time zone issues to some degree. I mean, these sort of days can go anywhere from 6 hours to 8 hours in terms of length, and that's kind of what we were planning for. But
yes, I think we just have to reduce the series length in the early rounds to best of 3, then we'll be just on time.
all right, so we're gonna get a quick break here, guys. I'm gonna go and fill up some water, have a little quick break as well, and then we're gonna get going on the Recon versus Kavo matchup.
Yep, ditto.
back, ready to be checking ourselves out with a finals game. We're finally here, Naka. It is currently grand finals for this first qualifier of Wrath of the Gods. We've got the draft right in front of us
Oh
here.
boy,
The players
you're
are going to be
muted
locking in their god anytime. Oh, I am
on your
muted,
stream.
and that's just how it goes. Well, now I am unmuted. Let's go, nailing it. I was looking at everything but my OBS screen there. I'm sorry. So we'll start all that again. I wasn't saying anything important. It was terrible. Don't worry about it. It's finals time. Recon versus Kavoth. Both of these guys have battled through thick and thin to get to this point of the tournament here. Some incredibly difficult matchups. We got ourselves a god draft. Recon banning out Kavoth's Gaia. Kavoth banning out the Loki that Recon's been doing so well with. Isis set Cronus, Odin, Zeus for Recon. Kavoth Ra, Uranus, Hades, Poseidon, Thor. And the map's going to be Ghost Lake to kick this one off with.
They're currently picking their
What do
god,
you
so we
think?
don't yet know what it's gonna be. But anytime now.
Yeah, we're just kicking off that decider right now before we jump into the game. Recon very quickly locking in his pick. And Kavoth doing the same. And we see ourselves with a matchup here of Kronos versus Thor.
Okay, for Ghost Lake. Now this could be spooky because Kronos usually has no problems being out there on the map and making stuff happen. And if the gold mines happen to be really terrible, really far out there, then I would give the advantage to Kronos. But Thor does have the Dwarven mine, so if you hold that until maybe even the Heroic Age, especially if it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, then, you know, that can go a really long way there.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's also, there's the idea here of just going for the very, very quick win with Kronos, a really fat rush with either Prometheus or with Leto, and you just kill the greedy Thor player who's going for the fast Dwarven armory opening. But, you know, Thor, it's not a one-trick god. You don't just have to do that opening. You can go without it and still have a really, really good time against against Kronos. So the question I guess becomes, do you want to be safe about it and just take a really, really easy route, get a pretty quick advance time? You can go for a 330 or even a 315, drop the armory a little bit later and then get your upgrades in. Or do you want to go for the greed and just say, well, what happens here? Can you get enough damage? Prove it to me, to your opponent. Those are the questions, I guess.
Yes, I think the game has started, so the lobby should appear for us momentarily. Any closing thoughts for the matchup, Void? Other than that, can it go some other weird direction? Could you imagine the Leto here?
I mean, I've lost to Leto as Norse before, but as soon as I know it's coming and as soon as I adapt, yeah, the Leto doesn't work. As soon as the Thor player advances quick enough, it just doesn't work. So what are the other options? Well, you just go for Prometheus and you just get that stuff going nicely. That's generally the way you go, right?
That's just standard, yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody is gonna advance Raya to the Heroic Age. I've just not seen that before in Retold. Sure, at the very beginning, yes, but then Chaos is just so good now. Traitor doesn't hold a candle, and then the actual attacks are better as well on the Hyperion side. Hence why we never get to see that.
I just screwed up. I have to go into the thing. You know when you hit join on the thing and then the lobby starts going full refresh mode?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Okay. It's fine.
Love when that happens.
We're all good. All right. We're gonna join into this game very, very shortly, guys. It's Kavoth, it's Recon, it's excitement. I mean, what else can be said that hasn't already been said about these two? Kavoth has been at the top of the ranked ladder. He hasn't played a whole lot of actual scrims with people. He's just been
Mm.
grinding ranked, and I don't want to start anything with anyone, but there is like a very loud voice in this kind of behind the scenes in the scrimming world about, well, it's just not good practice to practice on the ladder. But honestly, Kavoth is a shining beacon of hope for the ladder grinders out there. Other players out there are going for that ladder grinding approach as Chemo. Soup plays some onto the ladder and has a lot of success in these tournaments. Even giving away his strategies on YouTube, he has success on this in these sorts of tournaments. But Kavoth is meeting against a player who not only grinds in scrims but also plays ladder, so he gets the taste of both worlds here in Recon, and we'll have to wait and see
Yeah,
if
it's
this one's
absolutely
going to
right.
go
I
the
mean,
wayside.
what's the advantage of scrims? You can practice the specific matchup you want to practice, whereas rank just throws whatever at you. Map, opponent god, opponent player. It's a lot of variables, so you just need infinitely more experience in that department to figure this out. But if you already know the map that you're gonna get, if you already know what gods are possible, then you can pick appropriately and figure out the problem matchups for you in scrims. That's a huge advantage in my opinion. So even
Totally.
if you're a ladder hero, I do think you need a little bit of both.
Just a little bit to get that practice in there. I mean, in the end of the day, you can also learn a lot just by studying Genesis or studying Red Bull, Wololo, and seeing how everyone else is drafting and why they're drafting in that way. And you can learn from that as well. There's a lot of information out there for anyone who wants to get involved in tournament scene, sort of competitive play. It's not a locked off sort of circuit, so you can always get in, and you can even host your own customs and do this whole thing. All of the kind of links to the draft board are there, so if you want to play a scrim against someone else and utilize the kind of draft format, all that stuff is available. But Naka, we're about ready to
Time.
jump in to the game one of the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1 finals here. The winner of this one goes straight in to the main event, doesn't need to participate in any other of the qualifiers. Will it be Recon? Will it be Kavoth? Let's find out right now. Girls, game number 1, grand finals time here. Well, finals of the Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1 on the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Kronos. His name is Recon. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Thor. His name is Kavoth. Naka is joined with me, Nakamura RTS. For those of you who want to play at home, what are you seeing here already, my friend?
I am seeing Goat's Lake. The goats are getting grabbed very early on. Of course, Kavoth knows he must go out there and pick up as many as possible, because he will likely be contained within this base, especially playing 4. You might go for that Dwarven Armory, but he's not doing so immediately, which kind of suggests that maybe he will play this more straight up as a standard Norse. Something we don't see very often, and certainly I haven't seen that in today's tournament.
No, we haven't seen it just yet, but, you know, part of this is also, like, you can drop the Dwarven Armory whenever. Like, sure, you delay the Dwarf from coming out, but you're not slowing your advance time down so long as you throw that Dwarven Armory up before it's way too late. Like, it takes, what, 30 seconds, 45 seconds to build the armory. You also got to build the temple as well, and a house. So there is a little bit to be concerned about, but Kavoth at the moment, you're absolutely right. He's just rushing up to the next stage. He's playing around this early aggression. And Recon here, to be completely frank, he doesn't have to rush. You see him dropping the temple, now he has to rush. Yeah,
the resources just didn't
notice that
line up.
Yeah.
It
if you
happens.
ever see something different happen in the game, you can always adapt. You can always
Wait.
figure something out here.
I'm scared. Hold
What's
me.
happened?
Event Laplito.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, you went up Lito. Are you kidding me?
yeah. I'm serious. And there's no house for Recon, so there's a villager stuck at 99% on Recon.
This is the new rush build here at the moment. This is the way to play. This is the terrifying thing. There's no temple up just yet. The goats are trying to get sent back. The oracles are in place. The berserk sees the temple coming. Kavoth hasn't even thrown a temple down. What is he doing?
He went to the other side of the map to build a house, and it's coming back to bite him for sure. Now, there are several scenarios where you want to consider making a second berserk in the early game, and maybe this might have been one of them. Considering that you're going out there hunting for ghosts. He's making a house! Oh my god! Recon's up, Lito. 2 automatons are coming in and potentially more. Oh my
where do you
good
put
lord.
the temple?
What temple?
I don't even know. What am I watching?
There's no temple.
Wait, no, there is. There is a temple.
Oh,
it's in the top corner of the map, Naka. It's right here. He's getting the Ursa out. He's completely fine.
Okay. Wait, where is the automatons going?
They're searching for that temple. They're like, where is it? Where is it? The oracle is coming up here. It might discover it for Recon. Recon's moving up here. He's going to have to get very, very lucky. He's got no line of sight for the moment. The automaton is charging through here to try and deny this one. And this is going to mean a big fat... Oh, no. He saw just a little hint of it on the ground there. And he's all... He doesn't deny the troll, but he can deconstruct that temple if he wants. It looks like he's not going to go for it. He's just going to start bashing away. But to be...
I don't think that works.
This early game, what is important about it? It's getting villager damage. Kavoth, he's completely fine. Is that an armory he's showing up? No. Okay.
No armory allowed, okay? We've seen enough of that, says Kavoth.
I thought that would have been just the ultimate greed play here. You go, all right, I've got my Hersa out to deal with this. I'm going to get a couple more things out. He's going to snipe down an oracle, and Kavoth, he is off to the races in this game. Like, you know, you might think that there's only one angle, there's only one meta, but here's the thing. Just because something is the best play doesn't mean you have to do it every single game. Especially when it's not the best play in this game against what Recon is going to be going for. Recon now getting himself out that counter barracks, that military barracks, and he's going to make Murmillo and Terma.
There's more berserks coming.
Yeah, there's berserks coming out, and this is the thing, right? Kavoth knows this. He actually told me about it while I was complaining about how broken Atlantean is, and then I was like, oh, you know what? You know, this is kind of strong. Go through 4 City, Mithril Breastplate, mass berserks. What do you do as Kronos? What do you do as Atlantean against that?
There's no direct counter like you'd think Cairo Ballista, but no, if you have overwhelming numbers, then you just get in on top and kind of wreck them. The way Cairo Ballistas work, you kind of need them to be guarded by something else. So you would need Murmillo up front.
I mean, you can always mix in myth units as well to help out. That's always a great idea. But then you've also got to contend with the fact that your opponent is macroed in to food and gold already. So they can just switch in to get a ton of Hersa out to deal with that as soon as they spot that. And obviously here, Recon, he's going to be pumping out those automatons as well. Most likely they're super cheap. They're effectively... what are they worth in terms of an actual Murmillo? They've got double the HP. They've got a little bit more damage. But they cost the same effectively as a Murmillo. What is it, 90 gold? Versus 90 resources total. 55, 30, or 85 resources total.
And then there's a favor as well, so you can't be spending that on the satyrs later down the line when you get to the heroic age. Luffit is going to be going into this. Now, Spider Layer is actually one of those things that can protect potential Cairo Ballista if we get to that point. Some just got cast. This is also always something that Recon can retreat back into if they have a fight.
Yeah, and the other thing that always kind of goes by the wayside ever so slightly is Spiderleg gives you line of sight. So a really nice place to put these is on town centers, on gold mines, uh, basically anywhere that you want to see the enemy map. And it's super cheap to do this. Obviously, it takes some time to recharge, but these are where you want to put these spiderlets most of the time.
Well, there's the Berserks now looking for some damage. One of them does go down. And Recon is still just posturing outside of this base, but I think we did mention it's a double gold mine spawn here on Ghost Lake, so Recon won't be able to do much of anything out here. I mean, he can bonk the temple, I guess. That's not bad.
Yeah, and now the armory is up for Kavoth, and this means at this stage there's no like weakness to getting these armory upgrades out, right? Like
Yeah.
they train him at the correct speed. They get reset back to normal when you hit the classical age. They train faster in the heroic age, but so you're going to get those out, and effectively getting these armory upgrades in is kind of like just unlocking a second town center at this point without having to pay for it.
And you're gonna want those upgrades anyhow, so you might as well go for it. We've got medium berserks that you can't get heavy until you're heroic, so it's the only way to make them better without going heroic.
Sniping this temple is a lot of lost resources here. It's a 300 for a temple, and oftentimes when you go Leto, you actually want multiple temples once you get all the oracles out. And obviously here Recon hasn't managed to keep his alive, but the temple goes down. The Mermillo are now in, and they're going to be chasing down, but Kavoth says, hey, let's have a fight. Before saying, no, I better get out. There's going to be some scary things coming for me.
Yeah, all those automatons are a little bit much. Don't want to engage them directly, so if you can run away, then great. Let's do that. Bragi's coming in, boys, so I think it's totally the right move to just leave. Later, you'll have flaming weapons ready for this fight. Let's save it for that. Save all these units.
Yeah, 100%. All these berserks have to retreat back, and I mean, at this stage, you're kind of constricted into your main base, but he's got the back gold mine, like we said, from the two gold mine Ghost Lake. He's got wood is a little bit exposed, so that's a bit of a weakness. He's gonna have to garrison and kind of defend here while waiting for that heroic age to come through. But then he'll be able to drop dwarven mine on top of his town center. And for the moment here, Recon can't really enter this base.
It's a really big army though for Recon. Even with flaming weapons, I have to say I don't think this is too bad for Recon. 72 versus 46.
Kavoth knows Atlantean inside and out. He's played them quite a lot. So he also knows the counter to his god, or what he struggles to beat. So he's going to go for that, whatever that is. And I imagine he's just going to be if I'm playing here, I would just wait to see get full population and then just go out, flaming weapons, and then call it a day. Obviously, Recon's going to have access to chaos if that happens, but by that stage, you're not even that worried. You just got so many units. You don't even have to click flaming weapons. So this is a scary moment for both players, in all honesty, but we'll see what can be made here. Is heavy infantry, Call of Valhalla want to be grabbed here for Kavoth? Obviously, there's a very, very good upgrades for his units. And the question is, what does Recon go into? Does he go in for Arcus to try and get some actual counters in for the Mermillo? Or not the Mermillo, for the Berserks? Or is the solution a little more simple? Straight Mythic Age, implode like we've seen time and time again in this tournament, and just erase the units.
I'd love to find out. It looks to me, boy, that Recon is more interested in winning this next upcoming fight conventionally. So he will have chaos, yes, that will hurt the Norse army quite a lot. He will have heroes. He will have the two satyrs ready to go as well, and plenty of Chiral Ballista. So this is right now too small. Kavoth is risking his army at this point.
And I mean, do you stay in here in flaming weapons? This is pretty all in, and he does go for it. Chaos won't be in. The town center is going to get denied here, and that's going to be denying the heroic age of Recon as well.
Wait, I think it might finish
so close here.
The repair is in. It's just enough. And he's winning the fight conventionally. He doesn't need chaos. But the town center being down is a huge issue. Even though there's all these survivors. I have to favor Kavo from here on out. He's making more and more units back home. He's getting his H3 Dwarven mine down, which is actually 3,000 gold. Being gathered from faster as well than the regular gold mines. It all adds up.
Yeah, now he's got 70 favor in the bank after losing all of those berserk. Every single berserk you lose is 1 favor. Plus all the fighting with that flaming weapons can actually go in to mass trolls here, which, I mean, if you think that mass berserks are strong, imagine mass berserks plus mass trolls. Now I ask you, what do you do as Atlantean when that starts coming through? Because the myth units, they don't work anymore.
It is scary, Boyd. I think the Balder will be happening. This is very clear. The hill fort right there to protect the healing spring. There's enough gold here. There's another gold mine out there, should it be necessary. But I think Kavo just saves up, clicks up, makes as many units as possible on the way to Mythic. And what does Recon even do? Because sure, you're heroic, but what you would actually need to beat this now is Mythic with Implode, with Fanatics. And he's just not gonna have that.
You said Balder, and I was like, yeah. We're not gonna see Ragnarok. We're not seeing Balder in this game. It's gonna be Fimbulwinter. That's gonna devastate the economy, and then Kavoth is gonna win conventionally like a normal person. But no, we're seeing Balder. Kavoth is at 52 villagers right now, and it looks like he's gonna go for a Ragnarok. I haven't seen Ragnarok in Retold in so long. It might just work.
Yeah,
it might.
Look at this guy spending his favor on another Dwarven mine. I love it. But you really should have waited
While
for
he's going
Mythic, good sir.
That favor. What do you?
Okay, Kavo, it would have been double the gold. Don't tell anyone though. Oh boy.
It doesn't matter if you're just going to be going for an all-in with
if you just
with
win.
Balder.
If you just win, it's fine.
Just go for an all-in. Why not? I've got this. Okay, this is going to be. If Ragnarok wins this, it's proof that Rag is balanced, right?
Yeah.
If Rag doesn't win this, it's proof that Rag is underpowered.
If he doesn't win this, then it must be buffed. That's the rules.
But it's just pure Berserk here. Berserk plus Rag Hero. So now there's not really any sort of myth units to deny these Berserks. There's no favor in the bank for a second Flaming Weapons, but does that matter here? Recon, I mean, he's moving out to get himself a third town center. He's at 138 population. There's still chaos in the bank. There's still a deconstruction here. And the Rag comes in, and Naka, it's 281 population. The settlement gets deleted, and the army is marching.
Oh my good lord. I guess Recon could put down another spider layer. That's the only hope. Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is... I like the walls. I like the walls. He's certainly trying to make this work. There's the spiders. Wah! I love that sound.
So many Berserks here. There's so many units. Kavoth, he wants to break through, but this building placement, the Arcus Ball here is so insanely strong. Houses going to be getting taken down. A Fire Giant going to be coming to join in as well. Is a big amount of damage. We don't see that Kavoth has got himself that Burning Pitch technology for those thrown axemen to take units down even quicker here as the army now starts pushing out. Units coming down onto the bottom side of the map. They spot a palace or two down there trying to hold those villages. And now Kavoth has to pull back. He's not able to get into the main base.
Wait. He's making them fight each other. Side of the map. It's a smaller group, so it makes sense. It will last longer. The God Power does scale with the number of targets. And you know what? Recon is actually putting on a masterclass for this. He's holding the choke point. He's sniping the infantry with his archers, dealing a ton of damage. He's got several satyrs in the back who are doing line AoE damage. It's kind of working. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, with Kavo splitting his army up, he's dropping in population really, really fast. The armory are actually going to get targeted down here to allow him through, and this will be a lot of units to break through onto this position and start getting the damage down. One thing that's difficult right now for Recon is he's got 0 income in terms of food and gold. He's only got wood income here as the army does break through. The palaces on the bottom have fallen. All the citizens in the middle are going to start falling to these rag heroes as the army now is completely erased for Recon. He can't build anything else. He's only got buildings remaining, Naka.
It's making 6 more Arcus real quick. Let's see what that can do, but that's a lot of donkeys dying that I hear, Boyd. I think this might be it. Recon doesn't have resources to even make one more donkey, and he's gonna have to resign. As you know, Kavo behind this was actually gathering with several dwarves. He did fall behind the population cap, and actually earlier when he finished the last armory tech that he got a free dwarf. It didn't come down to that one, but it could have.
It didn't, no. But Naka, I mean, we see it. Rag is balanced.
There it is.
Rag gets the dub. All you non-believers. Look at this. He goes, it's an 11,772 resource value Ragnarok versus 5,283 max value army here in that position. All resources collected here. Kavo is so far in front. This is just like the ultimate risk for no real reason for Kavo. He could have gone Fimbulwinter. He could have clicked that. He could have gone in for Berserker Gang and had those Berserks just never die. But he just says, screw it. Let's just try and finish this game in the next 2 minutes so we can get into game number 2. He gets the dub. And we are indeed going into game number 2, Naka. Let's get it.
Let's go.
What's the next map? What's the next situation? Let me see. Someone let me know. Okay, it looks like it's going to be on Kerlauga. And it's going to be a Zeus vs. Hades affair. What are you thinking about this one?
Again, we've been here before, but not with these 2 players in particular. So I'll be really curious to see what Kavo can come up with. You know, picking off this game against Recon to start with is a really nice start to the series. It's just, you just want that first win to gain what little mental gain that will get you. Especially against Recon, who's easily one of the best players right now. And Kavo might be wanting to join that club.
I mean, I've been touting this Kavo for quite some time. I think he's always got the potential. Ever since I saw him playing in tournament, in Legacy, and doing these things that you just don't see other players doing, other Age of Mythology players doing, and the things like he was one of the first players I saw to do the kind of like lead your opponent's army around to avoid getting gold starved. He was one of the first players I've seen to be able to fight back with Hades no matter what he got hit. And and that's just it for Kavo. He is a fighter, and he is one of those guys who's just an absolute menace when it comes to Age of Mythology. And I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with here. Like you said, we have seen this matchup a little bit. But I haven't seen Recon. Generally, he picks Gaia on this map. Going with Zeus against the Hades, we've seen it, but I mean, we'll see how they approach it.
It's all about the Argo. That's what it comes down to.
It's right. It's right. The thing is, though, Naka, Recon's got a very different play style to everyone else. He's not going to be going for that all-in to finish off his opponent. He's more than happy to take the slow route. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would be expecting those Athena hoplites again with Toxotes and just making the long plays with that. You've got all the mobility in the world. They're almost cavalry units, except they're infantry. So I think Recon would be very, very happy to play into that. And then getting a bunch of Peltasts out and fighting Hades pretty much head on. adding in a bunch of Minotaurs where necessary. It's pretty easy to do for Zeus, to be honest.
Yeah, mass Minotaur, Minotaur, potato, does make sense. But then again, if you do that, surely the Hades can do the same thing, right? And then he's just got the stronger Minotaur.
Yes, that's technically true, but Zeus has more.
True, because he's got more favor gather rate.
Yes,
That's
but
true.
then the gold efficiency comes into play where Hades has more of that because of the Vaults of Erebus upgrade.
Well, it's too much for me to think about, Naka. We're going to be moving into game number 2 momentarily. Recon, Kavoth, Zeus, Hades. Currently 1-0 for Kavoth on the map. Kurlauga. We're going to be getting that one going. See ya in a second. We are back in the top of the map, in the blue color, playing as Zeus. His name is Recon.
We've also got Kavoth, but he's down south. He's playing as the red Hades here. Maps
It
Kurlauga.
seems like deja vu. It seems like only yesterday, or maybe only 2 hours ago, maybe only 30 minutes ago that we watched this exact matchup. But Recon was on the other side of it from memory. He was the one playing Hades.
He
Maybe
was.
I'm misremembering this. And he managed to take out the Zeus with a really, really just quality economy, quality army over the Zeus player trying to just get that damage done. What is going to be different here for Recon? That's the question.
He's playing the other side of the matchup for one. Because he was the Hades. And really it's all about what he's going to do differently. So when it was Redo playing, he used up Restoration very early on. He didn't get much value out of his Scylla, to be honest. Like, Recon's Hades was able to get much of the same done. He did still have Curse available. Bronze never got into play too much. It was all about those Athena hoplites and Toxotes just shredding a counter army. You know, Peltast, if they can get on top of the Toxotes and snipe them nicely, that's great. But if they're going to be fighting hoplites to do so, while Toxotes pick off the Hippospist in the Heroic Age, now that is a problem for them. And I would actually favor the core unit composition over the counter unit composition here. So I think having that knowledge in the bag, I'm not sure Kavoth is aware. Let's see how they execute.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We see both players opening up with the docks on the right side. I'm not exactly sure if this changes anything, considering both players probably going to go for both sides of the fish. We see a very aggressive dock coming down here for Recon to claim control of 2 packs of fishes, so 6 fish in the middle, and even maybe stealing some away from Kavoth, as he hasn't moved over to the left side of the map just yet. He does have the back fish down the bottom here, so it's going to be 18 fish a piece here for the players, but with Recon taking those 4-2 spots here and claiming all this, he could potentially go up to 21 and have a very significant edge going into this the first sort of portion of this game.
It's expensive, but it will definitely pay off, especially in the Heroic Age, if you can keep them going with per scene. That's when the fishing ship economy really kicks in, because right now they're gathering at 0.5 per second. Not much to write home about. The villagers are quite a lot better at gathering, twice as good, actually, if they're on hunt. And they don't have to travel as much.
Exactly. I mean, over here we do have that Chariot of Spell. That one there is going to be a big help in the early game here. So whoever picks that up first and foremost is going to be able to put that pressure on. So it's going to be important to get that hero out pretty quickly here. I imagine the Recon scouted that one, and he knows he wants to be the aggressor. He's got that bolt. He can lock down any sort of early Achilles or Minotaur if he feels like it, and get some early advantages. But Kavoth, he clicks up to the classical age first here, and it's going to be Athena.
What about Recon? It's got to be Athena, right? Just a few resources left. There it is. And it's gonna be Athena, as we predicted.
Yeah, can you ever go Centaur here? I mean, arguably you can, but I don't.
But should you? Probably not.
Should you is the question, right? Yeah, should you? You got to spend so much wood on those Centaur, and you have all this food sitting around. I guess you can then go in with hoplites. So Centaur hoplite could be an angle here for Zeus players to try out, but we're not going to be seeing it here. The Jason is out. It's moving forward. It's going to come and try and grab this chariot of Sibel in the center and at least try and get a little bit of pressure happening.
Both players are playing very economically, though. They're even getting pickaxe, which you wouldn't do on a more aggressive water map like Mediterranean. Thankfully, it's not in our roster. We've seen enough of that in the old game. Every tournament, every series, it would come up. We are protecting ourselves, really. Let's talk a little bit about the relics while we have the time. Chariot of Cybele is going to spawn 2 lions immediately as well. It doesn't have the initial delay like the old game used to, so that's a plus. And they respawn fast in general.
They're so strong. I mean, you look at them. They do 15 damage in attack.
That is insane.
Free unit. Now, of course, there's a 2.2 second recharge on there, or rate of fire on there. So it does take a little while to get that one back up. But just come in and you just snipe a unit and run, and then hit the thing and run. You get a lot of damage done.
Especially great against villagers because they don't use their hunting bow attacks against them. So that's something to always consider. I would like to send them separately, to be honest. We've also got the Kefara of Apollo for villager movement speed. We've got the Hermes' winged sandals for hero movement speed. And down here, it's the scales of Akatoblapas for Mythian Pierce armor. But the battle is on. Ship versus Minotaur. Minotaur seems to not do that much damage. And we had a bolt. What was that on? Achilles, it looks like.
The Achilles. Takes the Achilles out. The Heracles out for Recon. Manages to take down the Minotaur of Kavoth as well, effectively for free. It's looking like Recon is in a really, really nice place for the moment.
What are these houses in the far back for Recon? I think he's spreading them out because he fears the earthquake.
Yeah, this is something
smart man.
This is something that Mr. just talks about all the time. It's like, if anyone ever comes at you and says Age Mythology is imbalanced because you can just drop a god power down and a base gets erased, I say, you didn't play around that god power. You can easily build houses elsewhere, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Recon, and he's playing for it perfectly, and I love it.
It's such a deep game, Boyd. You could do so much in this.
Well, Achilles is back in, still trying to snipe down those Minotaurs of Recon. Recon microing it nicely, does manage to get a bit of pathing blockage, but the Minotaur goes down as the Achilles is almost half HP'd, or more than half HP'd there.
It's an expensive hero to lose. Gotta be careful with that. Gets on top of the trireme with the melee units, and it's actually taking quite a beating there. All the ships are going down, and the dock.
Wow. Yeah, the dock is cleaned up. This is kind of big here for Recon. He's still got the bottom side of the fish completely, basically untouched here. So he's getting all the value to kick this game off. He's also already clicked up here through Apollo. Now, what's that for? He's got the underworld passage to escape something, or attack something, or defend something. He's going to have access to Temple of Healing. That's going to be huge to heal up those. Well, now it's dead Minotaurs, so not going to heal those back up. But using that a little bit later could be an option for something else.
Okay, you know what you can do, Boyd? I've never seen anyone do this, but you plant the temple near the sea or in the water in this map, actually, and you can heal your Scylla.
True. big brain. There's also another technology that I've never seen get researched here, which is called anastrophe. Do you know what that one does?
That one's for Pentaconners, but I don't remember the effect. It's got something new, right?
Yeah. It from memory, it makes them stun enemy units.
Oh my
So
god.
get that technology,
Wait,
get some Pentacontra out, you can stun some stuff.
Is that the counter to Scylla?
Could be. I don't know.
Noise.
Never seen anyone get it. I wouldn't know.
I have the same issue.
Wait, yeah. It crits and freezes apparently. So I was close. Stuns, freeze, that's the same thing, right?
Basically. The Norse have something like that. Skadi has that. With the freezing.
Yes. Recon is playing this early game so insanely well. He's putting so much good pressure on. And this is classic Kavo. You killed my dock. I'm just going to rebuild it. No worries. But can he get it up is the question. There's only 3 seconds left. The villager dies and the dock is immediately taken out yet again. So no dock for him.
Well, the Scylla gets taken down and there's another Scylla, but this time for Kavo. Did Recon make another? Maybe on the far side. I heard it. It's there. Okay.
Yeah. You also got that Odysseus coming out. I mean, there's a world where you get the favor up to 55 just to bolt your opponent's free water myth unit on this map, but we're not seeing that for Recon.
That's intense.
You can easily just send Odysseus over there and deal with that, or Heracles, or
I agree.
Jason, or whatever, and it's completely fine.
You can walk on water, so you might as well walk on water. These are now heavy hoplites, Boyd, and they've got Sarissa. Add some Toxotes to the mix, and I think Recon is in a really good position to engage the army, but he's got to be careful not to lose the stragglers, because that moment would put Kavo in a pretty relevant advantage. Do we have First Scene, by the way? Yes, we do, at least for Recon. We do for Kavo as well, but Recon has way more fishing ships right now.
Yeah, there's a significant advantage in terms of economy coming through, right? But population-wise, Kavoth is in front. He's just behind on that tech for the time being.
Ooh, every single hoplite stunned. That cursed. That's rough.
I'm behind on it.
That's a problem. Restoration is available for both players, so it will cancel each other out. Stun comes through, but actually, you know what? Recon's army is doing so much damage that he's beating this back. This is absolutely redonkulous.
Absolutely redonkulous indeed here. The Peltaster out, the Manticore out. Kavoth is on full retreat mode. He doesn't have himself up any defenses on this gold mine either. And Recon, he could just march forward and make Kavoth's life a living hell here.
Well, I would not want to be Kavo right now. Recon does have to be careful a little bit with the choke point, but it seems the hoplites are so Giga Chat-like that they can just take it. Especially with that Manticore in the back, and there's a lot more coming. Peltas too.
Absolutely. Peltas on the back to snipe in onto those Toxotes. You don't even... Honestly, you don't even need them. You can just go mass hoplites, and the hoplites will actually win this fight if you micro them correctly. Toxotes are kind of rubbish. I don't know why anyone goes mass archerballs. Just go mass infantry.
Yeah, these Zeus boys
the
are
hoplites
fast.
They've got 24% pierce armor. That's plenty. Oh, you don't need any more than that.
That's just icing on the cake. As the real meta has been revealed, make hoplite, make win. Not sure Kavoth can make it.
Desperation Fortress coming up for Kavoth, but the Peltaster in. The hoplites are cleaning everything else up. Kavoth is about to lose all of those villagers on the fortress, as well as the Toxotes getting cleaned up on the back here. And in that moment, Kavoth taps out. And Recon levels the series.
This is going to be a series, that's for sure.
It's going to be a series without a doubt here. Kavo, I mean, I talk about it a lot. He's a player who doesn't give up, but in that situation, there really wasn't much he could do. Recon just completely outclassed him in that one. As the resources collect, it's pretty equal. It just seems to be just order, maybe, of just things coming through. Military resource value seems to just be forever in favor of Recon.
Absolutely. And he's
Also,
had that fishing ship advantage as well. It's a big deal.
Huge shout out to Yo Dessler as well. Thanks for coming in. If you aren't checking out his stream throughout this event, I definitely recommend getting over there and giving him a follow. He's an amazing caster. Hopefully we'll get him in here and do some tour casts through this tournament as well, one of the next ones. But we're going to be moving in to game number 3 here. Stick with us.
It's going to be on Blue Lagoon, that one. And we're looking at the God Picker to get the information. That is a set for Recon and a Ra for Kavo. The mirror matchups continue. Well, not quite mirror, but as close as it gets in this draft format.
I mean, this is a matchup I'm scared to play as someone who's played a little bit too much set in my days. Excited to see how it's going to go, but
what's the problem with it for you, Boyd? Talk to us.
Well, the problem is, okay, so the problem is that you've got a civilization that, or a god that goes for heavy, how do I say this? Heavy focus on barracks units. And you've got a civilization, on the other hand, that goes heavy focus on migdol units. And when it comes down to it, the migdol units are just more priority. So if you ever get into a position where you're just in an equal game and you don't have any sort of timings to exploit, then the stronger migdol units are just going to win all the fights. And I think this is something that maybe wasn't so much of an issue before, but since the migdol units have got a big buff, it seems to be becoming more and more challenging to deal with. So there's a big problem here for Recon to overcome, but I'm excited to see what he's going to do, what sort of approach he's going to go for, because, you know, I'm going to learn something, and that's what I need. Learn me from the best.
The lobby is up, and we'll be able to join them in 1 minute. So I guess we'll get to see if it's going to be a barracks versus migdol situation or not, but it should be more or less a migdol thing, because you just can't do that much in the classical age here.
Well, I mean, you still have to worry about Wadgets, right? Wadgets and open and put pressure on from the set, and you can't really go for a fast second town center. That can be a little bit of a challenge. Have I got these drafts the wrong way around? I think I may have. Everyone wants me to flip a Rooney. Does that fix everything? I hope it does. Yes, it does. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, it's nice. I don't even know what I was saying. I've just completely lost my train of thought. But we're going to be moving on to Blue Lagoon here. 1-1 finals. Wrath of the Gods retold qualifier. Set versus Ra. What a time to be alive here. Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for game number 3. Right side of the map, Flipperoonie has been commenced. In the blue color, playing a set. His name is Recon.
We've also got the other guy on the other side. Kavo is going to be playing as the Red Ra.
The map, Blue Lagoon, the series, finals. The tournament, Wrath of the Gods retold qualifier number 1. There's going to be 2 more of these to come over the next 2 weekend. So definitely put those in your diary. Come hang out with us. We've got Yodesla covering it. We've got Nakamura with me today, but also covering it as well as AOL Iron Maiden. Some very, very fun games to be coming forward, I'm sure.
That's right. And the
Let's check
third
out the
weekend is
relics.
pretty interesting too,
You
Boyd,
go for it.
because that's where the
That's
main
true.
event is, which is the $12,000 part of this event. I might add, the one that
It's not just the weekend. It's the entire week. We've got
the entire
games
week.
coming
Yes,
at you all through the week, with obviously the big ones towards the end. But you know, if you want to catch some action, you've got to be following. So make sure you hit that follow button. But Naka, let's check out these relics. On the left side of the map here, we do have ourselves that Girdle of Hippolyta. A 10% boost to the ranged soldiers there. So that's actually a huge relic there to pick up
yes.
to kind of level the playing field in this matchup for Recon. And he's going to be spotting it super early.
And that's one
If
of
we
the
keep moving up
advantages
to
of
the
set. You just get to spot this
Exactly.
stuff early.
Beyond that, there's also going to be Eye of Horus here, given a population cap of +4. Another insanely important relic to grab in this matchup. Top of the map here, Trojan Gate Hinge, a little bit less important. We're not going to be seeing all too many walls, I'm sure. And then the final relic on the right-hand side, we see Kopesh of Horus. It's a pretty important relic, honestly, for the Ra player to deal with ancestors and any sort of timings that can come through.
Yeah, that's a nice one for sure. I'll add about the wall relic that I think the part about base hit points is something that people very often forget. So it is just 120 health that you'll be gaining on the walls, whereas for stone wall you'll be gaining 500. So it's a pretty weak relic, in fact. Which is probably for the best. I mean, super strong walls. We've seen a lot of that in the original game.
Yeah.
Let's not have triple layer walls. The meta.
No, we'll say triple layer walls. Don't worry about it. But I'll send my Titan over to completely erase those.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Or the engineer siege weapons, which just make them explode, which is also really fun.
That's even better. Yeah.
You need a lot of space for real triple layer walls, then you can't explode them anymore. Then you need the Titan.
True. Nonetheless, we're going to be seeing some age ups coming through. No surprises here from Recon. He's going through. He's tried to go through quite quick here. He's beaten Kavoth to the punch in a big way. As Kavoth going for more of a 4:45 advance time, and this will allow Recon the option here to attempt to deny a second town center. The idea, I guess, from the set player is get a whole bunch of animal conversions, get the line of sight onto the enemy town center. As they come over there, you go and shifting sands all your stuff, and you get your own town center. Normally, without a pharaoh there, you try and get as much damage onto the villagers, getting that town center, deny that, and find a win if your opponent is going to be a little bit too greedy there.
Oh, quick response for the chat asking about what the series size is. Best of 5. It's a best of 5. Not doing 7s in the qualifiers. Well, save that for the big one.
Yeah. Also, if anyone's saying that it's 2-1 for Kavoth already, it is 1-1. The game is not over. Just because there's a Ra on the side here does not mean that it's going to be a win. We already saw Recon overcoming the quote-unquote odds, the meta. Winning Zeus versus Hades is very, very possible to win every single matchup if you play it well enough.
Apparently the stats for that one were 90-10, according to chat. I don't know if I believe it. I have to check later. I'm curious now. But if so, then Recon's god.
You already see Recon across the map here, checking out this town center. He's not going to be allowing Kavoth to grab this one, but Kavoth is going to stay one town center for the time being. He's got 2 monuments up. I don't see him going for anything. He's got a barracks up as well to start producing some spearmen. Recon, on the other hand, he just says, well, if you're not going to get across the map to see my town center, I'm just going to throw it up. And now Recon is 2 town centers. Kavoth is 1 town center, and we might actually see a weird moment here, or a weird game here, I should say, where the player who would normally be the defender is going to have to be the aggressor, and the player who's normally the aggressor is going to have to be the defender.
Well, look, what Kavoth is doing with the 1 barracks, it's not much of a muchness. Honestly, Recon has full information right now. He sees with this baboon that there's no TC grab. He saw with the obelisk up north, that's now gone because it was killed by the spear, that there was no TC up north. So now he knows that, yeah, Kavo is going to be making some units back home, and he's probably looking for a heroic age, but he's going in to confirm it. Yes, he's seen the units. He knows it's not a super fast heroic, so expecting the Vegets now. Should just go home, honestly, and leave this be. Enjoy the town center advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you could just run at this point. Or do you just put a barracks down and you try and continue to contest?
I think the walls are a good idea. But he still put down the barracks.
So good. Yeah, the barracks are up. Do you make some axemen here or do you just go for the spearmen? Axemen are a little bit of a waste in a way moving forward into the game. But right now they're super useful. So maybe not overcommitting too much, just a handful. We see 2 queued up now for
Nice.
Recon. But yeah, you want to be careful on this. So now we see the town center coming in. The baboon gets taken out. There's no line of sight over here.
He can get line of sight.
Did Recon just suffer? Oh, he can. He's got vision. Does he want to use it though and go for a shifting sands?
I don't know about all these villagers being there. I think they will hunt down the animals, and then you've given Kavo food under his TC, so maybe don't do it.
It's kind of all in, but in a way, if it works, it works. But he doesn't want to go for it.
It's a huge risk for sure.
Kavo's gone through the early game here. He's going to be behind on villagers by a significant amount, but he's also raw. So he's going to be having that boosted economy in the main base. He's got everything empowered by the Pharaoh here. He's hitting 19 villages. And he's also got priests out to empower onto the bottom. So everything is getting boosted by, what is it, 60%? 70%? I can't remember.
Sorry, the what now? I got phased out
the
of
priest
reality.
empower rate, I think it's 70%. Nonetheless,
yes.
What's 70% of 33? That's a huge advantage in terms of economy. You do the math. I can't do it.
I can't.
What's 70% of 35 or 1.5? 1.7. Can't do it. Too hard.
Too hard.
That's only building speed?
That's building speed, and the sorry, yeah, okay, you said 70. Okay, 70 I think is for line of sight on monuments. Sorry, obelisks. So it doesn't go that far. The drop off is 15 and the pharaohs get 20, as I recall.
Okay, we got there in the end. Still, that's a big boost. my brain at this hour of the morning. You're gonna have to deal with it. All right.
I've got advanced tool tips, but sadly,
yeah, 70% of the Pharaoh. That's where I was getting that number from. It's come for me. But now we're seeing we got through that difficult moment of the game. We're seeing now Nefty's coming through for Recon. We're seeing Sobek come through for Kavo here. Are you surprised to not see Segment at the moment? Not to come in for both players?
A little bit. I'm liking the Sobek pick though from Kavo. So basically, because you're empowering monuments, you're going to have a little bit of extra favor. The one monument empowers another, one thing leads to another, and basically you're swimming in favor. So recasting Locust is actually a pretty effective way to play this. And you've got your hyper damaging Migdol units, like Camos, high mobility. You get on top of those villagers, you cast the Locust on them, and you pick off the stragglers. It's a great way to play this game.
You also got the thing of if your opponent's going for mass barracks units, how good is that? There's a low HP, right? So you get them very close to death.
Or damn.
You just say that?
Yeah, follow up with the chariots or the poisoning Wadgets. It's actually a good combo. You might see it right here.
There's another thing.
There it is.
Recently, I've been made privy to, which is Petsukos beat Chariot Archers. Petsukos are insanely useful in this matchup.
Yeah, they have the same amount of range. You can't
just go mass chariots against these. You just have to, you get out that Crocodilopolis technology that boosts the crocodiles from 20 range up to 28 range, and suddenly 20 range chariot archers, even 23 range chariot archers don't seem that good. But look at what Recon is going for here.
Clairvoyance.
That's
My
Thoth.
good sir.
That's Thoth. But he wants clairvoyance. He hasn't even clicked vision once, and he wants clairvoyance. But
He should probably cast it.
More than that, he wants Thoth.
The rock is being used as a
Thoth.
Pegasus right now. That's funny, I think. It's gonna also die.
That's the use. That's the use case. It's a Pegasus. It's a free Pegasus. Why would you not use it as a Pegasus?
I'm so sad.
I know you love your flying transport ship shenanigans. But really, the pro players, all they want is vision. All they want is knowledge. Knowledge is power.
They're so smart.
Rule number 3? I don't know.
Oh, we've also got Osiris. Maybe Mummies and Self-Osiris will be the mix here. It will certainly work very nicely against all these barracks units.
Yeah. I think the transition here for Recon, it looks to me like it's going to be some version of Spearman Chariot Archer. That's my kind of guess. At the moment, he's got 11 villages on wood, so he's going to be able to pump those out quite nicely. Just one Migdol with Valley of the Kings can work out nicely for him. But yeah, the mummies are going to be the problem. The Son of Osiris is going to be the problem. And the fact that Kavoth is just sitting here and sure he's behind on villages by a tiny bit, doesn't matter. He's got such a boosted economy from all those monuments. Camel raids now coming through up to the top here, but it does look like the Migdol stronghold to be up. Villagers going to be garrisoning away, and Spearmen are here to defend.
Yeah, that's okay. The camels didn't super need to get the work done. What matters is that later on the Son of Osiris and whoa. Here it comes. The meteor.
Farms all getting cleaned up here as well.
So many houses are gone, but I think the TC will live. The Pharaoh does live also. Can be healed up, but yeah, this is actually a lot of damage in terms of resources. Like, you have to rebuild all this crap, and the farms are all gone, as you said. Ouch.
Yeah, you see that max pop dropping down to 58. That's the thing that hurts. And every time I watch people in this position, what they do is they just grab a bunch of villages and they shift click the houses. This is the slowest way, was the fastest way in terms of actions to get these houses up. But the fastest way in terms of actual minutes, as we see a great raid coming through from Kavoth behind all of this, the fastest way is to just get one villager, build a house, and another villager build a house, and another villager build a house. And if you get 14 villagers to build all your houses, they're all finished in 20 seconds.
It goes especially fast if you have a hotkey for your individual idle villagers.
Exactly. The Camel Rider's kind of getting caught out of position here as the Wadget's going to get some crazy amounts of damage done. Phoenix, though, flying overhead, also going to be pushing those units back.
Okay, Son of Osiris versus Wadget. This is my favorite thing. Let's go.
That's right. These are going to be... He's going to be some sad Wadgets very, very short. We do see Recon coming through onto the back here with some Spearmen. This could go well for him if he can get that Son of Osiris kind of caught out. He's going for it as the Spearmen charging forward. Nope, he's just linking back up with his army. They're getting put out of position.
Oh, Recon really wants the business. He's going for it.
There he goes. He's in there. There's a shifting sands available if need be, but the Ancestor's coming in. Wadget's on the back here, coming through, and there's the shifting sands. Keeps the Son of Osiris alive, gets everyone back to safety. Ancestors is gone. A couple more units going to be falling down, but Kavoth, he's still going to be in a good spot here.
This is very manageable indeed. Now, hopefully not those chariots wouldn't be dying. Unfortunately, they get surrounded. So, Kavoth does take a beating there. The Phoenix will come back from the egg, by the way, eventually. We'll get there.
Yeah, you've got to be careful about that one, and obviously Recon going to be pushing forward to try and get that one back. He's still trying to push in onto this army. He's got the army advantage for the time being here, but Son of Osiris is packing a punch behind all of this. Kavoth is also grabbing a town center up the top of the map. Rain coming through, but there's just not the population. There's not the production here, and Kavoth at this point is actually not producing anything as he finally wakes up and he starts to kill out a couple of Camel Riders.
Yeah, that was very, very problematic. The Son of Osiris got away, but also took a bit of a beating. Now, Recon is back with his champion camels as well, and they're coming out 2 at a time. You know what that means. Valley of the Kings has been in play for a while, and the numbers will be going nuts. very difficult to keep up as Osiris. Of course, you got your son of Osiris, but he's not quite as strong as Daddy himself. You can find that in the campaign.
And this has been something I've been thinking about just a little bit in terms of this matchup. I really hate playing, personally, I don't like playing matchups where I just spam one unit and then that's it. I don't like that. I want to be able to make an army composition. And this army composition now that Recon's going into is Camel Rider and Spearman. He's also getting himself champion archers to start making some chariot archers as well. I really, really like this idea of just Camel Rider, Spearman to deal with your opponent going mass Camel Rider. It gives you that little bit of an edge, especially when your opponent's got the advantage of going for Desert Winds and also for that Dark Waters tech.
He's got that. He's got Desert Wind. Bronze Armor's also in. It's not a bad combination, boy. I like it. But he'll be going up against a great tide of incoming units. That's for sure. Gotta save those villagers.
Is coming through here for Recon as Kavo kind of getting caught out. The town center is going to be the next target here. Is a couple more siege works. Migdol Stronghold going to get dropped down. Camel Riders for Kavo, they're speedy, 7.2 speed. They're going to get out of here. And while that goes on, Kavo says, "All right, you're over there. Let me raid you on the bottom side of the map. You're never going to be safe against these Camel Riders in this game."
Gotta be careful with that Son of Osiris helping with the siege as the Migdol is choosing to shoot it now. Taking a bit of a beating there, but it's certainly manageable. What Recon is doing, however, is winning on the opposite side and might be able to take down the TC if he brings around the camels, but he's more interested right now in the farming villagers. Those are gonna get wrecked.
Yeah, both players are getting a lot of villager kills coming in, and Recon is still in front. He's got the 90 villagers at the moment, but in losing all of these, it's going to be a very, very challenging position to be in. The Camel Riders for Kavo, they've got some decent armory upgrades. On the other side here for Recon, he's actually kind of in a similar spot armory upgrade-wise, and in the main base, we're seeing Recon just going after villagers underneath everything. The Son of Osiris is in to get some revenge fire through, but that's also a dangerous spot to be in. Not enough units to actually deal with that. As Recon is just falling all over the map. This is kind of one of the first times I think I've seen Recon struggling to keep up with the multitasking going on, as Kavo is just all over him, it seems.
That's right, and the population is starting to show how strong Kavo is at 189 versus 140. That's a pretty big advantage to have at this point in the game, especially considering that they're totally even, but Recon does have 5 more villagers. It does matter a little bit.
Yeah, we are still seeing those spearmen doing a great job of actually defending after all of the pressure has come in, but population-wise, it's equal. Son of Osiris is still existing, still half HP. That's the big problem. There will be access to 5 Migdols at the moment for Recon on the map. I don't see where he's got the Pharaoh. Maybe the Pharaoh's fallen somewhere, but he's not utilizing that Valley of the Kings for the moment.
I think he died in the previous fight. Should be back momentarily, though. I just heard it.
And now Kavo is on the warpath yet again. He's pushing forward, but immediately town center targets down Son of Osiris. Son of Osiris,
oh,
112 HP, 87 HP, 62 HP, 49 HP. It's going to be falling here.
Oh, man.
And it's
don't
down.
Like this.
But Recon, he's running out of population. He's not able to take these fights all too well.
Certainly, Recon has a ways to go to come back in this situation, but he is certainly trying. The catapult is currently sieging this TC. He's gonna be pulling the boys, hopefully to help, but maybe not, maybe not. There's too many camels.
Lots and lots of camels coming in. There is a Phoenix over here to help out. I mean, with the catapult to take out the town center, it's still going to be a bit of a a problem here, but it looks like Recon is just falling further and further behind in this one. Another Migdol coming up, but the Camel Riders here for Kavoth are just so obscenely strong at this point. Also, a Priest going to come over and try and take out that Phoenix. The Phoenix is so important with holding this position, but now the Villager lead is now very, very heavily in favor of Kavoth.
Eventually, the Camels will be able to destroy the Migdal strongholds too if they really try, but unfortunately, some of them are hitting the mining camp. That was unfortunate. But hey, if there's a catapult or two, then everything will go down very differently. Additional rains are coming in, which kind of helps to keep up against Valley of the Kings, even in the long run. And Kavoth is sneaking a North gold mine there. That's crazy. Did not expect that.
At this point, what can you do if you're Recon? What's the plan?
I think there might not be a plan anymore, Boyd. It's too many resources in the bank for Kavoth. He can start up a trade if he really wants to. Hell, he's taking another secret gold mine location. But yeah, the triple market, I think, is in order. And it's time to grab the 4th town center, eat all the remaining gold mines, get those camels on top of the chariots, and that does mean that they are winning there because they get the bonus damage.
Yeah, they get 2x bonus against those chariots. It's so good against them.
It's the only location that Recon still has a safe gold mine. There was one up north earlier, but I think that was already gone. Kavoth takes game number 3.
Yeah, that was a tense moment there for Kavoth. He almost completely got pushed out of this game by Recon, but the Son of Osiris shifting sands, keeping it alive, keeping his army alive, dealing with the ancestors, dealing with that big initial push, and then he just gets to that ridiculously strong unit inside of the champion Camel Rider, and Kavoth says, let's go to game number 4. I want to get to sleep. Really solid gameplay here from Kavoth in that one. And I mean, Naka, the resources kind of speak for itself here in terms of all resources collected. This was just Raid City as well, wasn't it?
It really was. And, you know, actually, it was really back and forth. Like, Recon got a lot done. I think that was pretty impressive as far as that goes. Holding on against the Son of Osiris push for so long, I think went pretty well for him. If he just had some more stuff to hold back the Camel Tide, that would have really helped. Maybe you make more fortresses, I'm not sure, but something didn't add up there in terms of actually getting the kill on the Son of Osiris. Maybe you're supposed to aggressively shift onto him and get the full surround.
Yeah, after the first shifting sands comes in, or Rock retreats back, you shifting sands onto the Son of Osiris with your entire army and say, get out of here. But Naka, we're going to be moving into game number 4 as the players are going to get that one sorted out. Let's make it happen.
We've got Marsh. And the gods for this one are going to be Odin for Recon, Oranos for Kavoth. Now that could really go either way as well. Oranos is an absolute powerhouse, just like Gaia. Relies a little bit more on momentum and getting damage done early on and then following it up with a powerful heroic age. But you also have a great way to play macro and to fight back against gold control with just your sky passage teleportation skills. That's definitely coming in very useful in the matchup where Odin wants to be all over and do little harass plays with Cav.
Yeah, but what if the Odin player goes for 4 village centers?
I'm interested. Is this a religion?
No, I just saw someone say it in chat, and I was like, 4 village town centers sounds great. There's no way that could go wrong. While these guys are going to be getting this game sorted, I'm going to have to quickly run and fill up my water. Well, before I do, huge shout out to everyone involved in helping out. If you guys are loving these graphics, definitely give a shout out to Wolf Studios for their production efforts here. If you're enjoying the commentary, don't forget to give that follow. We've got Nakamura with me today. There's also your Destler and AOL Iron Maiden covering this. Make sure you go over and check out those guys. And maybe even hit that subscribe button as well if you really want to support the stream and support all of this stuff and want to see even more of it coming in future tournaments and all the other good stuff. But I'm going to have a quick be right back. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Nakamura for a hot second here.
Yeah, gamers, we've got this wonderful matchup coming up now on Marsh. Might be the last one, but even if it ends up being the last game in this series, we still got to go back to the bronze round. So we'll be looking to cover the Rappel versus Redo games, which did go on a little bit longer, but has now concluded. So watch out, if you're checking out the brackets, you might get spoiled, I'm just saying. Question from the Shir in the chat, do I want to see the Celtics or the Aztecs first? I'd like to see the Aztecs. Age of Mythology has never been to the Americas, so that's what I'd be curious about. I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen anytime soon. The China DLC is also taking its sweet time, but it better, because I think that will lead to overall just a higher quality product. I'm happy to wait for China.
Hello.
What about you, Boyd?
I'm back. What happened? What's the developments? Where's the drama? I mean, where's the fun times?
Chat has activated Ragnarok again, so
Oh,
they've seen it's good, so now they just want to do it.
what's Ragnarok?
That's
that
when
the one
they
where
start
everyone turns
rioting.
into
End
rag
of the
heroes?
world. Everyone turns into rag heroes, that's right.
How about this as a buff for Ragnarok? What if, when you click Ragnarok, all the villages on the map turn into rag heroes, all the buildings get deleted, and then the control gets taken away from the players, and it's just an attack move straight into the center of the match, and you just get to watch it.
Sure. No micro allowed. Get out
No
of here,
micro
chat.
allowed, just attack move. Just attack move. It's the way of the future.
This could be a really good scenario. We just treaty. There's no attacking, right? Maybe even there's terrain blocking the path so that you can't spam, you know, obstacles, but you still delete all the buildings when the treaty is over and you have the armies on attack move. And you just get your control taken away. I think that's...
I like that. That's good.
This is a scenario that you guys can get done, I'm sure. If there's anyone here doing scenarios, this is totally viable.
Huge shout out to the custom games community, guys. You guys are awesome. Notad and the likes. There's some if you like Age of Mythology, but you're not super interested in playing the competitive side, there are some amazing custom scenarios to play that are both competitive and just fun at the same time. Not to change the topic all too far away from this one, Nakamura. We're watching or getting ready to be moving into this next game on Marsh. Odin, Uranus, we've already talked about it a little bit. You know, Freya is a kind of stock standard pick for the Odin. Lately, we've been seeing a tendency to move into the Prometheus side of things for the Uranus. But, you know, Oceanus is always going to be good. Do you have any sort of preferences here?
Well, I have a little bit of a thing for the Theft of Fire thing, where every single valor just gets used on a hero citizen. Well, on a citizen to turn it into a hero, and then you got a bonkers economy. I think that's super cool. I think Recon is the kind of player that doesn't mind playing a little bit longer in this scenario. It's not even 10 p.m. in the UK. Meanwhile, in Pakistan, the sun is up and shining probably at this point. Well, not quite, but it's gonna be really late.
That's definitely the case in Perth. You can see the light changing in my room here, can't you?
Yeah.
I'll just prove it. I'll just quickly turn off the light so you guys can have a quick little look. See, oh, it's still light out. Oh, okay, dearie me.
It's the same. It's the same picture.
Feels good, man. Feels good. All right.
I think Recon
know
doesn't
what it
mind going into the late night. Sometimes I have a chat with him at 5 a.m. We're both weirdos. It's fine. He's a stronger weirdo
5
than me, though.
a.m. That's what we do. That's what we do.
Mhm.
But to continue along here, it's match point for Kavoth. I don't think this is quite being hammered home. He just needs one more win, and he is through to the main event. Like, I remember there was a little bit of discussion before this one, and that why even like there's no chance for anyone against someone like Recon. But Kavoth here is proving, you know what? It's not only a chance for him. He is the one in front here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into Marsh to check this one out. Odin versus Uranus finals. Wrath of the Gods. Retold qualifier number 1. And let's get it going. Back, ladies and gentlemen, in the left side of the map, playing as Odin. His name is Recon.
On the other side of Marsh is his opponent, spawning as the red Uranus. This is Kavoth.
Dun, 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 dun. We already talked about it a little bit pre-game, but game points here for Kavoth. He just needs one more win. He's got the Uranus. He's up against Odin. It's on Marsh. This is not an easy matchup for either party here. Odin doesn't have that mithril breastplate tech that comes from Forseti to give him the super edge on just massing those berserks. We saw that already being very effective. He also doesn't have Bragi to just walk into the enemy base and just cause a whole bunch of havoc. So he's got to be a little bit more smart, quote unquote, about decision making and trying to find ways to fight this one. Naka, wouldn't you say?
I completely agree. He also doesn't have the hammer upgrade from 4. So the Hersiers are just weaker. He doesn't have Hall of Fames. The Hersiers are slower. Is this an opportunity to go for Mass Promethean? I think it very well might be. We'll see if he actually goes for that. But, I mean, what's the alternative? Going for Oceanus and trying to get Serrated Sword Murmillo going? It could be the thing, but I just don't see that being the better play right now. Get tons of Myth units.
Well,
prey on the Hersier while they're weak. Overwhelm. I think that's the way to go. Oh, and you got Shockwave to work on the heroes as well, which previously wasn't the case in the old game. In Retold, it is.
That's right. We've got a question in chat. I want to delve into this. Why not use Great Hunt at the start of the game? Why save it? Well, in the Classical Age, you get 1,000 food for it. In the Heroic Age, you get 12,000. In the Mythic Age, you get 2,100. 12,000, 1,200, 2,100, 3,500 for Wonder. So the later you hold it in the game, the more value you get out of it. And that's the same with most God powers that have like some sort of resource value in them, I guess.
But don't hold it until the Wonder Age. At that point, you just pay the favor.
You can just, if you're in the Wonder Age, you just use it kind of
on cooldown. Yeah.
Cooldown.
Who needs farms? Just delete your farms at that point.
That's right. You're getting 3,000 food. Insane. Nonetheless. Let's check out the relics. The players are going through Freya and Oceanus. We've got Scales for double boss. Not that much of a useless relic here. We've got that Sharon's Obel. It does help out a little bit if your villagers get slapped down and die, but not that impactful of a relic. Dwarven Calipers here is the Siege. Going a bit cheaper. Again, not that impactful. Rhea's Crown here. We could have seen some Heimdall shenanigans with Mass Village Center, but not going to see that. Svaudil Farry's Sledge here, Naka. This one is
that's great.
Fortress is costing 0 favor. I love that relic. And adamantine
It's so
shingles, not the most important
prohibitive
there either.
to build fortresses, but with that relic, everything's gonna change. You can make your myth units and still get your mass fortresses. Wait, somebody picked a relic.
Well.
It's gonna be Raya's crown. Yeah, it is too late now for the Heimdall shenanigans, but doesn't mean you can't get a town center later.
No, but we are seeing a very stock standard opening here from both players. Kavoth goes military barracks, counter barracks. Recon goes longhouse, great hall. Just get one little thing of everything, and we'll just decide where we go from then on in. One other thing to take note here is Recon is playing incredibly safe here in the start of this game. He's not going out onto any water buffalo. Right next to his base, he's just going, I'm just going to go with the turkeys, the chicken, and we'll just stay here for a little bit before anything happens so we don't get caught out or lose anything.
Sure, and once he's safe, he can use his great hunt on the buffalo, getting a whole lot of value for it. Certainly not in a rush right now to get anything special done. Double Hership production is in, but I'm not really sure what for, because there's not going to be myth units. It's all about favor, right? So what is he saving for?
There's two things to worry about. So the first one is the immediacy of Carnivora just coming down. You have to be able to deal with those in a fight. So I guess you need them for those. And then the other one is potential dryads coming in and just being prepared for that. But that's a long ways away, right?
Yeah, so it's got to be the Carnivora that he's prepping for. And maybe the multi-relic pickups. That's actually not bad. And
well, yeah,
long term, you save up for Valkyries, I guess, if you want to stay in the classical age. I wouldn't want to stay too long in the classical age here. Certainly not for Valkyries. Atty is just a little bit scary.
Kavoth is playing this opening so absurdly defensive here. Like, he's building Terma. He hasn't seen a single throw an axe.
Oh my god.
He's throwing the Terma down, and Recon goes, if you're going to sit in your base, and you're not going to come out and play with me, I'm going to get a town center. And it's a cheap town center.
Wow.
He's got that upgrade, right? How much is it costing?
315
wood, 315 golds. So nearly legacy prices.
Wait, how do you get the display on that? Because I can't.
I looked at the hometown center.
That's cheating. Hey, did you know you can spam the order and then it will show you the messages of this many more resources required? But the hometown center is the better way to do this, yeah.
Now I do. Anyways, second town center up. Kavoth, he now knows it. But now what do you do? He's still sitting in his base. He's throwing another military barracks down. He sees the army. He's got to get something happening soon. Otherwise, well, Recon, sure, he doesn't have those ridiculously strong berserks, but he's got pretty strong berserks with Hamask, the unique upgrade to Odin. And the army of Kavoth is, I mean, it's getting stronger with, like you say, Serrated Blades. Bite of the Shark is now coming through. So it's going to be a strong army, but he's got to get pressure done because otherwise the villagers are just going to mass and he's Recon will hit the max population really, really soon.
Well, the TC certainly has not paid for itself just yet. So hitting now and potentially getting a large amount of villagers caught, especially with Shockwave, could be a game-changing moment. But Kavoth has waited a long time for this. Are we going to see the Shockwave or what?
I mean, I'm a fan of just throwing it down as soon as I got an advantage to do it. I mean, Shockwave is a fantastic god power, but it only costs 15 favor, and you're not really spending that favor on all too much. Probably should have a handful more oracles out. Get a whole bunch of villager kills, and you're in a good spot. Forest Fire getting dropped down into the main base. Citizens have to retreat back as the Valkyrie shows up. All the villagers are now going to be safe inside the town, so they can jump through that sky passage and leave if they so choose to somewhere a little bit more dangerous, or less dangerous. I don't know. But a hero Murmillo in, and the Valkyrie for Recon has been left for dead.
Oh no, forgot. That happens, especially in a high pressure situation like this. Match point. Again, a reminder, Recon is thinking about, oh shit, what if I lose? Don't want to be in that situation, of course. And he's taking a big risk with the
Recon's gotta
town
be happy
center,
about
but
the
it could
position,
pay
though.
off.
Yeah, he's got to be happy about it. He does have to be scared of this army, though. That's the thing. Doesn't have any throwing axemen out. He's now researching that Hamask upgrade. You see the Carnivora getting dropped down. That's going to be huge here. Great hunt was cast on something there from Recon. Carnivora gets sniped down there from those Ursa. Shockwave coming in. It's some more units coming through here for Kavoth.
It's almost just Terma left at this point, even though there have been 2 Caladrias helping out with the healing. It's just kind of not enough stuff. And as these Berserks actually get weaker, Tamask is going to come into play, helping them do a little bit more damage. Hamask, sorry. Yeah, more damage as the units get weaker. You don't want to play into that, but it helps the units perform a little bit as they're fighting.
And it's got to be at some point where Kavoth goes, I've just got to get myself a town center, right? Like, he's kind of kept himself equal-ish in terms of villagers with these raids, sniping a dwarf down nicely over here as well, just causing some problems. Low HP villager here could go down, but not going to be able to go just yet in onto that one. Population differential is just very close, and like we say, these Terma are kind of useless units at the moment.
They really are. These Berserks don't care too much, but then again, they don't have a lot of HP. If the kiting is perfect, you could eventually get them, but that's asking for a lot. It's a lot of work, certainly. Heroic Age for Recon might be coming in a reasonable time frame. Ditto. Not so true for Kavoth. Sorry, yeah, it's Kavoth. You know, I got confused right now by the banner colors. Okay, I'm getting tired.
Kavoth is still just trying to bash his head in onto this one. A whole bunch of Mamillo sitting behind on this position here. So they're going to be charging forward to try and take out a couple of those Berserks here. The population is still quite close. And I can't believe that Kavoth is still building Terma at this point. I wouldn't mind seeing just like 1 or 2 Karabala style. You know, if you just set them up in a position and, you know, you've always got a retreat path. You don't have to go too far forward with them. You just put him on the back there and you can have a retreat and your opponent can't like chase you down or anything unless he gets bashed in a big way by those arrows. Obviously, building too many of them can be kind of low value, but Kavoth at the moment, he's got a ton of Mamillo currently training. He's got to get some more military buildings down to spend those resources that he's
Agreed.
getting in here.
And the hard commit to the classical age fighting is gonna be a problem once Heroic Age is reached by Kavoth, unless this dwarf army now entirely goes down. But I'm afraid the Terma just get essentially surrounded, and there's not going to be an easy way out of this.
Looks like he got 2 villager kills only on that one as well, which, I mean, every little bit matters. He's going to lose a handful of HP on some of these units, but continuously turning around here. A couple more units going to be coming through for Kavoth, but he takes a lot of losses in this one. Those Berserks are just packing such a punch at the moment as Kavoth decides it's time to take the fight. Doesn't have the favor for another Carnivora on this one. The army of Recon is just insanely strong, it would seem, with those Berserks, but who's going to come out?
He's got Shockwave.
Is the big question.
Oh man, he's not using the Shockwave. It looks like the Berserks are just gonna own this entire thing, aren't they? It's not even close. And then they're on top of the Hunters.
A couple of reinforcements coming through, but now Kavoth has to disengage, and Recon is slowly but surely pushing into an insurmountable lead here.
Sky Passage gets deleted. Oh my god. Well, that's okay. The villagers popped out on the other side. Plenty of other stuff to do. Trouble is, how do you deal with the Skadi coming up? And the 3rd town center from Recon and potentially heavy infantry right after that. Hell, he could go into... Oh my god. What? A 2nd forest fire for this? No. No.
I love 2nd Forest Fire. It's my favorite.
It's cute.
It's asserting your authority of your opponent.
that's a get out forest fire. I got it.
But
Yeah, I
right
would
now,
have liked to
however,
say for the
Naka, this
second.
army that Kavoth has finally built is finally looking kind of scary. There's only Murmillos at the moment.
Okay, this is something.
Rico might be regretting flexing there on that forest fire.
The Carnivora also helping out. There's no favor for the Shockwave, however, as there's not been enough Oracles out on the map. Still, the Berserk somehow eke out the win, and Recon is gonna equalize the series. We're going to the ace match, as the prophecy has foretold.
Yes. That's what we needed. That's what we wanted.
It's
All
in the
all, it's
script.
best of 5. It's 5-game series. It's these two players are very, very closely matched in this one, Recon and Kavoth. I mean, I was a little bit dubious about the Berserks being so effective there, but it seems Kavoth didn't read the situation all too well. Going in with those Terma, not quite managing to make it work. And in the end here, if we take a quick look at the units killed loss, it's just so much in favor, too much in favor of Recon here. Plus, on top of that, resources just through the roof here for Recon. Alrighty, I think that just means it's time to move on to game 5. And it's time to go.
As far as that goes, we are gonna be looking at Giza. And it's the last gods, right?
It is the last gods.
Isis versus Poseidon. By process of elimination, the players have figured out as much as well. And the lobby should be up momentarily.
So we have ourselves, was it Giza?
Mm-hmm.
And Isis versus Poseidon. Boom. Well, what does that mean?
Oh, it can mean anything. But I would suppose Isis is gonna want to try out the Anubis business here, right? Against those regenerating horses, you definitely gotta do something about it. And playing for a little bit of early harass, getting those poison spears going, I think that all adds up in a very nice way. Would you rather go for Ancestors Eclipse? I think it's gonna get ceasefired. I think there's gonna be buildings put in the way that will spawn militia. I don't know. As Isis, I wouldn't want to deal with that. Better to go for the momentum game.
Yeah, I think I would personally prefer to go through Anubis, but I don't think there's really anything wrong with going for Bast. But not necessarily, you don't have to worry about going Nephthys. You can always go for Sobek there as well. The idea of, okay, I want to deal with those cavalry, I'm going to go for Camel Riders instead. So
That's great.
There is something here. And I think what we're going to do here, I don't know if this, oopsies, that didn't work. I think we're going to do ourselves a little prediction.
Sure.
We haven't been doing the gamble-roonies here. This is the last one. So let's make it happen. If I can somehow sort it out quick enough. Recon, Kavoth, and I'll give you guys 5 minutes to make your minds up. Boom. Go and get those. Oop. No, something broke.
Is it that I just did one as well because our chats are combined? Is that gonna break it?
Maybe.
It's possible.
Fine. That'll do. I think it's good. Perfect. Everyone's betting. Fantastic. I don't have to do anything. Happy days.
Noise.
Well, I mean, it all comes down to one match now. These players have been playing kind of all day. We're going to be moving in onto one of the more popular maps of this tournament thus far, Giza. It's a very, very raid-heavy god in Poseidon for Kavoth, and we've been seeing him be very effective with those. Can he do it for another time here and find another win, or will the Recon power, the Recon reign, still manage to stay on top? It's Isis, it's Poseidon. It's Giza. It's game 5. It's Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier number 1. Let's get this game on the way. My name's Boy. We're in the game number 5 at the bottom of the map. Playing as the blue color. His name is Recon, and here's his ISIS.
On the other side, not messing around with non-Greek gods anymore. This is Kavo playing as Poseidon. Red color.
What a time to be alive.
Maps Giza, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be pretty open. There's a little bit of obstacles in the way towards Recon's base, so that kind of helps, especially if it's going to be a rate heavy game. You can very easily wall these paths, but once you go a little bit further out, not so easy anymore, is it? That's a lot of space to cover, really. Giza is so random with these. Sometimes you get an enormous cliff in the middle, the size of all 3 of these combined, and just splitting the map like Oasis would. Not the case this time around. The gold mines are also in a rather solid and safe-ish position, but they're still outside of the base, so no freebies, no town center, back gold mine shenanigans. This is gonna be real gaming right here.
Yeah, I mean, you could always go for like a 4 town center, and then that kind of creates your back gold mine in a way. But one thing that's interesting here from Kavo, and this is something that I've talked about a little bit over my own gameplay and what I prefer, is Kavo has not dropped that lure down to kick this game off. He's going with the granary and then what? The reason why you do this is as the game progresses, in the classical age, you get an extra 100 food, you get an extra 100 food of chickens as well. If you wait for the heroic age, you get even more. I prefer to throw this down just as I hit the classical age onto my chickens, and it gives me exactly the same amount of value as I think anyone else does. The only difference is I can't hit the classical age at 315. I get 330 and it's totally fine. So I like the idea here from Kavo. He's also going on to second food. He's going for a later advance, and this is Kavo's playstyle. He doesn't like to go for these early advances and try and put all that pressure on. Instead, take a nice, simple start to the game all the time, and then just try and win with fundamental mechanical gameplay.
Mm-hmm. You know, about the lore, it makes so much sense because you're not going to be bullying an ISIS too much early on, right? Like, they're going to get a reasonable advance time themselves, then they have the towers. Yeah, you probably don't want to mess with that immediately. But once you've got your cavalry out and about and they're upgraded to regenerate, then you can suddenly start thinking about diving, especially if the ISIS doesn't go Anubis, which is the case right now. Do you think Recon is going to attempt to go for multiple Sphinxes and raid with them in hopes of seeing a second town center, or are we just going to go fast heroic with this?
Well, what's the weakness of Greek? Because the weakness of Greek is that they've only got 2 heroes. So if you make 3 Sphinx and you put 3 Sphinx in 3 different places, there's no way for your opponent to defend all 3 of those Sphinx with 2 heroes.
Because so certainly has the APM.
To put a handful of Sphinx here. Yes, he does. So it makes sense, but also another thing that makes sense is save your favor, do the same thing with Scorpion Men.
Yes.
To go for a timing attack.
Yes, yes,
yes. Eclipse. You can just click it. You can just go and put some pressure on, get some chariot archers, and then you can snipe the enemy heroes while also raiding them.
And you know, Scorpion Men raiding during Eclipse, 2 of them will one-shot a villager, which is absolutely bonkers. I think we need to see more of the double Scorpion Man business. But, hey, we've got the barracks, just in case. probably not super necessary
This is
considering
interesting.
how late the Greek advance is here. My god, that is late.
Yeah, he's getting himself husbandry, he's getting himself pickaxe. If anything, this is kind of looking like Kavoth is just going pure macro off of one town center. Like, he can go and drop a second town center. He's got 9 villagers on wood, no problems, but he's got 2 villagers on favor as well. And in taking such a late advance time, he gets a big amount of advantage moving forward into the early game, or the early to mid game, I would say, as he's dropping 2 stables, getting that Atalanta out. And Recon, on the other hand, he's kind of playing into this a little bit. He's making spears. He's going to try and get some raids off, but it's not really going to be a whole lot to target down. I kind of feel like Kavoth may have forgotten about his lure as he's building another granary, but that's fine.
Yeah. Maybe he'll put it on his berries.
That's true. It's true. It's not a terrible idea either. So let's take a quick look at the relics that have been picked up here. We've got Kavoth grabbing Chariots of Spell. That's a really, really nice one. And he's also got that Nose of the Sphinx, going to be giving him even more defensive assistance. On the other side of the map, it's Ring of Nibelung for Recon.
Nice, having that extra little gold is definitely useful. We've got the Thundercloud Shaw left on the map for unit Pierce Armor. Human units and heroes get it. Not going to come into play for the longest time, but it is useful to have later on, especially once Chariots come around. Creo Sphinx is being upgraded by Recon, and he's going to make more Sphinxes. So exactly as you said, Sphinxes, 3 locations potentially. We'll see what's going to happen during that. Sacred Kitties.
Well, yeah, there's always this really scary attack that's going to come. But it's not that scary, but it is scary. This really scary attack that's going to come, which is Eclipse with a whole bunch of myth units. The thing is that Eclipse lasts really, really long. So even if you cease fire, you're still going to have to deal with what comes after it. So I like the idea here from Recon to just stick it out in the Classical Age. Probably go for an Eclipse timing onto the second gold mine, while Kavoth is also sticking it out in the Classical Age, and go from there. But the army kind of getting graded over onto this position as Recon has spotted him there.
Chasing this army down seems easy right now with that many spearmen. Will Kavoth actually have an answer to this, or is he just happily walling himself in on that goal? It's the cutest little base I've ever seen. It's actually really smart when you think about it. It will stop ancestors. It will stop the Sphinx raids. He's building in a very smart way.
I think I've never seen this. Is there any Kavoth fans out there watching his stream? Does he do this every single game? I've never seen this. This is actually...
It's new.
Really cool.
You can say many things about Kavoth, but he's not uninspired.
Yeah. Oh, and also the lure comes down now after he's eaten all of the hunt on his side of the map. So he's not going to have to go out and grab other hunt. The rest of the hunt's just going to start wandering forward into him. He's going to be able to eat it. So he doesn't grab any of his close hunt. He's completely fine there. And he's got all the food in the main base to last him forever. This is a pretty big brain opening from Kavoth to kick this game off.
Dionysus is coming in, which means we're gonna see super Hippicons. Some way, Recon will have to answer that. Heroic Age for him is about to be clicked up as well. He chooses Nephthys for that Ancestor's Eclipse, of course, but that's gonna get cease-fired. And then, you know, definitely, I think Kavoth should be looking at adding in a little bit maybe of Hippa's Pist, just to deal with the Spearmen. He will have 3 heroes this time around, and certainly there's no easy way to get in the base. Spirited Charge is coming in for faster, stronger cavalry. Medium cavalry is coming in for stronger cav as well. But the initial gold mine is going to be expired, and Kavoth has to leave his little fortress.
And there's also one more thing. Does he go for the Thracian horses? Or does he go for those Hydra? He does just get the Spirited Charge take, but he's got a lot of favor in the back for a couple more Hydra.
Not a terrible idea. But
And
how many priests are on the map? Just 2? Then it's great.
just a couple. Yeah. There's one more thing to kind of have in the back of your mind here. Bronzed Hippias beat Spearman. Resource cost. With Thracian horses, it gets even bigger of a problem. So Kavoth here, he can just sit in his main base here, mass up the biggest army ever, and then just walk across, bronze, and clean everything up.
Sure.
So long as he's close on population, close on military power here. And it's looking like he is.
Heavy cavalry also is coming.
Scary.
Whoa, he cancelled. Don't do that. And maybe get Hippolyta and then go. Not to say that you can't go out on an expedition with Cav. That's certainly a thing. Hey, Recon never actually made a Migor stronghold. How is he gonna hold on to these locations?
Yeah, these Hippias are slowly going to be getting very, very scary. But there's a lot of units here. Kavoth not paying attention as his Hippias are going to be charging forward. There's the Ancestors getting dropped down. Ancestors Eclipse. No ceasefire just yet. Hippias going to be retreating away for Kavoth.
Hey, that triple Sphinx catching the Hydra is actually doing a lot of damage. Might be taking it out if there's no ceasefire in time. And it's dead. That's an unfortunate moment for Kavoth right there. And Recon is getting on top of the villagers. Now that's not going to be allowed. Definitely Ancestors is cancelled by this for the most part. Eclipse will be on for a little bit longer. Most of the Hippicon did go down, at least in health, right? Not actually dead, but they are rather weak and they're regenerating now, so that's good. That's good for them.
Yeah, he's got that Lord of Horses technology, so he gets just a little bit of regen. It's only 0.5. But the Spearman, heavy Spearman in, I was saying that they win, but only when you click bronze. The Spearmen are going to win these fights pretty hard here. And it looks like Recon has got the army comp. Maybe they don't win. Maybe the Thracian Horses cavalry are overpowered. Look at him go.
That's something. Sphinxes are going to be chasing it away, though they can't take that kind of punishment, and now the villagers are in a significant amount of trouble. Why did we wait with bronze until Eclipse was over? It no longer blocks god power usage. Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. The spearmen are still seemingly losing, though, for the most part. There's a crazy amount of armor, but the Sphinxes have certainly killed a lot of them. Oh my god, all the villagers are poisoned!
So much damage there from Recon. Kavoth has got no god powers left. He's got 70 pop. He's dropping in population. He's about to lose a whole bunch of villagers here as they get pulled off the line to start shanking down. We see another lure going through as Kavoth taps out, and it's a short game 5. It's a sweet game 5. It's a game 5 for Recon as he is crowned the winner of Wrath of the Gods Retold Qualifier #1.
Man, Kavoth almost had this figured out with just a few tweaks. He could have been the person, but the little things are what make the top players the top players. And Recon is once again defending, his position among the big boys. He's certainly a big boy now. Nobody can take that away from him. And in fact, you guys are not going to get to try to beat him anymore in these qualifiers. You have to qualify for the main event to be a big boy yourself. And Recon will be just laughing in the sidelines. Nah, I'm kidding. Kavoth gave him a really good run for his money. He won't be laughing at this. Recon must have been sweating.
Yes, indeedy. Nonetheless, guys, that was game 5. What a time to be alive. All right.
What a time indeed. We could finish up Rappel versus Redo and then eat and go to sleep. How about that? Since we moved in already, we can do all those things together.
I I think I am unable to make that happen on this day, unfortunately. If you want to do it, you can go ahead.
Then
but
we can
I'm
go on interview with Recon.
gonna tap out. Let's try and get a Recon interview coming in.
Messaging in the Discord. Let's see if we can arrange it, and then we'll invite him to the Twitch call that we've got going on. But yeah, I'm looking to cover after this. I think I'll do the remaining matches of the bronze round.
Okay. All right. Easy as. All right. We're gonna get Recon in. Are you gonna invite him and all the other good stuff?
Yes. I'm just getting his Twitch username. Let me see if I can find him in the list actually. Users in chat. There's like a million.
AOM Recon. AOM_Recon.
Oh, he's AOM now.
Hmm.
Beautiful. Yeah, let's get him in here. Invite a guest.
He's in Meta Plays Discord. Nah, we're gonna do it this way, Eric.
It's faster because we are already set up, so.
Alright, let's move over onto this this little scenery over here.
Yes, we do have this interview screen.
Recon's Twitch is very broken.
Oh.
We might not have a... Okay.
We can't see it.
Might be easier to just...
Might be just...
join a voice chat.
Okay. I think we just jump into the Discord. Oh wait,
okay.
He's going in with incognito.
Okay.
Secret Recon.
Secret Recon mode.
Can anyone enter this tournament? Yes, but we only have spots for the top 64 signups. Now, this tournament, actually, there were a lot of no-shows, so it ended up being fewer than 64. So as long as you show up, you can probably play based on that experience. Unfortunately, half the people flaked out. Just nowhere to be seen. Why not top 69? Because there's not enough spots for that. 64 is as much as we can do. Otherwise, we have to introduce best of ones. You see how long this has already been. 8 hours for a day 2. If you guys want best of ones, we can do that, but it's probably not a good idea. Rico really doesn't want to show himself. That's fine. Boy, do you...
Okay.
Can I... Oh, wait, he's here. Once he activates his devices. He's so funny.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
This is so weird, man. I don't know how this works. Why didn't we just use Discord?
Okay, well, we could have next time, but we already are in here, so we would have to change every scene. That's why we got you here. But you're live, everyone can hear you. Just saying.
Okay.
All right, did you want to do cam or not today, Recon? What's the decision?
No.
The king's decision is no. Congratulations, Recon, on your performance here today. We're gonna switch over with Boyd to the 2-camera view, I think, here. Wait, that doesn't work. How are you feeling?
We're just gonna go with 4.
Yeah.
It's fine. This is fine.
Oh, I'm like relieved, I would say.
Yeah, did
That
Kavo
last
make
game,
you
last
sweat?
series was really tough.
Would you say Kavo made you sweat a bit?
Oh yeah, a lot. I knew I had good guts left for the last couple of games though, so I don't know.
You got it. Okay, I want to ask you about a little bit about how you're playing Karlaugar. You seem to be in love with those Athena hoplites. Is that, you think, the meta to do there in the Greek mirror? Because you were evaporating whatever was thrown at you. Whether it was Toxotes, whether it was Hippaspis in the other game, where you were playing against Redo. It just seems you like those hoplites a lot, and they seem to be working. Any comments on that?
Yeah, they're really good. Obviously they're Athena hoplites. I'm not sure whether Hades or Zeus is better. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, because like obviously Hades has better tox, which kind of counter hoplites a little bit, but Zeus has the best hoplites, so I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a little bit of the Hades Zeus going on that map. It seems to be popping up quite a bit. Obviously, everyone's kind of enjoying those gods on the map. But yeah, it's an interesting one because it's like one range does not really change much. The speed of the hoplites to change to gap close a little bit. I think it's probably more so that the myth units have got a little bit more HP for Hades, and the god path with Aphrodite is a little bit more solid. That's why maybe we're seeing a little bit more success. But you know, you're definitely right. Zeus has got a lot of like timings or angles to find value and get an advantage, and you definitely demonstrated that that's the case in that game against Gavoth there.
I feel like they're all viable. Like you could take bronze. Bronze could be good, like for a big fight in the middle. And then like Underworld is really good because the map's kind of big, so you can like hit their second gold mine with the Underworld. And obviously Curse is really good. And you get the Argo as well. I kind of like the Argo. I don't know, I think you've seen me build that before.
You were having a lot of fun with that, actually. Argo is super cool. Hey, Recon, I wanted to ask you about the Set versus Ra match that ended up in this camel versus camel nonsense. I think you lost your Pharaoh at some point, and Valley of the Kings no longer played a part. How do you think could you have turned that around? What was the missing element in that game? Because it looked good for a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I thought like Set hard counters Ra because you just meteor their base. I think where I messed up was not denying his second town center. Like I had a monkey there, but it died and I didn't have vision to shifting sands, and I was like, okay, whatever, just go and play a normal game.
Oh.
It's kind of hard after that, I think. Because I had a bunch of animals, right? I mean, he was making spearmen, but...
You had vision, my dude.
You're right. I forgot about that.
You got actually clairvoyance before you used vision.
Oh, man. Yeah, I should have just done that. It would have made the game a lot easier.
Baby brain.
I actually thought that you didn't do it because you were worried that you're just transporting all that free food to the enemy TC and then he doesn't even need to go out there.
Oh no, I definitely should have gone there with that.
Fair enough, fair enough.
That's right. You know,
but I was kind of surprised I lost this game.
Yeah, those you know, I mean, you were going up against those crazy camels. They had dark waters, they had desert wind, and some really good upgrades to boots, so that's hard. Plus the Ra bonus. My god, that's a lot that you didn't have.
They also had the cavalry relic as well. So they were stupid strong.
Wow.
Oh Jesus.
But Recon, in terms of like games you've played throughout tournaments, and this one, have you been finding that the level is starting to kind of, I don't know if catch up is the right word or anything, but are you finding that the games that you're jumping into are feeling any different, or is the meta developing, or what are your feelings right now in terms of Age of Mythology and its the way that it's changing?
That's a good question. I feel like people got better, but they kind of just got better at playing the game. I feel like maybe strategically they didn't catch up yet. I'm not sure.
It's an interesting take. I like it.
Well, supposedly, if you all train this whole time and play all the tournaments and actually actively practice for them, you know, hopefully the scene equalizes out a little bit more, and there will be more players contesting these top spots. That's what my hope is. But who do you think is the up-and-coming player that's really dangerous, but not the Mista, not Magic, and not yourself? Who would you rate as number next?
I always put Rappel as the top player. Like I thought he was. I was putting him above Magic for a while, but now I'm not sure anymore after the last tournament because Magic did really great, right? But I think Kavo is getting good, obviously. And Boyd likes to hype up Chemo. Maybe he can do something. I mean, he lost to Kavo, so that's like fine, right? If Kavo's playing well now too. And then I don't know. The other people are getting better too.
Well, the one thing's for certain, I'm excited to see all of the different games that we're going to be having, all these top players getting to play against each other. I mean, there's a lot of like behind the scenes games going on. You don't really get to poke your nose in. So getting that display on stage is a really cool experience. How does it feel not knowing that you are basically you're through to the main event now? You don't have to worry about any of these qualifiers. It's a big, long day, I know. But how does that feel?
Yeah, it's good, right? But I mean, technically, winning is like suboptimal because of the way you guys did the prize pool. I should get second and then second again and then win the third qualifier to get the most money. But obviously, getting through to the main event's great, and I can just chill now or do some practice games with literally anyone, right? Because I'm not in a bracket anymore.
They're all happy.
So
that's right.
It's a good bonus to have, I guess.
All right. Well, I want to say congratulations for winning. Thanks for participating as well, and thanks for all the positive games you've been able to put forward, and all the amazing efforts going on. And all congratulations on the kid as well. I don't know if I've said that enough. That's I can imagine it's very, very tough to do a little bit of both at the same time. Professional gamer, professional dad. It's all good.
And winning.
I'm gonna be.
It's like winning with both
as well. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, huge congratulations. We're going to be finishing up the stream right now. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I think Naka's going to continue with for finishing that previous series off, the third, fourth place match. So I'm going to send everyone over to you, and I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Sounds good. Then see you, Recon. Thanks for joining us, and see you, Boyd. Have a good night. Morning. Sorry, morning. Alright, you gamers, I'm gonna be needing to get access to those replays real quick. Thank you, Boyd, very much for the raid and for joining. Much appreciated. I'm gonna look for the replays now. How many games did we cover? I think we didn't do... Oh god, Rappel, you didn't label them in order. I have to go back into the VOD and check what happened. No. All right, we're gonna do our best with this. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Let's take a look at what the last game was that we covered and what is missing. I will have no idea really, but we'll figure it out. Hope you guys are having fun so far today. I'm definitely having a good time myself. Okay, we did Elysium, and then I think we swapped into the other one. There was 1-1. The first game was what? Marsh? Yes, we did Marsh and Elysium. Okay, that's great. This is what the VODs are for, right? So we got 2 more. We got Land Unknown and Blue Lagoon. Let's cast those. Just have no idea what order they were in. We're gonna have to guess, or I can look at the match history and not spoil it for you guys. This will be good. Can I explain the qualifier system? Sure. So as we wrap up today's tournament, people will be getting points. In Qualifier 2, anybody can play. Hell, you can go and sign up right now. You go to the MetaPlace website and you hit this home button, which I'll open on a new tab. Then you see Qualifier 2 is already here. We've announced it in the MetaPlace Discord as well. And you're able to join that right now with this big fat button. So you can do that whenever you want. There are already a significant amount of signups, 56 total. So please do join it. And then once we get to that point, it's going to be up to 64 actual players playing in that. There's a bunch of no-shows. There's always a bunch of low-level signups that you can get above. Like we've had some 700 ELO signups for this one. And I'm not sure if they actually did end up appearing or not. But I'm still hunting for my information about Rappel versus Redo here. So let me try to find that, please. And we'll get going. Alright, got the Redo page up. Unfortunately, it doesn't show his customs. Does A1GG show customs? I think not, right? It's all like ranked API. His profile should in-game, however. Let's rely on that. Ooh, this is gonna take a second to find these guys. And we'll view their profile, watch their recent games. Okay, Blue Lagoon is gonna be next. Let's do it. I just need to swap that back to my own scoreboard, I think, because I don't think there's anyone left doing them. I forgot that. I forgot that, guys. I need to get my controller up and running. And the score was 1-1, right? Yes. Excuse me. Wow, this is gonna be a bit of work, but we're just gonna roll with the scoreboard only. No draft screen because it's taking too long to set it up. Then I grab my replays. It's a process. I think I've got them. I think I've got them. Blue Lagoon coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blue Lagoon. This is part of the bronze round. We are jumping in after the fact as we've had some schedule issues with the finals, so we prioritized that. But this is now game 3. The score is 1-1, and in the blue color we have got Aces the Rappel playing as Poseidon. On the other side of the map, spawning as the red set, this is Redo. Now, this is gonna be a pretty tight series as far as I'm aware. Poseidon is certainly able to keep up with Set. We've got the immediate cast of Lure. This is something we talked about during the stream for a long time. I didn't update the score overlays, so we're going to be fixing that momentarily. Apologies about that. That should be coming through now. There it is, 1-1. We got it. Yeah, sorry, that was Boyd's one that was showing up, not mine. We got the The mission of the priest is to go out there and take the high value animals such as the giraffes, but guess what? Rappo ain't having any of this. He's gonna shank this priest. Trying to get the scout in front of the priest in order to block the path so that more shanking can happen. I really like what's going on here. I think this priest might actually go down. You may not be Zeus. You may not have lightning bolt to take this thing down. Okay, you gotta be careful really not to push the priest with the cavalry, however, because Age of Mythology Retold has a waiting system. Oh my god, the priest is just about going down. If that pharaoh had gone out to heal, it might have survived, but it's not gonna happen. A fantastic takedown. This is gonna deny so much vision to our Set player and so many resources. It was absolutely worth putting the villager in this early game to deny that whole thing from happening. And by the way, behind this, Rappo is being a Giga Chad, making villagers manually, not auto-queuing, because I'm pretty sure he still might be playing some Age of Empires 4, which does not have auto-queue. So just pointing out that that's still a thing that's probably going on in his head. It's really cool to see, but ultimately it will lead to mistakes. And he's trying to ride 2 horses at once if it's about that. Nobody is good enough to make units completely manually if there's automation. That's just not happening. We've got, but Rappo is definitely going to be very close. We got 4 relics, of course, on the map. There's Pelt of Argus for 6 unit line of sight. There is Ship of Fingernails for food trickle. And we've got Arrows of the Alfar for some additional building damage, as well as Chiron's Obol, which gives a refund for dead villagers. Like this little cute wall. That's one of the things that Blue Lagoon is so good for. You've got a bunch of these cliffs, and they make walling just a little bit easier, as well as the pawns have much the same role. But of course, as you get into later ages, the pawns become a bit of a troublesome thing. You can get some free myth units out of it. So if there's any shoreline buildings or even just walls, like you can make your dock. You don't have to commit any of your existing military, and you can take down the walls with your naval myth units. It's kind of crazy. Highly recommend to try it. Alright, we've got a little bit of outside hunting, but the centaur is trying to go after it. The classical age will be coming in, so the priest and the pharaoh will suddenly gain very powerful attacks against this centaur, and it has to leave, right? The 2 heroes, the 2 Greek heroes should be here, however. The relic has been picked up, Arrows of the Alfar for building damage. Yeah, Theseus can bring that over, and it's gonna be just fine. Once again, a rain of arrows coming down to prevent the hunting for at least a moment. And meanwhile, Atalanta is running after the Anubite that's here. It jumps away, securing it. And we're seeing some really nice micromanagement from Rappo, dodging those Pharaoh shots. If you change your direction that unit is heading in, the unit will be dodging incoming shots. So that is something that you guys should very strongly consider when you're playing yourself. You can get away from whole lots of stuff. However, you know, the snakes are gonna cover this ground. This side is still open to attacks. We might be seeing some of that coming down later, but for now, I think Rappo is gonna be looking towards the gold mine, and potentially he could be gearing up for a town center, but I don't think that's happening. I think he's gearing up for the heroic age, which is why we're seeing the armory already and no production buildings whatsoever. He's just harassing with the initial myth unit and the 2 heroes he's built. I mean, while Rappo well, sorry, Redo is going up to 2 barracks, but he's not making use of them. So that's a really interesting thing to see that here. Anubis without the aggression. I don't think that checks out, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna see a few spearmen. They were just delayed, but there's not gonna be any cavalry to beat just yet. So Rappo technically has the option of not bothering too much with the cavalry play and just going Hoplite Toxotes Hippospist and absolutely demolishing any barracks army that would go his way. Especially if he goes up through Aphrodite, gaining access to Curse. Very nice Anubite raid, by the way. That would be valuable because you can turn a whole lot of the barracks units into piggies. Take him home. Very difficult to catch this thing with heroes, of course. So fast, it can jump. Atalanta can do it. And there goes the Aphrodite click, as predicted. Nothing too surprising there. And I want to thank Scorpion Loss for subscribing. Much appreciated, guy. My guy. Not much happening in the Egypt base. It's a little bit of empowerment. Villagers now swapping over to hunt because it's faster than picking the berries. No longer empowered though, and some are still picking the pumpkin berries. There's no such thing as pumpkin berries. There's no such thing. Okay, we've got the copper weapons coming in. We've got medium infantry coming in. So Rappo very easily realized what's going on. He should be getting out either hoplites or hippospists or both. Doesn't hurt to make both. He'll be looking after the heroic cage anyway. Which could mean chariots for redo. Gotta be careful with that when you go too much infantry. Definitely will take at least Peltast to deal with those. And hoplites end up being the better front line compared to hippospis, but just pumping a few out to deal with any random spearmen would be a great play. I think Atalanta should be able to now speed up and get the last hit on this annual. Oh my god, free health, come on. Okay, there it is. Got the town center. Okay, that's not what I expected out of Redo. This could be very heavily attacked any moment by all these units. Especially Atalanta can just take on the Pharaoh directly. The remaining units can fight off the 2 spearmen that are here to defend. It's not much of a muchness, really. That's something to look out for. Town center will definitely go up, but then the problem is Redo can barely afford a Migdol stronghold, and all these units will just not be gathering resources. In the meantime, he might have to use ancestors as this army just breaks through the snacks. You gotta be really careful not to donate any units right this moment. Yeah, Migdol right here while it's under the cover of the settlement. That's the way to go. Well, Rappo will be pumping out a bunch of Peltasts. He can't afford them right now. He doesn't really have enough people on wood for it. Well, does he actually have... He has hand axe. The bow saw upgrade will be coming in much later. Is he just going mythic? He's not making units on purpose. This can't be an accident. He's got 2 town centers as well. A second town center is coming up. So I think he's just gonna save for mythic here, guys. This is kind of surprising. There's plenty of gold still at home. There's a little bit of pumpkin. And Atalanta definitely has seen the rhinos out there on the map. I'm not sure if you really want to be taking that. But hey, there's elephants down here, and he knows about those. He's walled them in. That's valuable business. Don't want a random straggling priest going after them. And we're gonna see the fortress as well. Rappel securing his second gold mine with this move. He's gonna have ceasefire available if he wants to get to Mythic a little bit more securely. But I'm a little worried about his position. Okay, I guess Redo got really panicked when he saw the army killing his snacks. And now the double Migdor stronghold will be defending this back gold mine. I'm not even sure if he's aware of these two elephants. Let's check it. Oh my god, he's not seen. Oh my god. He knows about this, so he should suspect that they're here. But he didn't. And if he goes for a farm transition after the goats are gone, that's gonna cost him. Meanwhile, Rappel can just go Mythic, while Redo is very heavily defending himself, but not really getting anything done in the process. Yeah, this is an easy Mythic, I'm sure. Got camels out as well. I'm not sure what their purpose is going to be in this, however, because there's not a single cavalry unit. There's not a single stable made for Rappel, so Redo may have pulled the trigger on this a little bit early. I'm not sure about the camels myself. Certainly not a good tool to fight under so much tower fire either, or building fire. Artemis is clicked in. Rappel did mean business, and now I think we're going to be looking at hoplites as well as peltasts coming right in. All he will need is that Pegasus to get some scouting done. If I'm Rappel, I'll probably delete it because it's very weak. It will probably fail with the job. But you get a new one from Winged Messenger, and I think it's got the Winged Messenger upgrade, right? Oh, Curse has come in somewhere. Where? Here. Oh my god, he just converted a ton of the camels. That's a devastating loss to Redo and a much needed food source actually for Rappel himself. Pretty nice stuff. Heavy infantry is coming in, and I think Rappel did in fact get rid of the Pegasus, so he can now go out and get some more line of sight again. We'll have to cast this thing somewhere. Earthquake is soon TM. Tot is coming in as well for Meteor. Yeah, and I think Rappel has enough buildings all over the place, but this is an easy location to Meteor. It will probably hit the villagers as well as the town center. Maybe you just want to Meteor the villagers directly though. Especially before they're getting their survival equipment upgrade. They probably will just go down to the Meteor. What? Chat? There was a Migdor stronghold here. What the hell happened? Guys? No. Did Redo delete it? Because Rappel didn't send anything out there. No. That's terrible. Oh my god. We're gonna have an earthquake. I think the main TC is toast, guys, along with all the houses. Oh, this is going to take a long amount of time to rebuild. Oh, the towers are dead too. Holy crap. It cancelled Tot. We're not going to have the Mythic Age. We're not going to have the Mythic Age. Oh my good lord. Okay. Well, the Chimera can go after the villagers now here on the gold mine, and the rest of the army backing it up. Wait a second, it gets spotted though by the priest. Maybe not the best idea to send it alone. Polyphemus is out, and Rappel can start thinking about taking a third town center. Then only one of his bases can get destroyed. Did the Migdor stronghold turn into a pig? Okay, just here wins chat comments today, I think. We're gonna have a bunch of minions spawning over here on the gold mine. Rappel just hides his villagers. He's gonna be fine. Just send heroes back home. He's getting several villagers here as well. Ceasefire is going to be cast. There's plenty of time here to sort this out. If Rappel's base gets meteored, that's gonna generate not only a lot of militia, but I'm pretty sure his main base is safe in general. His villagers are very spread out. That's going to attract a lot of meteor shots. He doesn't have too many farms down yet because he's still eating pigs. I think this is gonna work out great. Alright, the minions are gonna get a little bit of time with the hoplites, but they're not dealing that much damage. The hoplites themselves are really high health, they have really high hack armor, so they can kind of take this like a champ for at least a moment. And the Chimera comes home to clean up, but wasn't actually necessary. He can deal with the camos, however, that's good. Whoa, that hurts. Okay, the other army is going to be looking for the other gold mine location where Rappel already has a hoplite. He's got vision over this as well, and there goes the meteor. Whoa, 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 the villagers get gibbed. The fortress will be going down, spawning a ton of militia, however. And meteors are going after them, but aren't quite going to hit as much as Reader would have hoped. So he destroyed, what, a single fortress? That is a terrible meteor, ladies and gentlemen. That is not where you want to be with that. Big bonk coming in as well from Polyphemus, but doesn't quite get to hit every single Anubite. And they get to do a little bit of work on this army, actually getting rid of several hoplites, but the heroes are just a little bit too strong. And the Anubites will not be getting away alive except for that one. The other heroes just trading with the army. Not the best of trades for Rappel, but I mean, he destroyed the town center. He's up 3 town centers himself. He's printing villagers. He's printing Peltas. Just needs a little bit more food gathering going on. And we've got the wrong player selected. So this is where I meant to jump. Not a whole lot of farming going on right this moment, but I think Rappel is still forgetting that he's got an elephant over here as well as pumpkins. So let's get it. Phoenix is looking for the business. Will be finding all those villagers as well if it continues down the path, but didn't continue down the path. That's a little bit unfortunate. Town center is getting the business. But it's way too strong for the Phoenix. You would need several of those to actually threaten it. And people don't really make Phoenix. Like, you've gone up taught. Your mission is to get Valley of the Kings, right? It's pretty expensive. It's 500 gold and 40 favor, but once you get it, you'll get those resources back very, very quickly as you pump out further units. But again, with the camos, I don't understand. The camos are not the answer here. I think it would require a little bit of axemen as well as chariots behind them. Now the Peltas don't do too much damage to axemen, right? That's definitely something you can just tank. Maybe even put a few elephants in front. Well, that's a lot of unit abilities getting used up on that one camel. But it's definitely dead now. Rappel's gonna wall up here. Getting champion infantry as well is very important. And we've got heavy chariots coming through. I like that he's finally adding the chariots. That's gonna help a lot here. Valley of the Kings is still not affordable. A 4th monument wouldn't hurt. Honestly, Redo is not struggling for resources. You can add in siege weapons as well. But it's been a long day for everyone, so a handful of small mistakes like that here and there. Totally expected. But Rappel is just playing a little bit better. He's grabbing the front fortress. That will secure him another gold mine as well as allow him to grab that TC relatively safely. TC is destroyed, but will spawn a bunch of militia. Rappel kind of got out of the TC what he needed anyway. So this is not looking too bad at all. All those militia, my goodness, how many are we actually talking about? We've got Redo selected. Let's select Rappel so I can just click him. 18 militia from destroyed buildings. That is absolutely nuts. Polyphemus is throwing rocks at the Phoenix and will be getting it down. You got a big bonk on the units, throwing back all these camos, exposing the chariots to the Peltas fire, and they just disappeared. Very crunchy sounds, by the way. Elephants are getting added, but in way too low numbers, and Task of Apadamak is coming in, but Valley of the Kings remains not researched. This is a very, very big issue indeed. The Peltas are now sitting under the Migdor Stronghold, kind of denying it, shooting at them. Rappo never actually picked up the town center, but I think he's prioritizing right now to pump out a bunch of Helipolis, which is a really good choice. A good way to spend your gold for sure. He's also getting further upgrades for his wood and gold and food gathering, farming that is. So Rappo's getting just all the techs. I think he could think about caravans soon, but he will need more farms for that one. Pelta still peppering the army. Eventually you could get there. Oh, he already got Shafts of Plague. That's a really nice upgrade from Artemis. Always worth getting for your archers. It's fine to take your time at this point. Rappo has a substantial lead in every department, but you don't want to stick at the max out point for too long. Getting something like 45 town centers is critical at this point. You don't want to let the other guy catch up, because population is essentially a comeback mechanic. If you are full pop, you need to go out and do something. Either grab another town center immediately or start trading, because if both of them are full pop, it's a relatively even fight, right? You don't want even fights, you want advantaged fights. The camos are going for a pretty good raid, and there are 8 villagers here, so definitely worth shutting it down, but not while taking damage like this on the other side. And is this a best of 3? No, this is in fact a best of 5, and we're already at game 3 in this one. We've got a subscription, I think, from Murgaz. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah, we covered the earlier game with Boyd together, but what happened is we ended up doing the finals first because of time zones. So we're back with the replays here. Alright, it looks to me like this Migdor Stronghold is going to be destroyed. There's now 2 Chimeras, which is better than 1, as you all know. They'll be able to very easily delete the camos. Actually, Polyphemus is kind of working against them right now, knocking the units out of the fire. But hey, as long as the damage is done, it's good enough. The Peltas are going to town as well on the Chariot Archers. They can't sustain this for too long. Hoplites up front can just tank the Axemen. That's how good they are at champion upgrades versus whatever that was. I think it was medium still. It is medium Axemen. Oh my goodness, that is not the place that Redo wants to be at this point. Heavy Axemen, that's much better. That's much better. But it seems to me Rappo is just pushing through. He's on 4 fortified town centers, and the population cap for him now is 260. If he can reach that, there is no way to stop it with 190 population. All he needs to do is sit back, relax, and get that amount of stuff done. He's sprinting very hard, so I think even during the fighting, he's growing his population somehow, which is very nice. Scorpion Man being a little bit annoying, and this is a Mythic Age Scorpion Man, so it has a little bit of extra stats and oomph to himself. Poisoning all this infantry. Yeah, I do think Rappo should pull back for just a moment, go up to 260 population. It won't take long at all, and then fight with a 70 pop advantage. That's kind of crazy to think of, to be honest. I'm getting the welcome back messages. Thank you. Thank you. It's a little bit tough at work at the moment. We're crunching a little bit, but these weekends I'm definitely gonna do the casts. Been looking forward to this tournament for a super long amount of time, and I'll be there for all the weekends and in the winter break as well. Maybe if I have energy, I'll squeeze in some weekday streams, at least 1 a week. That would be great, I think. Okay. Now the Migdor Stronghold is under siege by this Helipolis. Redo is holding on to dear life, but dear life is not going to be very long from here on out. The hoplites are large enough in number to occupy every single camel. And you all know how that's gonna go. The repair with the Empower, however, out-repairing sort of this Helepolis, which is insane. It's really important in Retold to just target down those villagers with some archers. Has to happen here. Otherwise, the fortress will never be destroyed. Alright, the Phoenix is getting the business. That's an ouchie right there. Got deleted. Never had the chance. Alright. Out-repair free Helepolis, I dare you, says Rapple. That's not gonna happen. I don't think Redo is gonna have resources for much longer. He has 260 population versus 122. There's only one way this goes, and that is game number 4. That is where this will go. As I win, clearly, in all the categories. Now we know. It was me all along, casting and playing at the same time. I'm pretty good at this, aren't I? A little bug the devs need to fix. That was actually Rapple. And he got 100, almost 200 kills against 144. Very nicely done. There is at least one more game, so let's take a look at what's going on in the other one. Hey, Hadrian, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it a lot. Oh my god, the next map is actually gonna be Land Unknown. This is great. What a way to go out in this one. I think it's gonna be sick. And that's right, the game I'm working on is Titan Quest 2. That's what I'm crunching on, actually. So I really hope you guys will be liking that one when the time comes. So yeah, feel free to wishlist it. In the meantime, I'm gonna go and send you guys to Land Unknown, which has a really cool map intro. You haven't seen that today, I don't think. So let's go there. Once I find it, it's here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the map where anything can happen and you can be anything. Aces the Rapple in the blue color chooses to be Odin for this one. That's a really good choice actually, because you get the Ravens, which means you get to quickly explore everything. But initially it's just the Berserk. On the other side, we've got in the red color Redo, playing as Loki, which is also actually a helpful pick for Land Unknown. The map can spawn literally whatever. It's super giga random, and Spy will be a little bit of a helpful thing to use here. So yeah, smart choice by both players. I like it a lot. Rapple already microing super nicely here with his villagers, drawing in the Aurochs, putting them right under the settlement, and getting the 0 walk time benefits of all of that. Whereas Redo didn't bother doing that, he just built an ox cart, but he is sharing with the pine tree, so it's not all bad, you know. Otherwise you would have to like share between here and here. That's not all that cool. Wouldn't recommend that. As far as this map goes, oh my good lord, what a mess. I think you're gonna be wanting to end this relatively early, because pathing through here with a trade route does sound like a nightmare, and you can't really escape if you get raided. But on the plus side, it's super easy to just put a wall here, and then you got free, safe trade for the rest of the observable universe's existence. So there is that to think about. We've got 4 relics as usual. This is the armor of Achilles. Gives a bit of hack armor to infantry. We got the Ship of Fingernails for food trickle. We've got the Khopesh of Horus for hero damage against myth units, and we've got the Scales of Echidna for myth unit cost reductions. H2 is gonna come in already for Grapple, which makes sense that he would do it earlier because, well, the gatherers work faster on Hunt than they do for Loki. It's an Odin special. Freya's coming in, whereas for our Loki player, I suspect it will be for Seti, but he doesn't seem to be in a huge rush about the advance. He clicks in for the 4 minutes. Everything's in order. A little bit of walling action is not something I would have predicted, but it is happening nonetheless. Gork says that AOM, Spellforce, and Titan Quest are his 3 favorite most played games, and I'm covering it all. That's incredible. If you also get into Halo Wars 2 and Total War Warhammer, now you're gonna round out the entire thing. That feels really good to read something like that. My god. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Now, let's talk a little bit about the dynamics of this matchup. This is a situation where Rappel, the Odin player, would love to raid. Look at the map though. I don't think it's gonna happen. This is insanely defensive. How are you gonna get raiding cavalry in this base and actually deny things from happening? I guess you have Forest Fire. This is a really good case for using it up front and hopefully burning down the walls. I mean, the 300 health wooden wall chip might just go down to Forest Fire. That is entirely possible. But I just don't think that is going to be the play. You want to limit Loki's ability to grow a Herseer army. Because if you get to engage a full pop versus full pop Herseer army on 1TC, you're going to be in so much trouble. But on the bright side, you might be able to go to the Heroic Age in time as Odin, get your Frost on, and deny any possible flaming weapons. Loki's objective really is to have that hunt secure and usable, but we're not hunting, and that's going to be a huge issue for Redo. This is not the kind of income he needs. He needs to have a lot of Herseer, he needs to have a lot of supporting units, and then get into fights and actually get those random myth unit spawns from Loki to overwhelm Rappel and create a snowball effect, but the game is really not heading in that direction. What is he doing? Is this some kind of strange attempt to get a semi-fast heroic with wall-offs and whatnot? Rappel is going to be coming knocking, and this temple is not doing too hot. Honestly, the Armor of Achilles is going to be helpful, but you would actually need infantry to make it work, and we're not seeing any infantry just yet. I think Rappel is going to knock this thing down. He can bait out the forest fire by just retreating to the trees. He's not thinking about it just yet. This is a relatively big fight, and actually the takedown on the throwing axeman was huge by Redo. He's got the healing spring defender's advantage, so I think that that really rounds out his strategy. He can just sit here, wait for things to happen, and piece by piece, get it all sorted out. Getting to the next stage won't be the easiest thing though, with that temple under siege. Rebuilding it is very expensive, and you're gonna want to rebuild it to not just garrison the relic, but also to get your Heroic Age myth unit, which should be a battle board. I do think you are going Bragi here in the Heroic Age, but not anytime soon, as Redo is now spending all his incoming resources. And kind of so is Rappel, but he's just got a bigger bank. Raiding Cav might be able to find some damage. The house should have spotted this, so I would expect Redo to react in kind, but he's out of position. The villagers aren't running, and I think they're gonna get attacked. Rappel very intelligently moving to their side so that they can't easily run away. Oh my god, they're running through the forest fire! This is gonna hurt. All the villagers are already severely damaged, and it looks like the cavalry is gonna be in. Significant villager kills have gone down. That's 4 already, and there's 1 more potential, but I don't think Rappel wants to risk it. For the biscuit, this is good enough. 4 villager kills, gathering time denied, hunting denied. This is great. Oh, another one? And the throwing axeman. Okay, then he's not gonna get those, but the villager kill itself, huge. Huge. Taking down the back Aurochs, that is a very secure place to be. Why didn't Redo go here in the first place? There's more stuff here, more berries, even some bears in the corner to go after should he wish to. But I think the forward gold mine might be at risk, ladies and gentlemen. Rappel is crashing in on this party, and the party is not having a good time anymore, as everyone's just kind of getting bullied. This Rappel wasn't invited, and he's furious about it. He's getting the medium cavalry upgrade. He's got 2 Valkyries, even though he's going up against Loki, who is supposed to have a lot of hers here. Well, he does not have a lot of hers here, let me tell you. The army here right now is a little bit sad. So I think if Rappel can just wait for medium cavalry and then strike and go for that super big fight, that's going to be what he aims for. But there's bigger problems coming in too. Look, Redo is running out of gold. He's got 700, 600 now. And this is where he needs to be, or this. There's no other gold mines. Rappel is playing into this. He's got gold mines back home. Super safe. Redo doesn't have that. It's a little bit of an unfair spawn there, but certainly Rappel has made this game very advantaged in his favor a long time ago. Redo is spending resources he doesn't have on units, and his villager production is suffering as a result. This is still just normal raiding cav, by the way, so Rappel definitely wants that medium cav now. He at least has medium throwing axemen, which is nice. Oh my god, he just destroyed the temple. That's gonna open up this base significantly, and he's just waiting for the right moment to strike, which is gonna be when medium cavalry finishes. It's just a 20-second upgrade. Those great horse work fast, ladies and gentlemen. Even gonna have the Raven to spot for him. A few shots coming through from the throwing axes just to annoy. Pull him back, get the raiding cav up front, fight like that. Try to not get hit by the enemy throwing axeman either, because that's gonna hurt. A good shift clicking is in order here, but I think Rappel just has overwhelming numbers anyhow. 58, 60 population. Okay, we've got an Harry spawn that might change the situation a little bit, but it's all throwing axemen. They're running into melee against the cavalry, and that is just not going to be a functional move, because the raiding cav absolutely eat them up. And I think that's the fate of Redo as well. Rappel really just chewed him up and spat him out. This is nasty. And I think Redo just ends up being a stain on the ground. He's still 4th place. That is impressive, but Rappel is going to be 3rd, taking home a little bit more points from today's qualifier, as well as a little bit more moolah. And once again, this was Rappel, not me. But I'm taking the spot as the replays host. Do I get the winnings? How does this work? File your complaints now. Inside trading has been confirmed. 42 kills to 30. That really tells the story of how well I was playing in this game. GG's and well played to Rappel, and thanks to Redo as well for putting on a great show today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion. I would hope our bracket is in fact finalized. Indeed it is. And we can see what happened to everybody's points. So that is going to be the last thing we do today. I want to thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to go over here to this browser scene. We're going to click finish this tournament. Everything is correctly entered. Thank you very much, Legend, for doing that. And here are the point results. Recon has today won 5,079 points. He's no longer able to participate in the other qualifiers. He also took home like half the prize pool of today, which is $500. Second place goes to Kavo at $250 and 3,679 points. It has to be that kind of spread to make it even. The Rapple, third place with $150 and 2,679 points. Redo with $100 and 1,879 ladder points. So you'll be able to see the current points here in the bottom for every single player. You can browse that at any point. They also get this cosmetic feature of getting put in a class, which is kind of like a Metal League thing that you get in some other competitive games. We thought that would be really cool to have. And if you go to the seasonal ladder page now, after completing this tournament, the Wrath of the Gods ladder has been in fact generated, and you can just view it in this format as well. So, yeah, you get this nice little format, and this will update when we do the next tournament. Speaking of the next tournament, we've got the signups ready for you to go. The qualifier number 2 is available right meow. It's going to be the exact same format. It's going to be the upcoming weekend, so please do join the tournament. It's got a big fat button once you have a MetaPlace account, and I will be putting the link in the chat for this one. Like you can see, there's a good amount of players already signed up. 56. I actually didn't refresh, so let's refresh and see what the latest is. It's still 56. You guys go and fix it. Also, we've got all the class information displayed here, so it will be easy to see who's performing how. But we are still going to see this actually not by the current seasonal league points, but rather still through ELO, tournament player ELO for the top players, and ranked ELO for everybody else. Because when you're not a top player, you're only gonna be, you know, that's a little hard to work with. But I think I promised you guys a link, so let me sort that out first in the MetaPlace chat. No, in my personal chat first, I guess. So go there and sign up, please. And next up in the MetaPlace one. Wait, it goes to both. It goes to both. I just need to do one because I have both chats under my command. That's great. Wait, you don't hear me in the overlay? Okay. Well, I didn't say anything important, so that's good to know, though. That's good to know. I didn't expect... I saw my microphone, like, moving up and down, but I guess you can't hear me. That's fine. Guys, sign up to the next tournament. That's all I'm trying to say. And if you want to support the MetaPlace project through which we're hosting these tournaments, obviously now Microsoft is providing the majority of this prize pool, but we still are chipping in quite a significant amount, helping pay for this high quality production that we get from Wolf Studios. So that's where my contribution is going in, plus a little bit into the prize pool. Boyd is doing a large chunk of this contribution as well. We're actually doing one-to-one with him. So if you want to support, the best way to do so is through the MetaPlace subscription system. You can check that out under Support Us and Subscriptions. You can also donate, as we're planning to run a similar league without Microsoft support in the early part of Q1 2025. So there will be a MetaPlace league going on, and it's not just going to be the top players. So if you're not a top player, you can totally go for that and get a great experience out of it. There will be one for top players, there will be one for slightly lower level players, and there will be one for amateur league as well. So yeah. Is this an EU or any tournament? It's a global tournament. Always is. So yeah, guys, subscribers get all sorts of perks. You can see them on the screen, and you're helping us keep the project going. First month is 50% off on top of everything. So yeah, feel free to check that out. And with that in mind, I'll be saying goodbye now. I think this is all I've got. So I want to thank you guys all for watching, and I'll be saying good night now. Just coming back to this screen because there's one thing left to do. We need to find somebody to raid. That's the last thing we're doing. There's no ping issues, no, because we are actually running with servers in this game, so I think that's a pretty cool thing. All right, who are we going to raid? We are looking at perhaps Ponexter from the Onu clan. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. I'll send you guys there, okay? Yep, confirmed. That's the one we're doing. So yeah, once again, thank you guys very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, then like or subscribe there as well. As well as follow on Twitch, because we'll be back next week with more Wrath of the Gods. The second qualifier will be on. We'll also remind the players to make sure to sign up. There will be emails, there will be Discord pings and everything. And then we'll do number 3 the weekend after that. And then the week after that, the whole week, we'll be doing the main event. That's for $12,000. It's gonna be so sick. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Nakamura. You've been Chat. Good night.